Okay, mic check, sync. Sounds like we're good. Alright, everyone, welcome back to what is probably going to be the final episode of Black Myth Wukong. I decided that before I truly finish this game, I want to go through and read the remainder of the Codex that I missed. If you watched to the end of the last episode, you know I would actually flub this a little bit. There were a bunch of entries that I thought I read out loud, and then, didn't. Forgot I was muted. Oops. So, what we're going to do this session is we are going to finish reading through the Codex, all the entries that I didn't read previously through all the other recordings. I don't want to double myself up. Oh, what's this? The Elder Aurum Worm, a spirit. Take the form of the Elder Aurum Worm. Spray venom from the tail to form poison pools on the ground, stacking poison bane on foes who tread upon it. Slightly increase critical hit chance when in the poison state. Wow, that's a lot of poison. It's a pretty interesting power. Okay. So, we're gonna finish reading through the Codex, getting all the entries that I didn't get before. Then, we're going to at least begin part of the journey through New Game Plus, just so I can get a gauge of what it might be like if I decided to play through it again. Just for fun. I will also preface this. I actually did a little bit of misinformation last session as well. I had thought you needed to beat through the game multiple times in order to get the best ending. That is not true. The only reason you need to beat through the game multiple times is to completely stack Wukong's relics. If you manage to fill in all of the spaces, which would require at least 2 more playthroughs, plus your initial one, you will gain access to the Wukong stance, which is the special stance that I used in the final area of Mount Huoguao, as well as the stance in the tutorial when we fought Erlang Shen the first time. That being said, let's not waste any more time. Let's get going, because we've got a lot to do. Let's start with the Lesser Yaoguai, and we'll work our way from there. Now, I'm pretty sure I remember where we left off. It was right here. Okay, give me just a second here. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I had the sound turned up on my recording for just a split second to make sure that you can actually hear me. Because if I mess this up again, I'm not going back through it a third time. So, let's start from the top. The human heart swings, good and ill, with wealth and treasure, freedom's thrill, riding a hammer to the sky. Tell me, is it strange or nigh? Years ago in the village of Xian, a villager went out one day and saw a peculiar man standing by the roadside, holding a rope tied to a white soft-shelled turtle. Passers-by came and went, but no one paid any attention to the strange sight. The villager pretended not to notice and tried to hurry past, but the white turtle at his feet let out a pitiful cry. In his compassion, he argued with the peculiar man and eventually brought the white turtle, releasing it back into the water. That night, the villager had a dream in which the white turtle vomited out a tiny person with blue and purple skin and an ugly face. The tiny person ran towards the villager, startling him awake. After that, the villager began to change. His eyes could occasionally see glimmers of light in the mountains and fields, and his appetite grew immensely, along with his strength. One day, he took a shovel and dug into the ground, discovering a coffin filled with valuable artifacts. This unexpected find bestowed upon him great wealth, which I pointed this out when I read this through the first time. It says, unexpected found bestowed his great wealth. There's a huge typo in that one sentence there, which is very funny. One night, the white turtle appeared in his dream again, letting out a cry. The villager felt his stomach churn and vomited out the tiny person with blue-purple skin. The tiny person fell to the ground and hurried towards the white turtle. Realizing something, the villager grabbed the tiny person and swallowed him back down. The white turtle called out a few more times, but the villager covered his mouth, refusing to let the tiny person out. After a tense standoff, the villager woke up again. Over time, this villager's appearance became increasingly abnormal, forcing him to wear an iron mask to hide his face. Eventually, his skin turned purple-blue, and he fled into the mountains, carrying specially made tools to search for more treasure. Interestingly, on his treasure hunting journey, he discovered that he was not the only one with such an experience, which brought him some comfort. Green pines hold the lingering snow, emerald flames guard the dim light's glow. Wandering beyond that sacred hill, true nature lies in temperance's will. The Thunder Rhino Master. Along with the fall of the Yaksha kingdom, the Rakshasa kingdom, due to their kinship with the Yaksha, also met its end. Thunder Rhino Masters are descendant of the Rakshasa. Among his relatives, many followed Princess Rakshasi. After her eastward migration, Rakshasi had a new Taoist master in the celestial court. Practicing Taoism in Buddhism's stead, Rakshasi marked her departure from her past. Thunder Rhino Masters, unwilling to accept the change, heard that a branch of the Yaksha were seeking Buddhist teachings in the New West and decided to come here. Unlike the Yaksha's free-spirited practice, Thunder Rhino Masters, through an outer disciple, held their master in high regard and strictly adhered to the temple's rules. Reaching the ultimate bliss was not their ultimate goal. It was simply the nature to strive with all their efforts in everything that they do. Even when guarding the temple, they were relentless. If anyone disturbed the temple's peace, the lightning they summoned would pursue and strike without mercy. Such individuals could sometimes inspire admiration, but they could also be quite troublesome. The dark-faced overlord. Majestic stands the mountain's frame, its golden peak an enlightened flame. Winds and clouds by will are swayed. Heart remains clear, night and day. The grand hall was filled with pious devotees attending the ceremony. This was the fourth ceremony organized by Yellowbrow for his mortal believers. A devotee had attended 3 times, witnessing numerous miracles on each occasion. However, it was the first time for his acquaintance from their hometown to attend such a ceremony, and the acquaintance harbored deep suspicion. Before long, 2 blind monks carried in the statue of the wrathful Vajra. The devotee introduced it to his acquaintance, saying, "This Vajra can discern a person's goodness or evil." As he finished speaking, 2 men approached the statue, accusing each other of some other grievances. In no time, they were reduced to ash by the Vajra. The acquaintance was shocked by the abruptness of it all. Just then, he heard heavy footsteps outside the hall. Looking out through the window, he saw a giant with blue skin, draped in a golden spiked robe, walking slowly towards them. The devotee introduced them again. "The guardian can judge a person's sincerity." After saying this, the monk led the crowd to present their offerings to the guardian one by one. He reminded, "Make sure to give away all your money." The acquaintance, deeply distrustful of the devotee's words, said, "You've been deceived by them. These monks are all frauds." The devotee retorted angrily, "How can you speak so recklessly? Why would I deceive you, being here from the same hometown?" "Who knows if you're in cahoots with them?" Their argument grew louder and louder. The Vajra, seeing their quarrel, raised its steel fork and charged at them. The acquaintance quickly fled, but the devotee shouted, "Do not be afraid. I will prove my sincerity." The Vajra showed no hesitance. Just when the acquaintance thought his fellow townsman was doomed, the blue-skinned giant raised his hand to block the Vajra, saving the devotee's life. From then on, the acquaintance became a regular at the ceremonies, always making sure to give away all his money before leaving, just like his fellow townsmen. The clay Vajra. With an iron trident, a wrathful Vajra stands, angry eyes blazing, a fearsome, fiery brand. All beings bear their sin, for that is what they say. Burn them, guilty all, for peace to truly stay. The Buddhist scriptures describe the Vajra as a guardian warrior of the Buddha, a task with upholding justice and eradicating sin. Once the fat monk in yellow took back the new Thunderclap Temple, magnificent new pavilions and pagodas were built to hold gatherings of his devotees and attract more believers. During one such gathering, 2 devotees met for the first time in the main hall. Upon seeing each other, they immediately felt an urge of suspicion and wariness. At that moment, the abbot had a statue of a Vajra carried in. The statue stood on 4 legs, wielding a steel trident with a wrathful expression, but it had a peculiar hole in its chest. The abbot introduced the statue, explaining that it was newly crafted and imbued with a particular spiritual power that could discern right from wrong. One of the devotees hurried to the Vajra and said, "May the Vajra eradicate all deceitful swindlers in the world and grant me justice." This man was known for being gullible and often fell victim to ruse, yet he never dared to seek retribution. The other devotee quickly followed, saying, "May the Vajra eradicate those who gain unfair advantage and then complain incessantly, granting me peace." This man was a dishonest merchant who frequently sold substandard goods and was often persecuted and cursed by his customers. Hearing each other's wishes, the two began to argue fiercely in front of the statue. The Vajra's eyes suddenly moved, and with a swift motion of its trident, killed both men. Flames then erupted from its forelegs, incinerating their bodies completely. News of the event quickly spread, shocking the folks around the temple. Some accused the abbot of using sorcery to deceive people, while others praised his profound Buddha's wisdom and extraordinary power. Regardless, no one dared disrespect him. That one I read already in a previous recording, so... Here we go. Wushun Lesserguai. Gaping mouth, round belly, born incomplete, bulky form, craving and chasing tasty treats. Greedy for flavor, it longs for delight, wagging its tongue and speaks in spite. One spring, the Webbed Ridge hosted a grand banquet to mark the blossoming of the flowers. A young guai from Mount Wushan, having presented the gift, saw the ladies chanting and laughing at the feast and decided to join the other guai in the cave for drinks and merriment. A few cups in, the guai began to jest with each other. The pig guai remarked,
"I'd rather live in this rich hollow of yours, with banquet for every season and festival. Back in our place, the lady is too strict to allow any fun."
A proud insect guai responded, "Our lady in the cave often hosts banquets to keep the mistress company. We may not compare to the halls of the celestial court, but our second lady has some business in the mortal world, so we're not short on silver. It's tough, though. If she didn't find ways to bring in money, we wouldn't have made it this far." Another pig guai added,
"Beautiful and elegant are you ladies. I wonder what celestial mountain is fortunate enough to be where they might start their new families."
The insect guai laughed. "Our ladies can't leave this place. The businesses outside are managed by carefully chosen people. Since we only take bridegrooms who marry into the family, the talented ones don't want to come, and the ladies don't fancy those who do. Look over there. Those 4 scorpions. Their family is in decline, and the descendants are unworthy. Only one is somewhat acceptable, but not one of our ladies would marry him. Whatever gets unlucky will marry him on a fateful day. So they say." The guais laughed heartily, enjoying themselves, when suddenly there was a shout. "Oh no, the ladies are quarreling!" A panting pig guai in charge ran over, shouting,
"The mistress in the cave has lost her mind. She got into a fight with our lady over a few words from a maid and even smashed the very gift that was brought."
The guai were all startled. The clever ones quickly wrapped some food in lotus leaves and handed it to the pig guais as an apology. "Next time, we'll make sure there's no misunderstanding. Sorry for spoiling the fun."
All right, all right."
The pig guai took the food and hurriedly towards the steward. The pig guais took the food and hurriedly followed the stewarding out, asking,
"What exactly happened?"
"Who knows? It's all too odd. Every time we come, there's a commotion. I've heard their mistress is quite muddle-headed." Puppet Spider. In the shadows lurks a fiend with nose and mouth askew, fangs sharp, poison thickly drips, a wicked brew. Sorry, I was just looking at something. Ears jut out in grotesque display, forehead broad and low. 8 eyes gleaming with malevolent light, in darkness they glow. Long ago, a woodcutter lived deep in the hills. One day he went down to the market fair and saw a puppet show. He loved it and yearned to see it again. One day, as he caught word, he heard shouts of glee in the mountains. He followed the sound and saw a mob of yaoguai reveling together. Despite his fear, curiosity urged him to climb a rock to watch them from afar. The guai were gathered in a circle, watching an acrobat show. Too far to see that well, the woodcutter could only discern a red-clad guai whirling twin blades in dazzling spins and flips. Entranced, the woodcutter stepped closer. He saw the acrobatic guai had legs tied behind its back, strings dangling from its feet. In a flash, he knew it was a puppetry trick. He climbed into a large tree for a clearer view. The guai had an ugly, comical face. To the woodcutter, this spectacle was even more amusing than the finest plays at the market fair. He watched, spellbound. A chill on his neck jolted him out of his reverie. Reaching up to his cheek, to check, he found his fingers coated in green spittle. Looking up in horror, he was greeted by a myriad of eyes staring down at him. There in the treetop dangled a violet spider, its legs threaded with silk, tugging the distant puppet guy to and fro. The woodcutter yelped and fled from the tree. At that, the spider paused, and the gathering of Yaoguais turned as one to glare at him. Stricken with terror, the woodcutter fled, and, upon returning home, fell gravely ill. No remedy could ease his suffering, and he wasted away and soon died. Puppet Tick. Can you discern the outer guise? Who cares when hidden from our eyes? When hung up high, what use retains? A puppet's dance, its fleeting gains. Tales told of Zhu Estate in the Web Ridge, the ancestral home of the Wethley textile family in the kingdom of Zhuji. Rumors claimed the estate housed vast amounts of gold and jewels, but these riches were never found. In the kingdom of Zhuji lived two thieves who called each other brothers. The elder, a broad and forthright soul. The younger, a handsome and clever spirit. Fleeing a warrant, they sought Zhu Estate in the mountains as their next target as well as a hideout. For days they scoured the hills, their rations spent and hope lost. Weary and famished, they chanced upon a tea hut. The young thief called out, "Let's rest there, brother." The elder replied, "We've seen no one for days. How could there be a tea hut here?" But driven by hunger, the young one hastened toward it. The elder chased after him, pleading. They tussled until they entered the hut. Crude and dirty, it had rough log tables and stone stools. There were no patrons inside, only a hunchback old man with a cane brewing tea. The young thief asked, "How do you sell tea here with no one around, old man?" The old man pointed in a dim village behind him.
"This humble one lives on the hilltop. This hut serves but to eke out my living."
He then served 2 bowls of thick, strange-smelling brew. The young thief reached for one, but the elder stopped him and asked the old man, Do you know of the Zhu Estate?" The old man grinned.
"It lies within the village. Drink your tea, and I shall guide you there."
The young thief beamed, but the older grew warier. He snatched the bowl from the young one. "I shall try it first." With that, he downed it in one gulp. No sooner had the tea hit his belly than he collapsed, writhing in agony. The young thief turned to the old man, only to witness his true form revealed as a hunchback, cane-wielding creature, its body entangled in silk. Lifting his eyes, he saw a colossal spider perched on the rafters, tugging the strands to prompt the bug to tap its cane with a resonant ting, ting. At the signal, the stone stools shifted and unfurled their legs. They became little stone spiders. They spat silk at the elder thief to entangle him. At this sight, the younger thief turned and fled, as if he had not heard his brother's pleas for help. The lantern holder. When night falls deep, his light shines down. Summoned is the yin, suppressed is the yang. Like harvesters hastening before the dawn, he reaps with his blade, and souls are gone. The insectwi loathed patrolling after dusk, as their instinct to chase after light made the nighttime perilous for them. But luck favored them when a tribe of pale-faced Yaksha from the west of the place, having traversed the world, chose to settle at the Web Ridge and volunteer for night watch, a task the insectwi were all too happy to relinquish to the newcomers. The Yaksha are proud and fierce by nature, turned into feral Yaogwai, yet they still clung to the old ways in the days that they were revered. They kept to their own, with lanterns lit from dusk to dawn, and rarely mingled with the insectwi. To the latter, they were a curious sight with their merriment and banter, and paid no heed to hierarchy or status. Yet, what puzzled the insectwi most was the Yaksha's close-knit bond in joy, yet they'd often erupt into disputes and hurl words with no restraint. Give me just a moment, everyone. Sorry, I was answering a text from my girlfriend. Okay, now, where was I? Here we go. One night, a quarrel broke out during an idle chatter among 4 Yaksha on patrol. Excuse me. And their raucous noise woke up the insectwi. "Why must you carry on as this?" The insectwi rushed to mediate, persuading them. "Arguing one moment, chummy the next. Why not treat each other with proper respect, like we do?" In an instant the quarrel ceased, and in unison the Yaksha retorted, "You are mistaken," one spat. "Only through open discourse we grow." Another chimed in, "Exactly. We will air out our disagreements. It only makes our bond stronger."
A third added, "Indeed. By having each other's backs, we've made it through a lot of tough times. Our harsh words don't mean any harm." The last concluded, "Unlike you insect guai, we hide no secret grievances under the guise of harmony." With that, arm in arm they departed, leaving the insect guai to dismiss the exchange with bemused eye rolls. Now this is where I last left off last night, before I cut things short. So you know what? Just for the sake of keeping things succinct, we'll reread this one again. Slender legs of verdant sheen, each arm wields a sickle keen. Misty woods are his home so true, he cares for youth, like me and you. Sorry, I'm paranoid now because I just want to make sure that I'm still recording. Anyway, during the reign of the greatest emperor of the Han, there was a village called Bath. From within its mountains, a hot spring flowed, reputed to preserve youth and vitality. Nobles flocked to it from far and wide. One day, the Marquis of Licheng, Li Chung came to visit with his 6-year-old son. The young lord caught a little grasshopper and wanted to keep it as a pet, so he tore off its wings and trapped it in a teacup. That night, the Marquis was visited in his dreams by a man clad in green. "Your child has imprisoned mine," he pleaded. "We're both fathers. I beseech you, help my little one." The next morning, the Marquis summoned his son and inquired about what happened. The boy, who feared his stern father, only provided vague replies. Thus, the full story remained elusive to both. That night, the green-clad man revisited the Marquis's dream. With twin swords at his waist, he warned, "If you do not return my son, you will never see yours again." The Marquis woke with a start and rushed to his son's bed, only to find it empty. Servants scoured the village, but found no trace. Only the young lord's page remembered the bug catching. He rushed to the study, found the overturned teacup, and gently released the grasshopper under the grass. By noon, the young lord returned home safely, yet his hands were red and swollen, and he couldn't stop weeping. When questioned about the events of the previous night, he sobbed, "I dreamt of a man in green, a great jumper. He carried me on his back and hopped a few times. Then I didn't know where I was. He scolded me for harming others and struck my palms with his sword 20 times. When asked how he came back, he was unable to answer, overwhelmed by fear. Alas, it is said that all beings love their young, a truth that spans the world. Even Yaoguai, it seems, are no different. In the later years of the Han, the hot spring in Bath suddenly dried up. Insect-wise spouted in the hills, so the villagers moved down the mountain. A decade or two later, the area came to be known as the Webbed Hollow. Now we're on to the new stuff. The dragonfly guai. Fly through the flowers and willows to shoot hidden arrows, flap your wings and ride the crooked wind. It is difficult to achieve good deeds with small wisdom, and 2 or 3s block the way. There was a dragonfly guai who loved archery. His mother saw his gift and used her connections for an opportunity to have him train under the Yaoguai king of the land. To the king, the dragonfly guai seemed like a diligent and talented student. He drilled hard each day and served his master with great respect, always at his master's beck and call. At times, he'd be practicing outside, but at a single command from his teacher, he'd appear at once. The king had doubts, but considering the dragonfly's swift wings, the king dismissed his suspicions. One day, the king taught him how to imbue his bolts with great power.
"Wait for the arrowhead to glow, then release."
The guai swore he'd remember, but when he tested that afternoon, he couldn't recall anything. The king assumed he just hadn't grasped the lesson and explained it once more. But the next day, he had forgotten it again. This pattern continued. The Yaoguai king flew into a rage and set to punish the guai. The guai fell to his knees and pleaded, "Mercy, master, I have brothers. Each of us only know a portion of the lesson. That's why I can't answer." At this, scores of identical dragonfly guai emerged, all kneeling and bowing non-stop. Offended yet tickled by this revelation, the king demoted them all to lowly patrol guards and taught them no more. Alas, while petty schemes might seem perfect at first, earning praise and favor, they also sow seeds of trouble. When the truth is revealed, one faces ridicule and brings ruin upon themselves. The Wasp Guai. When the victories come, it flies low, and when power is exhausted, it flees far away. Work hard and wash away the die, and use the power to soar into the sky. Hey, Sarah, what's up, man? How you doing? doing fairly well. You caught me right as I was, finishing up this game that I've been streaming here. This is just a bonus session, so I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. Feel free to sit in if you want, otherwise this is probably going to be super boring, just a heads up. A young man once lived in the Webbed Hollow. You may wonder how he found himself living among the Yaogwai. The tale began in the kingdom of Juji, where he was born into a family of weavers, their craft passed down through generations. One day, his father left home in search of a jade shuttle but never returned. His mother searched for him, only to be told he had abandoned them to marry into the Zhu family. Consumed by grief and convinced that a Yaogwai had ensnared her husband... Oh, nice! I appreciate that, my man. Just a heads up, I had been reading through this as I had been going through the game up to a point, but then I stopped. So you're going to be getting a lot here for certain areas, but not for others. Just an FYI. Where was I? Consumed by grief and convinced that a Yaogwai had ensnared her husband, she wept day after day. Thus, in his boyhood, the son vowed to slay the Yaogwai and avenge his father. Years later, he heard merchants speak of the Zhu estate in the Webbed Ridge, home to a woman of unearthly beauty. He ventured there alone to exact vengeance, but as soon as he entered the mountains, lesser Yaogwai captured him. Terrified he was, before a little girl in yellow rescued him by commanding the Yaogwai to stop. The girl, barely 10, had a sweet, rosy face, hardly an evil Yaogwai as he imagined. The young man was at a loss. To his surprise, the young girl, lonely with few companions her age, brought him to the Webbed Hollow to play. He stayed, and she visited often to lift her. Visited often to lift her spirits. Conflicted, he spent nights vowing by lamplight to slay the Yaogwai and avenge his father come morning. One night, a small wasp flew in and heard his oath, but he paid it no mind. The next day, the girl didn't come. Instead, a woman in green, adored with elaborate bun and possessing a fierce yet beautiful face, arrived with an entourage of insect guards. Among them was a wasp Yaogwai, who with practiced ease deftly searched the young man's trunk, pulling out his hidden stash of travel money and a dagger intended for murder hidden within his porcelain pillow, before relaying his nightly vows of vengeance to his mistress. The green-clad woman addressed the young man. "No mortal shall reside in the Webbed Hollow, yet we spared you to be a companion for my younger sister. But in return, you plot to harm her, and you shall be punished for this. That being said, your quest for vengeance is understandable, which is why I shall leave your fate to the Bone Vault." At her command, the Gwais seized him, casting him into the abyss, his fate uncertain in the darkness below. The Beetle Captain. In time's relentless grasp, he toiled and strived, yet pride and temper left success deprived. His gray hair has done him no good, when hubris stole his merit as it should. Unlike the bee, wasp, hornet, katydid, cockroach, grasshopper, dragonfly, jeez, the adopted sons of the Spider Ladies, the Beetle Captain earned his rank through his own valor. Perhaps this was what made him stubborn, quick to anger over slights to his status. He often quarreled with the lesser Gwai over matters of word and etiquette. They called him arrogant and overbearing behind his back, disliking him all the more. One day, a petty dispute drove him to banish his twin sabers at a lesser guard. Beetle Commander chanced by and pulled him aside. "You think your deeds and skills command their respect, but know this, rank has no bearing in the actions of others. What would happen if you measured your worth by the regard of everyone? When stone spiders show you disrespect, you'd think that makes you their inferior?" The captain retorted, "You're a commander, thus none dare offend you, but I'm a minor officer. If I don't assert myself, those lesser ones will scorn me even more." The commander shook his head. "If they treated you with greater deference than me, would that make you my superior in practice and skill? Nay, for I have observed that those who clamor most for respect often receive the least of it." What became of the Beetle Captain? Alas, he remained as he ever was, as one's nature could never be so easily altered. It was said that he continued to contend with all who would cross his path, until at last he was never to be seen again. The Stone Spider. Small and humble a spider I be, yet in stone I adorn, with comrades in peril beside me. In the olden days, a lesser beetle Gwai in the Webbed Hollow rose to the rank of captain through sheer prowess, but the promotion swelled his ego, and he lorded it over others until they shunned him, much to his ire. Upon a day of rest, the beetle captain found himself bereft of friends to squander the hours with, and thus roamed the cave alone. He beheld a stone from which a long and slender leg sprouted forth. As it turned out, the stone had a spider stirring from slumber. These spiders, burdened from stones upon their backs, moved in slow, clumsy manner. The captain, beset by a foul mood, kicked one over and laughed at its plight as it flailed and struggled to right itself. With each attempt it made to stand, he flicked it down again, guffawing. After who knows how long, crisp rasps echoed through the depths of the cave. Soon, a horde of stone spiders marched from the dark. Seeing the threat, the captain drew his weapons and charged into their midst. The spiders showed no fear. They hurled stones, spat silken venom, rammed and butted. They drove the captain into a rage, and he spun his twin blades in a killing frenzy amidst the spiders. As he cut them down with zeal, a flicker of lantern light neared, followed by a playful voice. You fool! You think you can slay every spider in the webbed hollow alone? Come with me. I'll take you to play under the peach blossoms. The old captain lifted his gaze to behold a maiden of unsurpassed beauty. His heart stirred, and he followed her at once. Henceforth he was seen no more. One old Gwai mused, To slay spiders within their lair is but to seek death itself. The minor armor worm. In foreign lands it toils and spins. Weaving cocoons its work begins. Unable to transform and soar, it thrives in nests once more. Not really. The insects all seem to be rather arrogant. Let's see if that changes with this one. From the southern slopes of Mount Huai, one can gaze upon the radiant splendor of Mount Kunlun, its brilliance stretching for miles, exuding awe-inspiring grandeur. On Mount Kunlun, there exists a creature called the Tulu, I believe, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It resembles a sheep but has 4 horns and is said to devour humans. Another creature known as the Chinuan looks like a bee but has a large beak. Looks like a bee but is as large as a mandarin duck. Its sting is lethal to bird and beast, and it can wither trees with a mere touch of its venom. King Mu of Zhou once had the fortune to visit Mount Kunlun. He toured its magnificent palaces, tasted various celestial herbs and delicacies, listened to sweet music performed by beautiful celestial maidens, and saw many wondrous, mythical beasts. When the celestial maiden presented a gift to King Mu, he refused, but pointed to the mystical beast and garden and asked, May I take one of those extraordinary creatures back with me? The celestial maiden replied, These beings of Kunlun drink from the celestial moat and feed on celestial herbs. Even if you take them to the mortal realm, they would lose their form and abilities. It is better not to take them away, for if they transform, we cannot predict what calamities they may cause. The clawed cocoon. In the world's endless hustle and bustle, dreams chase shadows, hope may rustle. Amidst the weave, our paths are spun. Bound by fate, we journey as one. In the kingdom of Zhuji, a curious tale prevailed. No matter how many kings came and went, the Zhou family of the royal weaving office never relocated. They wove a fabric known as celestial silk, gleaming as moonlight, light as clouds. Nobility and merchants alike clamored for it. The city's weavers seethed with jealousy, but none could replicate it. Over time, whispers spread that the Zhous owed their silk to a jade shuttle bestowed by the red-clad immortal. One weaver was convinced that obtaining the shuttle would also secure his fortune. On a deep, dark night, he snuck into the Zhu's workshop outside the city walls during the second watch. The Zhous were rich enough to have their own workshops sprawled vast and wide. In the dead of night, not a soul was in sight. The weaver kept through the yards of draping silk when pure white light fell upon the center of the drying rack. The moon dimmed, and darkness swallowed all but that single shining pillar joining earth and sky. The weaver stumbled toward it and discovered the pillar of light was made by countless strands of silk. 2 monstrous silkworms were spinning these strands into cocoons and hanging them in the drying racks. The cocoons' hooked feet grabbed the silk strands and passed a jade shuttle back and forth, weaving the exquisite fabric. Dazed, the weaver became fixated on the shovel, convinced that owning it would endow him with the same power. But the cocoons impaled him with their sharp hooks in the blink of an eye. As he lay dying, he saw the worms crawling towards him. They carried him into the pillar of light and wrapped him in a luminous cocoon. The Scorpion Prince, silent it hides with venomous claw, barbed hook laced with deadly flaw. It arrives with a fierce, bold show, but in defeat its tail tucked and goes. The four sons of the Scorpion House often secretly inquired about each other's recent activities. This was not out of brotherly affection, but rather due to competitive spirit, fearing that one of them might be chosen by one of the sisters in the cave before the others. Not only did they spy on each other's whereabouts, but they also felt compelled to comment on them afterwards. If they heard that a brother had achieved something recently, they would make sarcastic remarks and express jealousy. Conversely, if a brother made a mistake, they would mock and ridicule him, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Confused by such behavior, the lesser Yaogwai in the cave approached the Beetle Commander to seek an explanation. The Beetle Commander explained, "Their fear isn't about failing to marry a lady, it is that their brother's promotion will cut out their own benefits." Hearing this, the lesser Yaogwai were even more perplexed. Beetle Commander continued, "The hundred-eyed Taoist master will not permit the Scorpion family to amass excessive power. Thus, if one of the four brothers ascends to the position of Prince Consort, the prospects for the others inevitably wane. This principle extends to the official role within the cave. Take Scorpion Eldest, for instance. Having gained the favor of the second Madame, he faces the most exclusion from his brothers." "But the eldest one is indeed more capable, while the others are not as competent," the lesser Yaogwai chimed in. "Exactly, but because he has some skill. His brothers only talk behind his back and don't dare confront him directly. Were it someone less skilled, it might not be the same." The Sword Taoist. To seek the Tao he journeys far. With steadfast heart he finds the gate. In the depths of sword skills, his glimpse roots in ascensions innate. Okay, see, not all of these rhyme, but sometimes they'll rhyme in off paragraphs, and sometimes they'll rhyme per. It's so weird how they do this. Every 10 years, the Temple of the Yellow Flower opened its doors to recruit disciples. One day, a newly admitted young Taoist discovered that the disciples focused on innate practice were divided into 3 groups based on their skill. One group used staves, another used fly whisks, and the other used swords. Fly whisk? Oh, the horsehair brush! That's what those things are called! I never knew what those were called until recently. I learned a thing! The young Taoist observed them closely and noticed that the disciples who used staves and fly whisks were also responsible for various chores around the temple and had less favorable living conditions. In contrast, the disciples who used swords only needed to focus on their training, and they were even more privileged to receive daily guidance from the master. The young Taoist secretly consulted the senior disciples and found that the sword disciples were also the quickest to achieve enlightenment and ascension. However, becoming a disciple of the sword group was no easy task. It required passing a rigorous examination by the master, and only those deemed to have the highest potential were given the opportunity. The young Taoist visited each senior disciple, noting down the questions the master had asked them in the past, and made thorough preparations. Eventually, he succeeded in his endeavor, winning first place. The master personally tied his hair into the top knot and bestowed upon him a sword. From the moment he joined the sword group, he woke up early every day to train under the supervision of the Beetle Commander. In the afternoons, he strengthened his chi under the master's guidance. Though life was monotonous and arduous, he was very content. After more than a decade of rigorous cultivation, the disciples of the sword group finally earned the master's approval. The master informed them that their skills were now proficient enough for them to enter the mountains for secluded meditation. They were fortunate enough that they could achieve their ascension. The Fly Whisk Taoist. The wide robe and crane cloak fluttered in the breeze. Why compare the righteous with the unrighteous, please? Praising virtues and merits distributes the sweet dream. Whisking dust and sweeping earth disrupts the serene theme. In the Petal Hall hamlet lived a Taoist. He had taken his vow last and was the youngest, and thus the Grandmaster doted on him. He, too, was glad to wait on the Grandmaster at all times. If the Grandmaster extended a hand, he served tea. If the Grandmaster lifted a foot, he removed his shoe. He swatted flies, fanned the breeze, made the bed, and tidied the covers quick and thorough in his duties. The Grandmaster favored him greatly. His fellow disciples burned with jealousy, but they couldn't stoop to such fawning. They could only speak ill of him behind his back and bully him to vent their ire. One day, the Grandmaster held a test to assess his disciples' learning. When it was the turn of the youngest, he decided to be lenient with him, and only asked him to recite a passage from the scripture of Tao Te Ching. The young disciple put on a smug face and chanted in a loud, clear voice, The Tao produced 1-1, produced 2-2, produced 3-3, produced all things. The other disciples had long awaited this moment, and their wish was finally granted. They roared with laughter and even stole glances at the Grandmaster to see his reaction. The Grandmaster, furious, stormed off in a huff. The disciples then warned the young one, "You've committed a grave blunder and incited his anger today. Don't dream of learning any solid skills from him now." After that incident, the Grandmaster shunned the youngest disciple, but then he had found no one to wait on him properly. Over time, he reminisced about the young disciple's attentiveness. Before long, the disciple was summoned to serve him again, but when he saw the disciple's disinterest in Taoist learning, his aversion returned. One day, the young disciple implored the Grandmaster to teach him some skills, and the Grandmaster took the fly-swatting, fan-waving motion the boy did each day and made them into a set of moves. Who knows if it was meant as sarcasm? In the end, he taught the boy those moves and wind-wielding techniques, and that was all the boy could ever hope for. Staff Taoist. Fairy mountains, cloud and waters are connected to the horizon, and home is nowhere to be seen. Holding a stick, I walk far into the dangerous nest and enjoy the white snow and yellow buds. See, that one doesn't rhyme at all. Long ago, a mountain village sat on a ridge teeming with insects. Strange things kept happening, so the villagers all moved out, leaving it a deserted village. In the village below lived a young man. His mother had died, and his father was a poor wastrel who had paid him no mind. The villagers looked down on him and often abused him. He felt he couldn't endure such disdain, so he fled to live in the abandoned village. Little did he know that the village was claimed by a swarm of insectguai. As soon as the young man reached the ridge, the Yaoguai seized him. He didn't fight back, as a deep-rooted death wish, stemming from a life without attachment, had long infested his heart. Seeing his resignation, the insect didn't harm him. Instead, they provided him shelter in a dilapidated shack. That night, a middle-aged Taoist brought him food and clothing. "I heard you have nowhere to go, so I brought you some things for daily use. If you don't mind, take me as your master and stay here. I can teach you the practice for ascensions." The youth hadn't been cared for in so long. He eagerly donned the Taoist robe and performed the rites to acknowledge his master. From then on, he lived and trained with the insectguai. They spent their days dining and walking together, and at night they slept side by side. One day, a scholar barged into the young man's room. "I just escaped from the Yaoguai's lair. They had me trapped in a cocoon sack, and I'm unsure of their intentions. I'm fleeing this place. You're human. You should come with me." The young man shook his head. "I'm content here. Why should I leave?" The scholar grew angry. "Because they're Yaoguai and you're human. Even if they don't harm you, staying with them long enough will turn you into a Yaoguai as well." "You're right," the young man said as he grabbed his staff and knocked the scholar to the ground. "But even if I turn into a Yaoguai, I'll do so gladly." The scholar deemed that the young man was past saving. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled out the door and fled alone. The snake herbalist. Pine, bamboo, plum grant him a blue hue. Yet hearts of jackals, tigers, and leopards he possesses true. Collecting herbs from mountains and streams, no desire to aid the world, lost in selfish dreams. In the old days, there was a Taoist temple at the foot of Purple Cloud Mountain. An ascetic Taoist nun, worn from her long travels, sought shelter there one night. The temple nuns, moved by her devotion, offered her hot water and fresh clothes. As he bathed, the nun heard a sound from the rafters. Without showing any sign of alarm, she put on her robe and nonchalantly picked up her fly whisk. Give me just a moment here, I'm sorry. Sorry, was just answering a text from my girlfriend. Here we go. With a gentle flick, the whisk stretched and coiled with her motions, snaking out to the rafters and seizing a Yaoguai. Alerted by the commotion, the temple nuns rushed into the room to investigate. On the ground crouched a snakeguai with green scales. Unfazed by its capture, it seemed the nuns had been its prior victims, now taking turns to scold it. The snakeguai looked at them with contempt and puffed out its cheeks to spew green venom in any direction. Anyone struck by even a drop collapsed at once, writhing in pain. As the guai had no remorse, the nun took out a wispy golden needle, prepared to destroy it. Only then did the snake show fear. Yeah, seriously. Imagine the audacity and the gall. Stopping story time just for the sake of that. How rude. Only then did the snake show fear. It pleaded at once. "I am a lesser herbalist quite from the mountain. In my basket outside is the antidote for them. Please, will you spare my life, immortal lady?" Hearing its sincere plea, the nun granted it mercy. The Gwai rummaged in its basket and handed her some small white pellets. "These are the leaves of the pearl tree. They're rare in the mortal world and can cure all venoms." It fed one to each of the Taoist nuns, and they recovered at once. After that, the temple always had a pearl tree on hand, and many afflicted by the venom came to seek aid here. But the high cost of the pearl tree meant many, unable to afford it, had to face the toxin's fatal outcome. The Snake Sheriff. A head so large, a tail so thin, 7 feet long, a pattern form, electric eyes, fierce and strong. With tiger stripes it boasts with pride, yet beneath its head a strange guise hides. In the mountain there was a tiger with a strong desire for the Tao. Hoping to become a disciple under an accomplished immortal, he traveled across high mountains and green rivers, seeking a Taoist temple. However, his Taoist affinity was thin, and he couldn't find a master willing to accept him until he reached the Web Ridge. I got a bad case of the Elmer Fudd's right now. At first, the immortal master disdained him for being a mere tiger, unlike his other disciples, and refused to meet him. The tiger knelt outside the mountain gate for several days without rising. The immortal master, sensing his sincerity, gave him a chance and accepted him as an outer disciple. Unexpectedly, the tiger had no steadfastness. After the initial fervor, he didn't put in the effort. The immortal master advised him,
"One's practice relies on oneself, not the master."
But the tiger couldn't grasp this and was punished to guard the mountain at the Forest of Felicity. Feeling resentful, the tiger became even lazier, spending his days lying idly under a tree and cursing his master to pass the time. One day, while half asleep under the tree, complaining about his master, he suddenly heard a soft sigh and felt something slip into his mouth. Startled, he sat up, but there was no one around. He retched for a long time but couldn't expel anything, thinking it was just a dream. After some time, the tiger's neck became long and thin, and he could no longer speak. He diligently patrolled the Forest of Ferocity every day, people whispering among themselves. He started his Taoist practice with enthusiasm, but it ended poorly. The master must have punished him, which is why he looks like this now. From now on, we'd best be careful. Worm Practitioner. Swallowing pills to hasten flight. In tainted streams he shares the blight. Better to seek the straight and true, than on the crooked path pursue. The disciples who practiced swordsmanship in the temple had been training under the master for a long time. Since joining the group, they all had harbored the wish to attain ascension, diligently practicing their skills with great perseverance. One day, the master finally informed his disciples that after years of rigorous training, their skills had become proficient. He told them that they could now follow him into the mountains for a secluded meditation. If they were fortunate, they would achieve ascensionism and become immortals. The disciples were overjoyed and eagerly packed their belongings to follow their master into the mountains. The master led them using a teleportation technique to a breathtakingly beautiful mountain. The mountain was rustling with golden leaves, presenting a scene of crisp, refreshing autumn weather. Ugh, paradise is what that sounds like. Can I go there too? At the mountain's peak, there was a hamlet where they set down their belongings. The master then led them along a path behind the hamlet to the summit. There, they saw strands of silk hanging in the air, with one end each suspended in the mountain mist and the other hanging high into the clouds, destination unknown. The master said,
"This is the celestial ladder to the immortal kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, your senior brother ascended to immortality from this very spot."
With that, he handed each of them a peculiar object of violet color and said,
"This is a pill to aid your ascension. Quickly, my disciples, consume it."
The disciples, filled with excitement, immediately swallowed the larva-like object. A few hesitated, only to see a terrifying and disgusting scene. The disciples that had taken the pill had transformed into flat-headed, fleshy worms. Horrified, they questioned their master, shaking. The master shook his head and sighed.
"When the opportunity arises, your courage fails, which makes you unfit to become immortals."
Before his sigh had ended, the disciples who had transformed into worms lunged at them. Yeah, exactly. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Or in this case, don't eat the leaf. Lush Leaf. Amid the lush leaves embrace freedom from dust of life's race. Branches side by side they stand, their pursuit as firm as land. Once a wealthy scion seeking the path of the immortals abandoned his family fortune and retreated to the mountains for solitary practice. Accustomed to being served, he struggled alone and often faltered in basic chores. One day, while washing clothes, his basin drifted away. He sat by the river and wailed aloud. Suddenly, from a rushing tree, a young and beautiful woman glided down to him. She landed before him, inquired about his plight, and consoled him, saying, "Your devotion has moved a spirit of these cypresses such as me. You have my aid." She would prepare his meals, launder his clothes, and always leave as silently as she came. Yet the boy's heart harbored other thoughts. He said to her, "Since you came for me so, why not join me in the practice of Taoist parents, and harmonize with yin and yang?" Enraged by his audacity, the woman sharply rebuked him. "Our practices take on different paths, and mine has been kept for a millennium. Why should I risk this practice because of you?" She left swiftly, but after many tearful pleas by the river, the boy was forgiven. However, within half a year, he broached her with a proposal again, persisting in his deluded fantasy. The woman, after pondering, said, "How can you speak of practicing yin and yang with me before you see my true form? Follow me, and you shall see." She led him deep into the woods and revealed a massive, gnarled cypress tree. She glided into its canopy and disappeared. The cypress let out a mighty roar and rose from the ground. With a flick of power, it summoned the surrounding shrubs. Together they encircled the boy, intending to teach him a lesson. Overcome by fear, he fled back to his home and abandoned his pursuit of Tao. The Revenant Stalwart. Endless toil, no rest in view. Joy of nature, never ours to pursue. Serving others, in vain we strive. Lamenting years, centuries alive. The stalwarts summoned from the otherworld by the Keeper were the lowest-ranking soldiers back then. With their daily duties to maintain the flow of the underworld, being sent to the mortal realm was akin to the days of a rest break from their relentless toil. One day, as they patrolled the Flaming Mountains, 4 stalwarts shared their stories. One pointed to the Vernus Valley and remarked,
"This lava here makes me think of my task back underground. Those who committed arson in life are sentenced to embrace searing hot copper pillars naked in our copper depth. We had to fuel the fire and scrape off burnt flesh once and again. If we had a firefall like here, it would surely make things easier."
Another added, "True, if those who broke families in life got to our iron depths, we plant an edge of the blade tree into their back and hang them on the tree. Our endless days spent sharpening the blades and trimming the tree. Sometimes the blade cuts through their flesh and they fall with wounds wide open. That's when we stitch them up, carry them from the ground, and hang them on the blade again. A giant iron ball like this one would make our jobs much simpler." The third one chimed in,
"You have it easy. Those who torture animals go to our bull depth. There they are trampled and gored by lava bulls. We must tend the bull, fit them with iron hooves, and sharpen their horns. The crushed corpses must be dug out occasionally, lest they clog the path for the bulls. A flaming cart would be a much better solution."
The last stalwart, gazing at the landscape of the Flaming Mountains, exclaimed, "This place is better than any of our depths, don't you see? This is the best depth with state-of-the-art torturing tools. I am now living in my dream." Hearing this, all his companions spat in disdain and left. The Revenant Archer. He who brings tales of fault and blame is often caught in the very same game. Trust not the one who seems most fair, and in their goodness, quote-unquote, be aware. In the southern camp of the kingdom of Yuetuo, Yuetuo. Man, that's weird. Chinese pronunciation's hard. Near the western side of the Flaming Mountains, a cook in the army was tasked with delivering food to the soldiers each and every day. During his routine, he often noticed a shadowy figure trailing him. When his courage led him to confront it, he discovered it was a pottery figurine, armed with an arrowless bow, a truly peculiar sight. It is known that only the guilty are hunted. The cook, assured of his clear conscience, demanded, "Why do you follow me?" The figurine, faceless yet speaking from within, replied, "In a past life, you were from the same town and served together in the army. I was wounded by an enemy arrow, and you abandoned me.
I was left to succumb to infection and die. My resentment prevented me from reincarnation, and Yama, king of the underworld, made me a revenant. I have now come for your life.
Puzzled, the cook asked, "Then why not kill me?" The figurine raised its bow, replying,
"This bow only shoots arrows of punishment. You have been reasonably upright this life, so I find no arrows to strike you. My only choice now is to linger aimlessly."
The cook asked if there was anything he could do to stop its wandering, but the figurine spat back,
"It was your fault. You should atone, not help me. Your debt will clear once you've recited Buddha's name for me 10,000 times and kneel to each. Then I may find peace."
Enraged by such an entitlement, the cook argued, "You fall in enemy hands wasn't my arrow. Your failure to evade wasn't my push. Leaving you was a choice, not a crime. Why blame me?" With that, he smashed the pottery figurine with his metal lid. The figurine shattered and turned to dust in the wind. Alas, even ghosts dread violence. Reflecting in one's actions is essential, and kindness is a virtue. But beware of being exploited for your own good heart, lest the accused become the accuser. I like that. That's a good lesson. Lava Bull Revenant. High and mighty in the finest attire, yet a twist of fate from life to mire. The underworld trials are no mere lore. They know it all when they see your core. Sorry, was answering the girlfriend again. I know, how dare I? Shock, awe, gasp. In the kingdom of pure joy, there was an official of high standing, a skeptic of spirits and deities. His path to power was paved with the lives of many. As age and illness beset him, he found himself bedridden. In a feverish sleep, he dreamt of two bull-headed Gwai emerging from blazing flames. Standing upright in armor, they declared they were to take him to the underworld for trial and urged him to settle his affairs with the living. Startled awake and realizing the gravity of his past wrongdoings, the official hastily told his family to gather the monks and Taoists to perform rituals in the house. He dispelled his wealth through acts of charity, feeding the poor, donating to the temples, and gilding Buddha statues. All the rituals and charity were done in the hope of sparing him from the tormentors of the underworld. His deeds stirred the city. Praising for his generosity echoed in the streets. Then came another dream. The bull Gwais, scroll in hand, came to claim his soul. He protested, "I've done much good recently. Surely it offsets my past wrongs." One Gwai explained,
"True, you've done something good, but that was after you falsely accused the righteous. How you betrayed your peers, how you extorted the peasants, and how you plundered for your wealth. For those, Yama still awaits your trial, and to the underworld you must go." The other Gwai sneered, "Good deeds are good, but evil deeds are still evil. Your end as a greedy official is sealed." With that, they shackled his soul with iron chains and dragged him into the flames, leading him towards the underworld. That very night, the official died in agony and fear, eyes bulging wide, losing control of his bowels. The Revenant Charbone. Seek not with greed what life can give. By harming others, how can one live? Evil deeds their judgment due. In the netherworld, their fate they rue. Again, I like that. In the kingdom of pure joy, there dwelled a high official from the lineage of glory. His father, a beacon of honor and privilege, had passed away recently. Not long after, the official himself met a sudden death. His soul, bewildered, found itself in the depths of the underworld, surrounded by a terrifying sight. He came to a halt before a colossal stone gate and peered inside. There, he saw charred corpses on their knees, twisted and shrunken from relentless flames, their faces erased under chains and shackles. Among them, one scorched figure struggled to rise, shouting, "Shirong, my son! It's me, your father!"
Better, the official's childhood name resonated with truth. He hastily asked, "Father, why are you here? I held so many rituals made for your passage." The charred spirit yelled, "They're futile. Virtues in life bring fortune in the next, but wrongdoings must be paid now. My misdeeds caused many deaths, and Yama condemned me to the ceaseless depths, to burn eternally. My son, do not follow my path." Then 5 more charred spirits emerged, his ancestors going back to his great-great-grandfather, all echoing the same warning. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew, and the stone gate slammed shut. The official awoke back among the living. For a time, he lived modestly, yet the hardships of simplicity soon wore him down. Convincing himself that it was nothing more than a dream, he slipped back into his lavish ways. The Revenant Char Face. Time gallops like a horse so fair, here and there seemingly without care. Past flow like water in its course, dreams buried deep without remorse. The gates of the City of Injustice are guided by the Charface. Unlike Soul Reapers, they wield blades of karmic fire, burning lost souls to ash, hence their perpetually smoking visage. One day, 2 Charfaces at the gate caught a soul trying to sneak out. As one raised his flaming blade to strike, the desperate soul pleaded, "Spare me, kind sirs. Should I revive, I'll burn 10 houses of paper ingots in your honor." The other Charface restrained his companion and proposed, "Let's have a wager then. If you win, you go free, and if you lose, blame your own luck." The soul asked, "What would be the wager?" He then asked, "If half the souls entering the city today wish to return to life like you win." With that, he handed over a paper and ink and tasked the souls with recording the names and earthly obsessions of the newly deceased. As the gate closed for the day, the souls hurried to the Charfaces and declared, "I've won! I've won indeed!" The Charface presented the list to the Gatemaster, who found that it matched perfectly in both number and name, and even included details the deceased themselves hadn't revealed. Satisfied, the Gatemaster held the soul in high guard, generously rewarding him, and said, "I know you seek to leave the city, but the gates are shut for today. Perhaps you should come again tomorrow." Months passed with the soul returning daily, and each day a similar bet was made. Over time, the soul ceased longing for return to life and took up a role as a scribe under the Gatemaster. Alas, it makes one wonder, should we look ahead and accept whatever future awaits us, or stay committed to steadfast goals? Perhaps there is no right answer. What matters is the willingness to make your choice. Again, really nice little lesson there. See, it's not all bad, Sero. We're getting a couple of really nice Chinese proverbs in here. In flames they leap and kiss the sky, down to earth their fiery flight. Forged in flames they rise once more, braving trials for powers pure. Flaming Mountain harbors numerous caves, yet most were filled with flowing lava, unfit for dwelling or practice. Finding a cool cavern was a prized rarity. However, as the depth flyers in the mountains, the lesser Bakwai often discovered comfortable caves in sheer cliffs. Unfortunately, the larger Gwai followed suit and claimed these caves for themselves. Angered by constant displacement, the bats were resolute in moving to Furnace Valley, a place of towering firefalls and rivers of molten rock. No other Gwai would dare to venture there, and all advised them to leave. The bats, undeterred, dismissed their warnings and retorted, "We can never secure a comfortable place hideout when you are around. That's why we've chosen the most dangerous and treacherous place in our spiritual practice here. It's a matter of life or death. We're done being victims and pushed around." Fortune favored their resolve and rewarded their practice. Though the scorching lava burnt them time and again, it forged their fiery skin, and dodging the spewing magma honed their agility. Alas, no path in life is set. While well-trodden roads may offer smoother travel, striking out anew invites trial and desertion. Yet, the fruits of such journeys are unequally gratifying. Sorry about that. Bull Sergeant. Neath fiery peaks in robes so fine, guarding jade doors with gold radiant shine. Tangled in these worldly gains, all splendor fades, like dust it wanes. Through the ages, those seeking rain from the plantain fan often presented gifts and tributes. As the chief guard in Rakshasi's court, the bull sergeant was in charge of collecting the offerings. The quality of the tributes greatly affected the well-being of the mountain Yaoguais throughout the years. Thus, the bull sergeant always schemed to influence the tributes towards his own preferences. One day, leaning on the doorframe and sighing deeply, he noticed the smoke from his nose resembled his favorite roast chicken and devised a plan. He told all the tribute bearers that the shape of the smoke rising from the flaming mountains at dusk indicated what the plantain fan desired as an offering. Believing this to be a divine sign, the people, despite their hardships, started contributing exactly as the smoke suggested. The bull sergeant received many of his desired items and reveled in a contented life. However, over time, this led to growing discontent among the villagers toward Rakshasi and her reigns. One day, Lady Rakshasi had to leave for a lecture by Lord Lao in the Celestial Court, and was unable to bring rain to the people. In panic, the bull sergeant confessed his wrongdoings and begged for her forgiveness. It turned out she never required any tributes. She naturally provided rain to the villagers through the seasons for planting and growing. The whole tribute scheme was a fabrication. Lady Rakshasi didn't punish the bull sergeant, but ordered him to return the goods and tell the truth. But they refused to take back their offerings. Instead, they urged the sergeant to convince the plantain fan for more rain. Caught between the villagers and the lady, the sergeant ended up berated by both sides. The bull scorned by all. The bull soldier, strong of body, skilled in fight, shield and spear a valorous sight, heart ablaze with fervent zeal, love's disdain, the pain he feels. 3 centuries ago, when the Bull King still graced the Celestial Court and Red Boy practiced under Guan Yin, peace reigned over the Flaming Mountains. One day, Bushy Beast promoted a captain among the Bull soldiers, and the captain moved into the night duty chamber of the Rakshasa Palace to accommodate his increased responsibilities. He occupied the adjoining room for rest and the main west chamber for hosting guests. One morning, he found the guest room had been tidily arranged overnight. Dustless furniture, washed fruits on plates, and freshly brewed tea. Perplexed, he thought of the furry celestial maidens serving the lady and the fox maidens attending the king's daughter. Recalling how the other guards often teased him for being more handsome than the rest, now, as a new captain, he couldn't help but feel elated. Surely there must be a secret admirer. For over a month, this mysterious, kind-hearted maiden visited nightly, yet never revealed herself. Growing impatient, the captain resolved to wait outside the chamber one night. Around the 4th watch, he heard heavy steps, quite unlike the gentle maidens, furred or fox. Regardless, he lunged at the figure as soon as the door opened and secured a tight hold on it. The figure was a muscular, sturdy, too large for his arms. Muffled grunts followed, and the voice of the bull sergeant emerged.
I like things tidy, and your room is always messy. That's why I cleaned it up after my nightly duties. You don't have to act so grateful.
The Bull Sergeant. In remote corners, evil shows its face, yet the good seeks the divine's embrace. Evil's end is found in fire's relentless glow, while the good is shielded, be it high or low. In a village beneath Flaming Mountain, the impoverished residents subsisted solely on rice cakes and wore nothing but coarse linen cloths. Rice cakes are so good. To appease the Yaogwai in the mountain for rain, they had a grim custom, sending elders over 60 as offerings. Old Shu, a Taoist aspiring in his youth, only grew stronger with age, and his vitality hinted at a long life. Yet on his 60th birthday, in the midst of a lavish celebration, the villagers placed him on a ceremonial altar and carried him to a stone temple in the mountains to be sacrificed. Confined to the temple, old Shu grew weak from hunger and thirst. At the brink of death, the temple doors swung open and 2 enormous figures emerged.
Another old one
of them said, and the other followed.
He's still breathing. Go, let's check on him.
He was then approached by 2 Bulgwai clad in armor, each wielding a pair of hammers. Frozen in fear, he remained voiceless. However, the Gwai, instead of harming him, handed him a sack of water and shared their dried food. They then instructed him,
leave the temple and follow the path marked by bamboo stakes to find the main road. From there, the west leads to the kingdom of sacrifice, and the east to the kingdom of woman. Choose your way.
Recovering his senses, old Shu asked why they spared him. One of the Gwai replied,
you mortals underestimate us. If we were to feast on humans, we wouldn't choose the elderly. Our lady has often sent the old back, but everyone she sent back ended up murdered. Now we guide you old ones to seek life elsewhere. Eat quickly and be on your way.
With that, the Bulgwai left Old Shu alone and resumed their patrol with their hammers swinging. Searing fire. Eternal life a simple dream, true ascent a distant gleam. The world seeks shortcuts, lost in their quest. With countless sacrifices, they never rest. Outside the walls of the Kingdom of Sacrifice, atop the mountains, stood the Fume Fire Temple. Renowned for its ability to reform wayward youths from fallen households, the temple was spoken highly of for guiding lost souls towards righteous paths. This tale, as told by a landowner, is about one such disciple, Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun was a vagabond. He beguiled guests of brothels into lavish spending, and one of his patrons turned out to be the landowner Wang's son. He soon found himself pursued by the authorities and facing trial against Wang. A Taoist from the Fume Fire Temple happened upon him and offered sanctuary. From that point forward, Zhao Sun immersed himself in the pursuit of wisdom, practiced diligently, and dutifully undertook his tasks assigned by his master. One day, when he descended the mountain on an errand, he came across Mei Niang, a concubine being mistreated by the wife of the household during their journey to the temple. Without hesitation, Zhao Sun intervened, rescuing Mei Niang, and brought her to the temple to shield her from the cruelty of that family. With nowhere else to turn, Mei Niang was welcomed into the temple by the master and became a disciple. Filled with gratitude for Zhou-an saving her life, she tended to the temple's chores. Over time, she repeatedly sought to become Zhou Sun's spiritual partner, yet her advances were always rebutted. Years later, having made significant spiritual progress, Zhao Sun underwent an ascension ceremony organized by his master, with Mei Niang invited as a witness. They were taken to a mountain peak with a river of fire flowing down. Zhao Sun received a talisman from his master and courageously leapt into the flames. Filled with a longing to practice alongside him, Mei Niang followed suit amidst cheers and blessings. As the smoke rose, they were reborn from the blazing flames as the eternal guardians of the river of lava. Thus, in the fiery embrace, they found immortality and everlasting life, forever part of the river's endless flow. Scorching fire. Ignorance ignites a fool's fire, daily anguish in a somber mire. Enduring a life of ceaseless pain, they yearn for death, not celestial gain. Legend has it that during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, an official of pottery named Ningfeng Ji, man, some of these names are tough, learned the art of fire with 5 colored fumes from the immortals, and tried to ascend by roasting himself over the flames. Some say he achieved ascension, others claimed he burned himself to death. No one knows the truth. The tale we have here is recounted by a runaway disciple from Fume Fire Temple in the Kingdom of Sacrifice, a place rooted in the art of the 5-colored fume fire. The master of the disciple served as the abbot of the temple. One day, the disciple accompanied his master for some liquor in town, and they came across a fugitive pursued by the officers. As the temple was short on help, and the fugitive was a wealthy one, they offered him shelter. This man, Zhao Sun, was a mere wastrel and lured patrons of brothels into extravagant spending. The temple had already been home to various robbers and bandits, and it proved to be a corrupting influence on Zhao Sun. In the company of fellow criminals every day, he soon became 10 times more villainous than before. One day, Zhao Sun set off to rob travelers to fund his own lavish lifestyle. He targeted a wealthy family returning from their monthly worship, and in an act driven by greed and lust, he abducted the family's concubine, Mei Niang. Imprisoned within the temple walls, Mei Niang endured daily chores and beatings. Despite her deep resentment towards Zhao Sun, she was powerless against his violence. She could only grit her teeth and bide her time, hoping for an escape. Years later, a ceremony for ascension was announced in the temple. The disciple who tells the story was tasked with escorting Mei Niang to the event. Held atop a high cliff overlooking a river of lava, Zhao Sun was already prepared to leap into the fire for ascension with a talisman from his master. He insisted Mei Niang accompany him. Amidst the frenzied cheers of followers and the terrified cries of Mei Niang, the disciple pushed the girl off the cliff as ordered. Charred in the lava, their bodies swelled grotesquely as the lava, guided by the talisman, seeped into their skulls. The distorted new form staggered up, writhing in agony, and ran towards the depths of the Black Mountain. Witnessing this horrifying transformation, the disciple renounced his belief in the temple's teachings, no matter how vehemently the master rationalized it as a transcendent metamorphosis. Ah, interesting. We got 2 different sides of a story there. One as something like rather good, and one as not so great. Give me just a moment here. I will be right back. All this reading is making me thirsty, so I'm going to go and grab myself some water. And I'm back. Whew. Yeah, I sure do, especially with all this reading I'm probably going to be doing tonight. This has been over an hour of reading so far. Alright, let's see here. Oh, give me a minute. I don't know how the temperature is out by you right now, Sarah, but it is so hot here where I live. Like, oh my god, this heat wave this summer has been terrible. I could be. I enjoy actually reading to people. It makes me happy. It's fun. Amidst joy, a gentle spirit gleams. In anger, darkness sows its schemes. Beneath the earth, a silent foe. Flames within, slyly aglow. You guys have had really hot weather too, huh? I am sorry to hear that, Sero. This is not fun. Oop. Ancient texts speak of the flame ore, bearing a resemblance to cinnabar ore but being non-toxic and more potent for pill refinement. Its sought-after properties for enhancing both yin and yang energies attract many pill crafters, yet this rare substance of the mountain spirit remains elusive and priceless. Then there was Chen Ming, a man obsessed with oddities, scorned by his family for his poverty. Learning that flame ore were formed within the flamelings, he set out to profit from it. Selling all he had, he plunged into the mountains, fixated on capturing a flameling. Days turned to weeks with no news, save that his makeshift shelter mysteriously burned down. Raging at his misfortune, he saw a large red worm emerging from the ground before him, half buried, half exposed, with the innocent face of a child, much like the disciple of Guan Yin. Startled by Chang Ming's fury, it wept. Chang Ming shouted to scare and silence it, but it only angered the flameling, who swiftly burrowed away. It was only then that Chang Ming realized that it was a flameling. He leapt about, hoping to lure it out again. Finally, the Guai, annoyed perhaps, burrowed out and struck him with a fireball. The cloth and skin of Chang Ming caught fire, and he rolled on the ground in pain and despair. He broke down in tears, realizing that he couldn't seize the flame ore by himself. Then, amused and curious, the flameling drew near him. For this one time, Chang Ming chose to be brutal and resolute. He smashed its head with a rock until it was completely shattered. Chang Ming continued his merciless act and harvested plenty of flame ore, but he kept his method a secret. His growing sales of the ore eventually earned him fame as a renowned medicine gatherer far and wide. Ugh. Oh, the tenor. That's what this thing is called. Within gloom the monkeys roam, far away from their lauded home, ensnared in traps as troubles brew, in revenge's journey, what cause, what's due? Centuries ago, the troops of the court raised Mount Huoguao once more. Upon hearing of the great sage's death, many monkeys left their home in sorrow and began searching for new sanctuaries for their practice. Given the great sage's past association with the Bull King, many sought his protection at the Flaming Mountains. The Bull King hated monkeys, as the great sage had betrayed him, yet he offered shelter to those distressed refugees. But life in the Flaming Mountains was harsh, afflicted with scorching heat and requiring frequent harassment from the other Yao Guai. Fortunately, the keeper of the land treated them kindly, providing food and support, and earned the trust of the monkeys. Soon, however, a plague struck. The monkeys' fur began to fall out, their skin festered with sores, and large black boils, horrifying and infectious, sprouted on their backs. The plague spread rapidly, leaving many in such agony that death seemed a preferable fate. The macaque chief, their leader, ordered the infected to be cast into the scorching furnace valley to fend for themselves there. Abandoned and dying, these monkeys cursed their former kin. As death neared, the keeper came and saved them with astonishing cures. In weeks, their skin healed. In months, their boils burst and revealed dark wings. The keeper taught them to fly, accepted their loyalty, and enlisted them as 10th-ranked minions, named the Tenors. Their first task was to purge the camp of the macaque chief. Ruthlessly, they slaughtered their kin, sparing only the cunning macaque chief, who managed to escape to an unknown fate. Well, I know what happened to him. Earth Rakshasa. Round eyes that gleam so bright, a body drenched in blood's light, with a 7-treasure hat adorned, a sincere heart, though face is scorned. The Earth Rakshasa, descendants of the Sea Rakshasa, born during their exile. Due to the different will of their new home, they did not grow to the enormous size of their ancestors. Despite this, their loyalty to Princess Rakshasi remained as steadfast as that of their forebears. They strictly adhered to the precepts set by Rakshasi, diligently practicing their arts and shedding many of their old vices. There were many tales about the Rakshasa being fond of eating human flesh, which was why villagers near the Flaming Mountain often sent their elderly to the stone temple as an offering. In truth, the Rakshasa of the Flaming Mountains did not eat humans. On the contrary, because their immense strength could easily harm a mortal, Rakshasi gave them specially crafted heavy shields and instructed them to focus more on defense than attack. However, if pushed to their limits, they would still unleash their fire-breathing abilities. Even though the Earth Rakshasa had many changes, people still screamed and fled in terror at the sight of their fearsome appearance. But from the perspective of the Earth Rakshasa, weren't those screaming mortals just as terrifying? The Sea Rakshasa. My land is harsh and my looks stern, yet at their scorn I never turn. True valor looks not on the skin, I should have known who is my kin. Lore tells of the great kingdom of the Rakshasa beyond the western sea, where the Sea Rakshasa call their home. Renowned for their peculiar features, they differ starkly from those on land. One year, sea Yaogwai were reported troubling a temple by the sea. The princess of the kingdom was tasked with the expulsion of the Yaogwai. A devout practitioner of Buddhism with formidable power, she dismissed her entourage and resolved to confront the Yaogwai alone. As she recited scriptures loudly in the temple at night, she saw several towering figures kneel at the door, grotesque in form, lumpy heads, twisted mouths, 3-holed noses, and eyes upon their foreheads. Startled by their hideousness, the princess fell to the ground in fright. The figures, too, pointed at her face, screaming in terror, and hastily fled. Intrigued by their reactions, she called out to them. The fear that drove them to run was quelled only when the princess resumed her chanting. They cautiously returned and conversed with her, after which she learned that they were sea Rakshasa seeking spiritual practice. The princess welcomed them in. To avoid alarming the people, she fashioned them gold gem-studded masks. Soon, the Rakshasa king granted them massive shields and appointed them as the royal guards of the princess. Hundreds of years later, after the kingdom of the Rakshasa fell, the Sea Rakshasa escorted the princess eastward to the Flaming Mountains. Faced with hardship, they learned to consume fire to better protect their princess, which turned their blue skin crimson. Now they reside in the river of lava, mastering the tides of flame in the mountains. The princess, long past her prime, finds solace in the unwavering loyalty of her guards, who value her heart over her faded beauty. Flame Rhino Master, towering horn, a crown so rare, in simple guard a presence fair, simple garb. To the kind man it shows its thanks, wishing him joy in life's ranks. Alright, in the ancient kingdom of Dharvavati, rhinoceros were widely raised and adored. Once, during a rhino hunt, the king shot a pregnant female. As she lay dying, she birthed the calf. Amused, the king took the young rhino back to the royal gardens. Haunted by its mother's death, the rhino feared the palace folk. At the mere sight of them, it would flee in terror, prompting the courtiers to chase after it for sport, whip in hand. It wasn't until its horn grew sharp enough that the rhino found its chance to avenge its mother. It gored a courtier during its chase. The king, enraged, called for a butcher to slay the beast, but the butcher, moved by pity, smeared dog blood on the rhino to feign its death and smuggled it out of the palace. Kept it hidden among his own rhinos, he nurtured it with prize wheat and lived with it for years. One night, the butcher dreamt of the rhino speaking.
I was destined to transcend my form and become a Yaogwai in this life, but your kindness calls for a reward, and I am willing to sacrifice this future to repay you. Tomorrow is when your life will end, and all my years left I give you. My horn will be on your table. When you pass, have your wife burn it. If it burns completely, you shall live again.
The next day, the butcher found the horn but no sign of the rhino. He told his wife what to do and soon breathed his last. Following his instructions, his wife burned the horn for 49 days and nights. Astonishingly, the butcher was resurrected, yet he was different. He had grown a long rhino horn and his skin turned blue. Years later, still youthful after his wife had passed, he became a disciple of Princess Rakshasi and was revered as the Rhino Master. Bull Governor. The old bull's halberd tip gleams, karmic flames scorch his shoulder seams, guiding soul through life's end, toil endlessly in the mortal land. In bygone days, a young boy hid in a neighbor's storeroom to play with fire. Accidentally, he ignited the items inside. Fearing punishment, he attempted to extinguish the flames himself, but they quickly grew out of control. The entire storeroom was consumed, and tragically, the boy perished within the blaze. His death left behind a great calamity. The neighbors demanded compensation for the lost items from his parents, while his parents demanded compensation for their son's life. The argument raged on, and even on the 7th day after the boy's death, the day that his soul should be fetched, no resolution was reached. With the ritual at the funerals disrupted, and the bullhead and horseface, the soul fetchers, refused to escort his soul. Seeing his subordinates reluctant, the bull governor decided to escort the boy himself. As they approached the boy's home, they heard the sounds of his parents quarreling with the neighbor. Entering the courtyard, they saw the boy's parents accusing, "Our son died in your storeroom. Who knows if he stumbled upon some illicit activity and was silenced?" The neighbor retorted, "Our storeroom had valuable items. Your son must have had thieving intentions causing the fire. You must compensate us." Their heated dispute eventually ended in violence. The bull governor asked the boy, "Did you ever foresee this outcome?" The boy, filled with regret, wept bitterly. The bull governor, in his compassion, said, "Enough! Such chaos on a soul-fetching day is disrespectful." With that, flames erupted from his shoulders, and he struck an old tree in the courtyard with his halberd, setting it ablaze. The tree was charred black, and only then did the quarreling crowd remember that it was soul-fetching day. In a panic, they all fled the courtyard. Oh, thank God I'm almost done, at least with these. I've still got a lot more to go, but we're almost at least at the end of this one. The Eagle Soldier. Immortal and mortal, all shrouded in haze. Trials they must pass through life's winding maze. How many find wisdom, break free from the chain, escaping the cycle of suffering and pain? 3 men died on the same day, and their souls met in the underworld. Kneeling before the judge pointed to one soul and said, "In life you were a thief, robbing and injuring others, bullying the innocent. Now I sentence you to the mountain of knives to atone for your sin." The man wailed, "My kins burned gold and silver paper ingots for me, and they could fill 10 storerooms. If you show mercy, all that wealth is yours." The judge remained unmoved, flicked his sleeve, and had the underworld soldiers take him away. The judge pointed to the second soul and said, "You shall be reborn as a human." The soul protested, I diligently practiced Buddhism, did many good deeds, and never harmed any living being. Why must I endure the suffering of reincarnation?" The judge replied, a human may see 100 springs, but the grass only knows only one. Being reborn as a human is already a privilege. Do you wish to be reborn as a beast? The soul was displeased and said, "Life as a human is arduous. I practice Buddhism, and it should grant me an escape." The judge snorted coldly. "Today, Buddhivasta... oh, good lord. Kasichigarba, I believe is how I say that. Goodness, that's a mouthful. Today, Buddhivasa Kasichigarba is not here. Whether you escape or not is not up to you." He flicked his sleeve and the underworld soldiers took him away. Finally, the judge pointed to the last soul and said, "In life, you stole mind cores and made pills with harmed lives. Now I sentence you to the pool of blood to cleanse your sins before you can reincarnate." Just as he was about to have the underworld soldiers take him away, a celestial captain in golden armor flashed into the hall, threw a military order on the table, and said, "He has attained profound enlightenment. This is a summons from the celestial court. The admiral has sent me to escort him to become a celestial soldier." Hearing this, the soul was overjoyed and quickly followed the celestial general out. The Hound Soldier. Bright helm with shining armor paired, golden spear with carvings flared. With the universe's mystic power grand, all is cleansed in the sacred land. The story continues with the soul that escaped the underworld, now ascending to the upper realm. Filled with excitement, he follows the celestial captain through the alley and corridors, eventually arriving at the armory. The captain said, "These are the Chubai armor, unmatched in the mortal world. He then selected a set and handed it to the soul. They proceeded to the side hall, but instead of entering the main hall, they went to a side chamber where a minor official handed them a contract, instructing the soul to sign and seal it. The minor official indifferently warned, "By signing this contract, you agree to serve the celestial court forever, with no chance of reincarnation." The soul, glancing around at the grandeur of the palace and the elegance of the celestial beings, signed and sealed the contract immediately. The celestial captain then led his soul to the Tushita Palace. Again, they did not enter the main hall, but turned through a corridor to a massive tower at the back. Thick black smoke billowed from the top, and many soldiers waited outside, holding armor, ready to enter. As the soul stepped inside, he felt the scorching heat. Numerous furnaces blazed with fierce flames, and a giant cauldron hung above, melting copper and iron. A Taoist boy with a fan approached, smiling, "Celestial soldiers, heed my plea. Your flesh is gone, your soul must be. Bound to armor, fierce and bold, in battles fought, be brave yet hold. For if you falter, heed this call, your very soul shall perish. Fall." With that, the boy pushed the soul into the mold, arranged the armor pieces, and still bewildered, the soul saw the giant cauldron tilt above him, pouring boiling molten metal. His piercing screams echoed through the tower. The mighty general, like thunderclouds, descending with lightning to mortal crowds. In battles fierce with both sides contend, life was hard, and hardship transcends. The newly forged soul, having barely accustomed to his armor yet, heard that the Jade Emperor, in his fury, had dispatched 100,000 celestial soldiers to descend and subdue the Yaoguai. Fearing that he was not yet skilled with his weapon, the celestial captain gave him an iron bow and instructed him to stay in the rear and shoot arrows. Descending to the mortal realm with the others, he saw banners flying and weapons gleaming. 18 celestial nets covered the mountains, and it seemed like all celestial beings, be their constellation officers or admirals, had come to surround the area tight. The battle raged with relentless fury. Sand and stones whirled through the air. The sky and earth darkened as dust and debris filled the universe. The newly recruited celestial soldier had barely fought when a powerful force stunned him. When he awoke, he found himself in the front of the tower behind the Tushita Palace corridor. 2 Taoist boys were carrying him inside. A Taoist boy greeted him with a smile. "Luckily your armor isn't ruined, or you couldn't have been healed." As he spoke, the boy pushed him into a mold, rearranged the armor pieces, and poured the boiling metal over him again. Emerging from the quenching pool, a lightning flash sent him back to the battlefield. Dazed and still in pain, the new soldier stood on the battlefield, unsure of which celestial deity had struck him again with a golden wave, and he found himself, once again, in the Tushita Palace Tower. After that, he was burned, drowned, shocked, but each time his armor remained whole. Hence he was reforged and sent back to the battlefield again. Unbearable! He grabbed a weapon from the ground, finally resolving that he could not suffer alone. Rebelling against the celestial court seemed to be the only way out. The captain of the court. Immortal rights bestow eternal life, a body forged in steel, free from strife. Though sorrow lingers, pain remains, in cycles of rebirth, truth regains. Continuing from the previous story, the soul had been a celestial soldier for 1,000 years and had risen through the ranks to become a captain of the court. Despite his promotion, he felt lost and uncertain. In life, he had not attained enlightenment, and as a celestial soldier, the highest rank he could achieve was that of a captain. Many former celestial captains, in an attempt to change their fate, had fled to the mortal realm, only to be hunted down and killed, their souls dissipating with no chance of reincarnation. This time, upon hearing of the upheaval of Mount Huoguao, the celestial court dispatched celestial soldiers to the mortal realm. Missing 1 head count, the celestial captain received orders to select a soul from the underworld. He approached the judge and saw 3 kneeling souls. He chose the one who had practiced Taoism and brought him out of the underworld. The soul, seeing the celestial captain's gleaming armor and the cold edge of his blade, an intricately carved shield of solid iron, was excited. The celestial captain paused and asked something he wasn't supposed to. "If you come with me today, you will have no chance of reincarnation. As a deity, the highest rank you will achieve is my position. Are you still willing to go?" The soul replied, yes, I am willing. I don't know if there will be any other opportunities in reincarnation. I might go through countless cycles of rebirth only to suffer even more. Knowing that the soul would not change his mind, the celestial captain had to take him to the upper realm. That was only half of all 90 of those. It's a good thing I did at least half of them as I was playing. But I'm not done. I got way more to do. Now we're on to the Yaoguai Chiefs. Alright, now where did I leave off with these? Okay. It was here. Captain Lotus Vision. All things are by nature void. There is no wax or wane. For pride and arrogance, your golden form is shattered. From the rift shines Buddha's light, majestic and boundless. With the glaring rays flashing, startling, breaking, you forgot the teachings and fall into the false. You are alone, isolated, crippled, dancing, prancing, like a deity or a ghost, no less. Here the wise go mad, the brave turn bad, the kind face duress. Tainted by worldly dust, your practice is in a mess. May your body enlighten the world and quell your proud and overbearing, mingling light and darkness. Captain Void Illusion, contemplating the myriad forms, returning to the essence of nature. With arrogance ablaze, his limbs torn, you boasted of truth, 1,000 hands adorn. Yet the void illusion deceived and beguiled, mourned and lamented, your spirit defiled. With bonds severed, in nirvana you were exiled. In silence, in solitude, in tranquility, how pitiful it was to face death in clarity. Detached from bitterness and pain, blessed your flesh, and blood through resentment shall remain. May you cease the debate of falsehood and truth, as the tide rises, cleansing with its mighty soothe. Captain Kalpa Wave, within a flick of a finger. You too, Sarah. Thanks for stopping in. Glad you enjoyed story time. You take care of yourself, alright, my man? Say hello to Aradia and the little lady for me. Where was I? Alright. Within a flicker of a finger, lotus flowers bloom and wither. Here we go. Thought yourself mighty, yet ended up headless. From your blood and pus, lotus flowers bloom restless. Coaxed, enticed, and stabbed by the words of auspiciousness, you link to Buddha's wisdom severed, your mind lost in incense dust, breathless. The truest of truth, the kindest in kindness, and the fairest in fairness, you sought and lost. Principles shattered, head twisted, and body crossed. Tenderness forsaken you, your uprights exhaust, eyes clouded, stars dimmed in frost. May your body bring prosperity, and the red lotus thrive in hostility. Sorry about that. Where were we? I think I read the Apramana Bat before. Yes, I did. This was one of the very few that I actually read with this one. Long Ligu Long. Unafraid of the northern chill, with skin like jade it loves the thrill. Mist turned to frost and snow. In icy play its spirits grow. Picking up from where we left off, the Taoist who had fled into disgrace spent several years in secluded meditation in the mountains, mastering the Five Thunder technique until he could wield it with perfect ease. Confident in his abilities, he set out once more. During his journey, he captured a small electric tadpole and confined it within his gourd. As he passed through the snowy mountain, the tadpole began to stir relentlessly inside the gourd, signaling the presence of a frog guai nearby. Following the signal, he arrived at a deep icy pool in a valley, and indeed found a giant frog, covered in frost and laying dormant by the shore. Without hesitation, the Taoist unleashed a thunderbolt at the frog, expecting it to be struck down instantly. To his surprise, the frog leapt high into the air and dodged the attack. Unperturbed, the Taoist cast another thunderbolt, but the frog evaded it again, hopping closer with each leap. Learning from the past, the Taoist retreated several steps, thinking himself clever. However, to his surprise, the frog stood on its hind legs, puffed out its chest, lunged forward, and knocked the Taoist off balance with its large belly. As he prepared to strike back, the frog opened its mouth and blew a gust of icy wind, freezing him in place. Just as the frog was about to devour him, a group of monks appeared from the other side of the pool. Seeing the Taoist frozen there, they drove the frog away, narrowly saving his life. The old ginseng guai scatters o'er the mountain's crest, rich soil births, dews of the best. 7 ounces common, 8 ounces rare, a slight difference, fortunes lay bare. This story was told by a pharmacist in the city, and it concerns a secret about his cousin's family. The cousin's ancestors were originally ginseng gatherers in the mountains. For some unknown reason, they abandoned their craft and became woodcutters. Though the family was not wealthy, everyone lived long lives. From a young age, the cousin often saw a shabby, unkempt old man visiting their home. Whenever he came, the family would prepare a lavish meal and fine wine for him to enjoy alone. At the time, the cousin despised the old man, thinking he was a freeloading drunkard who seldom spoke and often caused trouble when he drank. One day, the old man visited again for a drink while the cousin's great-grandmother fell gravely ill with typhoid fever, seemingly on the brink of death. Upon hearing her critical condition, the old man went into the courtyard, reached into the ground with both hands, and out crawled numerous vines. Among the vines grew a small seedling that quickly matured, blossomed, and bore fruit. The old man pulled it out, revealing a millennium ginseng. After the great-grandmother drank the ginseng soup, she miraculously recovered and remains healthy even to this day. It was on that day that the cousin seemed to come to a realization and began to treat the old man with great respect, as if he were a member of the family. The cousin once invited the pharmacist to move to the mountains and live with him, but the pharmacist flatly refused. The pharmacist explained, "Although your family enjoys longevity, they live on bland meals every day, and life in deep mountains are too lonely. I still prefer to live in the city, hence I cannot go with you." Just take the story as a fun little anecdote. Here we go. Non-white. A jester's face with powder white, a cunning form both sly and slight, boldly play the leading role, yet remain an actor lost in the whole. In the village of Tuluo, there was a small opera troupe of about a dozen members. Watching their performance was considered the most luxurious entertainment within miles. Among the troupe was an actor who specialized in playing the jester. He always painted his face white, and the villagers would snicker whenever they saw him. The jester was deeply frustrated. Since childhood, he had dreamed of playing a heroic role on stage. To join the troupe, he had worked as an unpaid servant for the troupe leader for over a year. He trained tirelessly, regardless of the weather or his health, yet he ended up being the subject of ridicule. The jester suggested a role switch. However, everyone said he lacked the righteous aura needed for such a heroic role. Disbelieving their words, the jester took on the role of the hero without notifying the cast during the performance, and beat up the hero on stage. The audience was furious. They destroyed the stage and left without paying. The jester was condemned by the troupe, while the beaten hero was comforted. In a fit of rage, the troupe leader expelled the jester from the group. Despite much reflection, the jester couldn't understand why he suffered such reprimand. Eventually, he concluded that it was his appearance that was the problem. Thus, with 2 poisoned daggers, he waited in an alley and killed the hero actor, peeled the man's face off and wore it, hoping to take over his life. The next day, when it was time for the hero to appear on stage, the jester, wearing the actor's face, stepped forward and sang passionately. Initially, the audience deceived, but later they were horrified. Believing the jester had gone mad, they tied him up and sent him to a temple 1,000 miles away for seclusion. Upon seeing him, the abbot of the temple was overjoyed. He named the jester Non-White, and even created a unique practicing technique combining poison and frost for him. The abbot told him that a destined one would come and help him master the technique, and he would become a true hero if he could wear the face of the destined one. From that day on, no one dared walk the mountain path guarded by Non-White, fearing they may encounter him wearing someone else's face. Non-pure, a wide heart, a plump form, a belly so grand, a fierce look, drooping lips, a visage unplanned, steadfast as a mountain he stays still, from toils he hides, guarding the temple's hill. In the vast sky, snowflakes drifted down, covering the exquisite palaces and towers, and blanketing the mountain range year after year without ceasing for a moment. In stark contrast to this relentless snow, Non-Pure was someone who constantly sought to shirk his duties and laze around. One day, while Non-Pure was guarding on his side of the hall, ready to respond to his master's call at any moment, he heard sounds of a fight outside. Thunder Rhino Master came running to report that some unknown Yao Guai from the mountain was trying to force his way to see their master. Non-Pure nonchalantly replied, "You go out there and deal with him first. I'll grab my spade and join you shortly." After Thunder Rhino Master left the side hall, Non-Pure sat back on his meditation cushion, reclined lazily. Outside, the Yao Guai loudly demanded to see the Buddha of the future and to become his disciple, while the sound of the fighting grew more intense. Thunder Rhino Master returned to ask for his help again. Non-Pure stood up and said, "You and the two overlords hold him off. Don't let him in. My spade's blade is a bit dull. I'll come once I've sharpened it." After a while, the noise outside quieted down. Thunder Rhino Master came back to report the Yao Guai seeking Dialins had accidentally been killed by the overlords. Non-Pure praised, "You did well. Throw the body into the dry well so it doesn't dirty this place." Hearing this, Thunder Rhino Master sighed inwardly, lamenting the Yao Guai's ill fate. If another brother had been on guard, perhaps the Yao Guai might have actually met their master. Unexpectedly, while discarding the body, Thunder Rhino Master discovered that the Yao Guai had talisman for summoning fire and lightning struck to his body, indicating he had come seeking revenge against their master. At this news, Thunder Rhino Master was both shocked and secretly relieved. Non-able. Amidst the snow, a monk so strange, before the wall in northern winds range. With martial arts he seeks true zen, bind his hands, but not his spirit then. Non-able was unmatched in martial arts, but no one in the temple was able to rival him. One day, Yellowbrow summoned him and offered to teach him some skills. However, Non-able replied, "Master, I believe my martial arts are sufficient to overcome any foe. There's no need for any other skills." Yellowbrow laughed and said, "Your straightforward approach shows lack of adaptability. How can you progress further if you bind yourself to such a way?" Non-able responded, "Master, if I use methods I do not believe in to achieve victory, even if I win in the end, I will still feel like I did not win the fight and unable." Yellowbrow asked, "Do you not agree with your master's path?" Non-able replied, "Master, you have always taken the clever route, which is why it is difficult for you to attain Buddhahood. It seems you can do everything, but in reality, you can do nothing." Yellowbrow chuckled softly at this and ordered Non-Able's hands to be tied behind his back, instructing him to reflect on his actions in front of the stone wall outside the temple. He thought that after a few days of kneeling, Non-Able would let go of his stubbornness. However, Non-Able remained resolute and to this day refuses to bow his head. Non-void. Neither dead nor truly alive, a dreamer left behind. One step missed cost half a lifetime. Few disciples know when Non-Void took his vows and became a monk. They only know that he was among the earliest followers to their master, making him the most senior and entrusted to many of the temple affairs. He rarely left the hall, seemingly always engrossed in endless sutra recitations. He was also highly skilled in poetry and painting, having depicted various Buddhas in the West and the myriad aspects of worldly life. Yet he never cherished his creations, often discarding them carelessly after finishing. When asked why, he would say, "I see no true self. Non-void is but void. It is an illusion, so why hold on to it?" Though Non-Void seldom left the hall, he enjoyed engaging others in debates about Buddha doctrines. One day, Non-Able approached him and asked, "Brother, is killing a sin?" Non-Void replied, "Killing is a sin, but if it is for the sake of the greater good, then it is not a sin." Non-Able countered, "And what is the greater good?" Non-Void answered, "It is the realization of the void, the fulfillment of virtue, ascending to the land of bliss." Non-Able questioned further, "Killing not only fails to resolve karma, but also creates more entanglements and obstacles. How can one ascend to bliss then?" Non-Void responded, if you do not enter hell, who will? If not killing leaves harm for others, isn't that a greater lack of virtue?" Non-Able laughed,
Brother, you yourself said you would enter hell, which shows that killing is wrong no matter what. Good ones naturally receive blessings. There is no need for you to make things complicated.
Non-Void hastily explained, entering hell is just a metaphor, the essence to suffer for others.
Non-Able interrupted, nonsense! Killing is killing. No need for these convoluted justifications. Brother, the pretense behind justifying killing is the real sin.
Hearing this, Non-Void was momentarily speechless, as if reminded of something from his path. From that day on, the two never debated again.
I wonder why that is.
The Monk from the Sea. Bitter Lake's expanse, no end in sight. The ferry of enlightenment he sought day and night. Low means may tempt, but yield no gain. True greatness takes flight in honor's domain. Years ago, Yellowbrow crossed the Bitter Lake on a towed ferry. Upon disembarking, he discovered some strange fish clinging to the ship's hull. These fish, known as Helool, had a single head but 10 bodies, making them bizarre and fearsome. When the fish saw Yellowbrow approaching, they wondrously bowed and made noises, indicating their desire to follow him and escape Bitter Lake. Yellowbrow laughed and said, "With your strange forms, others would surely reject you, but I find it interesting to take in what ordinary people would not." With that, he accepted these strange fish as his disciples, clothed them, and taught them how to read and transform into human form. He even allowed them to practice freely within the realm of the New West. One of the Fishguai was particularly robust and had a fierce temperament. After mastering some techniques, he would ambush at various spots in the temple, waiting for opponents' opportunities to attack Yellowbrow when he went out, striking without mercy. Yellowbrow, however, enjoyed these encounters, and would seriously engage in combat with the Fishguai. Most of the time, he would simply sweep it out of the hall with a swing of his spike shaft cudgel. Through repeated defeats, the Fishguai realized that close combat was futile. It independently devised a technique involving throwing snowballs with its limbs, hitting the target with uncanny accuracy. Once, in the Forest of Felicity, even Yellowbrow was hit several times by snowballs, nearly freezing into an ice block. Instead of getting angry, Yellowbrow was delighted, and unprecedentedly bestowed a new title upon this Heloshi-Guai fish. Hilo Fishguai, monk from the sea. He then assigned it the task of clearing the inner courtyard, which conveniently allowed it to ambush anyone it wished, especially Yellowbrow himself. Though they followed the same master, the disciples' experiences and purpose in their practice varied greatly, leading to vastly different treatments. The Macaque Chief. Once chief among the ranks, his countenance dark, in crimson silk pants a striking mark. With icy blows he mocks their plight, a jesting whiff his foes left in fright. Give me just a moment here. Sorry about that. I was responding to somebody. Plus, it gives my chance to give my chance for a voice break. The macaque chief knelt with his back hunched, folded his dark wings before the golden Buddha statue at the feet of Yellowbrow. Yellowbrow raised his head, pinching the feathers, and said, "Such crude methods! The ones who dare to use them on you monkeys was truly ignorant for the ways of the world." With that, he waved his spike-shaft cudgel, and specks of will poured over the macaque chief, shining like a galaxy. The black wings trembled and retracted back into the monkey's body. The macaque chief was stunned and reached to touch his back, overjoyed. Yellowbrow laughed heartily. "You were a chief under Sun Wukong. Now that he is dead, you need not wander anymore. I am rebuilding New Thunderclap Temple to save all from suffering. Why not save here? Why not stay here?" Seeing the macaque chief hesitate, Yellowbrow continued, "I know you have endured much hardship. To rank among the high, one must first toil among the low. You have already been low and toiled. Now join me, and my teachings will elevate you among the highest." The macaque chief scratched his head, seeming tempted. Yellowbrow added, "In this world, the weak are often opposed, while the strong act with impunity. The suffering you endured was ultimately due to lack of power. Think about it. If you had the abilities of that monkey who wreaked such havoc in the Celestial Palace, it would have been others who had suffered." Recalling the bitterness and hardship of the past years, the macaque chief couldn't help but shed tears. He quickly prostrated himself at the feet of the fat monk, kowtowing repeatedly. Yellowbrow laughed heartily, unfastened the sack at his waist, and placed the macaque chief inside. "Very well, I will teach you now," he said. Alright, now we're on to the sisters. Alright. The sixth sister. Hidden in groves, a home appears. Laughter fills the path with flowers near. Girls chase the butterflies in flight, as rumored phase like shooting stars in the night. In the webbed hollow, there were no children of the same age as the sixth sister. She usually spent her time with her elder sisters, who were all very nice to her. Only the fourth sister would strictly supervise her training. Sometimes when she trained diligently, the fourth sister would take her to the mountaintop to gaze at the scenery outside and tell her stories about the world beyond the mountain. Although she enjoyed following her fourth sister, the fourth sister often went into the mountains to investigate secrets unknown to her. Claiming it was dangerous, she refused to take her along, which left the sixth sister feeling bored. One day, a flower viewing banquet was held in the mountains, and the lesser Yaogwai from Mount Wushan came to deliver gifts. As usual, after completing their tasks, they were invited to stay and drink. The eldest sisters were busy entertaining guests and taking care of their mother. As the sixth sister wandered off on her own, the steward Gwai, unable to refuse her, had to accompany her around the cave for a while. The two drunken pig Gwai saw the sixth sister and pointed at her, saying, "Is that the one?" The other pig Gwai replied, "Yes, that's the one." Feeling annoyed by their comments, the sixth sister retorted, "Why are you pig Gwais pointing at me? Where are your manners? And what did you mean by this and that?" The little steward Gwai tried to signal the pig Gwais to shut up, but they continued, "Little girl, let us tell you a secret that everyone knows but you." The steward Gwai quickly tried to intervene, but the sixth sister earnestly said, "Go ahead." The two pig Gwai laughed and said, "Your father is a pig, just like us, and you are a relative of our old pig family." Contrary to their expectations, the little girl did not burst in anger or throw a tantrum. Instead, she pouted and spoke with a dismissive tone, saying, "You must be attempting to establish a connection with me because you lack skill in your craft and seek to exploit me. The one my mother chose would never be someone as despicable as you." Hearing this, the pig wife felt embarrassed and never dared to joke at her ever again. The fifth sister. Aureolus are charming, swallowed love to play. Sisters close in bond, let them not be swayed by worldly fray. The fifth daughter of the Zhou family, in the prime of her youth, was renowned for her stunning beauty. One night, dark clouds obscured the moon, and a chilly wind swept over the ridge, signaling an impending storm. The fifth sister was accompanying her second sister in the village, overseeing the work of the lesser Yaogwai, when she spotted a traveling scholar seeking shelter from the rain. Feeling mischievous, she decided to play a trick on him. The scholar, being somewhat naive, was worried about his bookcase getting soaked and rushed into the deserted village without noticing the Yaogwai. He barely made it inside, bolted the door, and lit an oil lamp just as the rain began to pour heavily outside. Gazing at the rain through the window, the scholar was inspired to recite poetry. Shoes land in turmoil, the court in disarray. Like thunderclaps in clear skies, they sway. A clap of thunder roared. The scholar thought he saw the window shake, but paid it no mind until he finished reciting, feeling refreshed. As he finished the line, he noticed the window lattice move again. Assuming it was the wind and rain, he hurriedly shut the window. After finishing his poem, feeling refreshed, he suddenly realized someone was knocking at the door. He caught a glimpse of a graceful silhouette on the door's paper screen, and a sense of alarm washed over him as he entertained the thought that it could be a Yaogwai. However, considering his own wretched and unremarkable existence, he somehow found solace in the idea of becoming a victim of beauty. As the scholar hurriedly got up and flung the doors open, expecting to see the stunning Yaogwai, he was instead met with a horrifying sight, a ghost witch, disheveled hair and pus-filled eyes. Overwhelmed with terror, he let out a scream and distinctively pushed past her, desperate to escape the haunted house. Outside the door, the fifth daughter, playing with her delicate fingers, leaned gracefully against the wall, only to be knocked off balance. Angrily, she walked into the house, cursing the scholar for his rudeness, and happened to see in a bronze mirror on the desk. Picking it up, she found that the storm had washed away her makeup, leaving her face a patchwork of colors, and with her wet hair covering it, she looked truly frightening. Even she couldn't help but laugh. Well, not exactly the prank I think she wanted to pull, but task failed successfully? Sword raised to the azure sky, enemy bloodstains the black robe high. Fortune to be a fair maiden, outshining heroes with grace and flair. In the days of old, the Scorpion Lord brought his 4 sons to the Temple of the Yellow Flower, seeking refuge. The 100-eyed Taoist master, coveting the power of his venom, promised to arrange marriage between the young spider Yaogwais and the Scorpion Princes. Hence, he called forth the Violet Spider and 4 of her daughters to meet them. Once everyone was seated, the Taoist master asked the princes to introduce themselves one by one. The eldest prince stood up, thumping his chest, and declared, "My skills were personally taught by my father. Among my brothers, I am the best bachelor. If all of the sisters wish to marry me, don't let it cause any discord." Seeing the sisters frown, the second prince quickly stood up and interjected, "Sisters, please forgive my brother's recklessness. Strong as he is, which I admit, I am no less capable. If you choose me as your husband, I will expand our domain and make it prosperous." The Taoist master was displeased by the second son's ambition, and the sisters too remained non-committal. Turning their gaze to the third Scorpion's son, feeling the pressures of their stares, he reluctantly said, "My brothers are all skilled, and my younger brother is also exceptional. Sisters, please, consider carefully before making a choice." The fourth prince, disdainful of his third brother's lack of confidence, said, "My third brother is a bit awkward in his temperament. I hope you don't mind. Although I am younger, my future is promising. Choosing me is choosing the future." After hearing their self-introductions, the Taoist master asked the 4 daughters of the Zhu family to express their opinions one by one. The eldest sister spoke gently. "With many sisters to look after and our mother's illness, I cannot lay down this burden and let my sisters suffer. My marriage can wait a few more years." The Scorpions shook their head, expressing regret. The second sister laughed, coquettishly and said, "I am busy managing the family business alone, with many financial gaps to fill. If any of you are willing to help bridge these gaps, I might consider marriage." The Scorpion Lord's mountain had long since fallen into ruin, with no wealth to speak of, so the second sister's words effectively ended the conversation. The third sister, holding a fan, said, "I wish to marry someone with whom I can live in harmony. I love the poetry of Lo Yin. Have any of you read his work?" It's likely that the 4 princes didn't even know what poetry was, let alone who Lo Yi was. Consequently, everyone pinned their hopes on the 4th sister. Sitting at the end, the 4th sister hummed softly out of boredom before speaking. "My sisters, you were too polite, speaking so tactfully that they probably didn't even understand. This so-called meeting is just a scheme against us. We would end up with no gain, while they take our dowries and positions in our cave." How dare they consider us the ones to be taken advantage of? They call themselves princes, yet none of them are noble. If they truly had any skill, why not earn their own fortunes instead of showing off and making fools of themselves here? After the fourth sister's outburst, the conversation at the table shifted to criticizing her. Though apologies were exchanged, the topic of marriage was never brought up again. In seclusion for 100 springs, truth and falsehood the mountain brings. Rosy face turn into gray hair. Love stories seldom end fair. The third sister. The third daughter of the Zhu family, graceful in demeanor and gentle in nature, loved reading and writing. Observing that her younger sisters were still naive and her two older sisters were extremely busy, she focused on needlework and became the best weaver in the family. The fabric shop run by the second sister outside used weaving patterns designed by the third sister. The weavers in the cave were also trained by her. Due to her gentle and kind-hearted nature, she often found it difficult to command the Yaoguai. Thus, the fifth sister became her best assistant. While the third sister taught with the weaving patterns in hand, the fifth sister followed with the punishing ruler. If any weaver was particularly unruly, the straightforward fifth sister would report them to the second sister, who would then seal the offender in a cocoon to be used as food. Because the elder sister and second sister were often preoccupied with various affairs, the fifth sister had been following the third sister since childhood. The third sister was very quiet, so the fifth sister became her lively counterpart. The two sisters bickered and quarreled, but it made the days pass more easily. Among the books the third sister often read were those strange mortal anecdotes. She always found them fascinating and longed to experience these romantic scenes depicted. However, she was too wise to fall for any romantic scholar, knowing that most Yaoguai in these stories met tragic ends. The second sister, with powdered face and hair in a twist, a slender waist adorned with jade amist, as charming as a maiden from the skies, yet most formidable when she vies. The second sister of the Zhu family was raised as a boy from a young age. She managed the finances and trades for the cave. Due to her straightforward and generous nature, she had the most interactions with the stewards outside the mountain and the lesser Yaoguai of the village of Langxi. Because she was busy with numerous affairs, the lesser Yaoguai had fixed times to report and offer tributes to her. Most of these Yaoguai, who were on good terms with her, both respected and feared her. They believed that their capable and strong-willed lady might one day become the lady of the cave. If that happened, anyone fortunate enough to marry into the family could become a lord by association. This caused much distress for the four scorpion princes residing in the cave, who were often the subject of idle gossip. The second sister paid no mind to such rumors. Among the four sons of the Scorpion Lord, she favored only those who were the most helpful to her. A few days ago, she had acquired a celestial vine seed from somewhere and planted it in her private courtyard within the cave, assigning the eldest scorpion prince to guard it. Oh, that was the scorpion prince that had the soul that I killed. Oops. The eldest scorpion prince, delighted, assumed this meant the second sister had feelings for him. One day, he approached the 100-eyed Taoist master, seeking for help in matchmaking. The master laughed and shook his head, saying that a woman with such strong will would only look down on him more if he sought someone else's help in proposing. He advised the prince to come up with a plan on his own. After returning to the cave, the eldest scorpion prince circled the celestial vine repeatedly, but he still hadn't figured out a way to win her heart. Oh my gosh. There's so many of these. The first sister. The path home is covered in green moss. Peach blossoms begin to bloom across. How tender and gentle, her caring affection. Among sisters, a loving connection. The eldest sister of the Zhu family was gentle and serene, caring for her younger sisters like a mother. She meticulously managed every aspect of their daily lives. Even the straightforward second sister and the independent fourth sister behaved obediently and showed a touch of girlish charm in her presence. Each day, she oversaw the cave's catering, everyone's clothing, and was the go-to for disputes, illnesses, joys, and sorrow, keeping her busy from dawn till dusk. There was always a steady stream of courier lesser Yaogwai coming to her with messages. My lady, the second and fourth ladies are arguing.
My lady, the fifth lady scolded a weaver, but now they need an extra hand. Can someone be sent?
My lady, the sixth lady injured herself while practicing and asks if you could come to have a look. One day, the lady of the house, her mother, called her to her side. As soon as she stepped into the hut, the tranquil scene of her mother admiring the flowers under the tree caught her eye. Her mother waved her over, saying, The flowers in our abode are more beautiful than those in the upper realm. Meanwhile, outside the hut, the lesser Yaogwai in charge of catering was waiting for her to decide the menu, and the steward overseeing the cocoons was waiting on the report matter. The eldest sister asked, Mother, is there something you would wish to instruct me on? The mother gently took her hand and said, I just want you to accompany me in admiring the flowers, she said warmly, adding, I worry they will wear you out. The eldest sister looked at her mother and was suddenly transported back to many years ago, when her mother held her hand in the same way as they admired the peach blossoms together. The flowers were beautiful then, and so was her mother. The Elder Aurum Worm. In the celestial garden, rare seeds grow by purifying spring with an immortal glow. Transformed into the lower realm, forms unique, such path to Tao, refined and sleek. In ancient times, someone cast 2 celestial eggs from Mount Kunlun into the blessed land of Earth. However, the will of the mortal realm was not as abundant as that of the celestial realm. As a result, celestial eggs failed to fully nurture and lost many of their wondrous abilities, taking on vastly different forms. One of these celestial eggs was used to redeem the guilty, while the other was hidden away by someone with ulterior motives. From this hidden egg, various creatures emerged, and it became known as the Elder Aurum Worm. Every few days, the Elder Aurum Worm would produce an insect egg that resembled a blood sac. If these eggs were ingested by a living being, the larva would devour their internal organs. Depending on the innate differences of the larva, the host would undergo a transformation, turning into one of many types of insect. If the eggs of the Elder Aurum Worm were not ingested, they would naturally hatch into an ordinary aurum worm. These ordinary aurum worm would spin silk to create cocoons, which they used to trap their prey. The cocoons contain potent toxins that cause the trapped creature to experience sensations of flying in the wind, as if floating on clouds, instead of feeling suffocated. However, prolonged exposure to these toxins led to abnormal changes in the body over time. Some practitioners attempted to use this method to temper their bodies and enhance their power. However, it was ultimately considered a deviant practice that easily led to a loss of sanity. Since the celestial eggs entered the mortal world, many have fallen victim to its poison. The aurum worm, despite its terrifying presence, is not adept at combat. Aside from spewing filth from its mouth, it possesses no remarkable abilities. However, its continued existence and proliferation in the world suggest that it might provide some unknown benefit to certain individuals. The Centipede Guai. Twisted in form, it charges like a gale. With feet unfurled, it strikes a deadly trail. Beware its breath, the venomous embrace. In narrow bonds, it seek a wider space. In bygone days, a young man embarked on a journey to the Webbed Hollow seeking vengeance. However, his quest took a dark turn when he was captured by Yaogwais and thrown into the Bone Vault. Falling into the deep pit, he landed in a lair of large insects. Despite suffering from a broken leg, he managed to survive. As he looked around, all he could see were skeletons and remains, filling him with despair. In the midst of his despair, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. A massive centipede as long as a person had bitten him and torn off a piece of his flesh to devour. Filled with terror, the young man instinctively grabbed a stone and viciously crushed the centipede until it burst open. Only then did he realize that the stone he'd used was a human skull, which he quickly discarded. To his surprise, he noticed the pain in his injured leg had subsided. Curious, he applied some of the centipede's pus to his scraped arm, and the pain diminished, likely due to the numbing effect of the venom. This revelation sparked an idea in his mind. He tore strong silk threads from the cocoon surrounding the pit, found 2 leg bones to serve as support for his broken leg. Exhausted from the ordeal, he rested, but soon heard rustling sounds around him. He searched for the source of the noise, but it abruptly ceased. Suddenly, a giant white ball descended from above, bouncing several times before unfurling into a massive centipede, hundreds of times larger than the first one. Swiftly, the young man curled himself into a ball, mimicking the centipede's movements to confuse the colossal creature. At that moment, more objects fell into the pit, empty skin and remains. From them emerged a swarm of smaller centipedes feeding on the discarded scraps. They passed by the young man, mistaking him for one of their own. Realizing this, he began to imitate their behavior, observing their habits and assimilating into their society. After 10 days, he finally managed to escape the web hollow. Basking in the sunlight, he came to understand that dwelling in the past would not allow him to live a fulfilling life. Returning to his hometown, he sought to lead a peaceful existence. However, the Weavers, aware of his visit to the Zhu estate, gathered at his doorstep, demanding he retrieve treasure from the estate. Forced to hide from them, he found no respite from the turmoil that surrounded him. The Buddhivasta's right hand. The hand that plucked the lotus from waters pristine, of the same species, yet not from the same egg, it seems. Who can discern right from left in life's uncertain scheme? In this tangled web, truth and illusion gleam. In the olden days, a pair of enormous arms were brought into the webbed hollow by a Taoist. The lesser Yaogwai had no idea of their origin, but judging by their form, they must have belonged to a divine being. Shortly after, the 100-eyed Taoist master personally visited and placed 2 egg-like objects within the arms, instructing the Yaogwai to guard them diligently. At first, the arms exuded a thick, foul-smelling fluid. After some time, the fluid dried up, forming a thick blood membrane that encased the arm. Years passed, and from a distance, one could see something writhing within the blood membrane, as if something was growing inside, eager to break free. Exactly 10 years later, 2 insects emerged from the eggs, their bodies resembling bees, their tails like hands, and their venomous spit could kill any bird or beast and wither any plant it touched. The 100-eyed Taoist master rejoiced at the news and arranged a grand feast to celebrate. Amidst the banquet, he turned to the violet spider and shared a tale. You may not be aware, but I once attempted a similar endeavor in Purple Cloud Mountain. Alas, the celestial egg failed to hatch as intended, and I faced severe reprimand from our master. However, this time, I have come to realize that the celestial egg bestowed upon us were not meant for lofty destinies to ascend. Creating Yaogwai, on the other hand, is an ideal outcome. One of the insects had a left hand for a tail. The other had a right hand. They loved to hang upside down from cave ceilings, dangling their tails to lure prey. When the prey approached, they would clap their hands together, crushing the prey into pulp before lowering their heads to swallow it whole. Later, the left-hand insect went into the mountain to practice, while the right-hand one, now unable to clap, preferred to guard the narrow paths. There it could take full advantage of their terrain to capture and devour any intruders. Give me just a moment here. Oh, man. Okay. Sorry, clearing my throat. Bali Guba. By rocks a living spring does flow. Glistening clear, glitters with glow. In its charm a frog lord does dwell. Frog's venom both sweet and foul. Continuing from the previous story, the Taoist was rescued from the cold pond by the monks who carried him into the mountains. He initially expected them to take him to a temple for healing, but to his surprise, they threw him into a dungeon. In the dungeon, he endured beguiling chants, suffered from red eyes, and narrowly escaped death multiple times. Despite the hardship, his martial skills improved significantly, which he considered a fortunate turn of events. When he finally returned to the original spot, the frog was nowhere to be found. He left the New West and continued his journey. One sunny day, the Taoist arrived at a ridge covered in lush greenery, with a few thatched huts indicating habitation. Seeking a place to rest, he stepped into a large courtyard but accidentally fell into a hole. Inside, he found layers of spiderwebs and insecti everywhere. Fortunately, he was no longer as helpless as before and managed to navigate deeper into the cave. The tadpole he had been nurturing in his gourd suddenly became lively. He squeezed through a stone crevice and saw a large crimson-skinned frog, occupying a natural spring, with insecti keeping their distance. Drawing his sword, he attacked the frog. He fought fiercely in the water, one emanating crackling electricity, the other thrashing its limbs powerfully. As they reached a stalemate, the frog opened its mouth and extended a left hand from within, striking the Taoist's face and sending him aback. The frog then tilted its head back, and the Taoist, having learned his lesson, dared not approach. The frog spewed poison water, which spread and contaminated the entire pond. The Taoist hadn't anticipated this ability, and, lacking any antidote, hurriedly retreated through the stone crevice. As he did, he heard a female voice behind him saying, "Taoist, why aren't you practicing your swordsmanship at the temple? Are you here to seek death?" Poisoned and unable to respond, he quickly collapsed into the muddy pond. In his hazy state, he heard the woman call for help. "Quick, carry him back to the temple. We can't let him die here. It would be hard to explain." The Beetle Commander. When faced with traps, one must pass the test. When fortune smiles, do not know when to rest. If a man of great will must vent his zest, trade deeds for fame and rank with best. A young man from the village of the Shaded Heights served at the country yamen, running errands for the local government. The magistrate despised him and hindered his advance at every turn. One day, the magistrate learned of a Yaogwai hunting the village of Lanxi. He sent the young man to investigate alone and hoped that he would never return. Aware of the magistrate's ill intent, the young man accepted the task without hesitation. He chose not to beg for his life in this. As he entered the desolate, eerie village, he was overcome with regret, but as night fell and without knowledge of the mountain path, he had no choice but to stay. He found a less dilapidated house with intact eaves, barred all doors and windows, and lit a lamp to steel himself for a long night, planning to depart at first light. Fear gripped him at midnight, as he practiced his swordplay to calm his nerve. After a while, a deep voice from across the darkness of the rafters. "I am a Yaogwai of this ridge. I am meant to kill you, but with your fine swordsmanship and your official blade, you must be a yamen runner, yes?" The young man was startled, but needed to voice his woes. He shared his ordeal with the Yaogwai and drew sighs of empathy. The Yaogwai said, "I too was once an Imperial Guard, but a treacherous court official cursed me into a beetle to scrape by in these hills. I long for death, but I still wish to pass on my sword skills to someone worthy. Now, if you are willing to learn my skills, I offer to teach you." The young man dared not refuse. He agreed. A beetle over 3 meters tall descended from the shadows. Its neck bore a thick carapace like a general's helm. The beetle wielded twin blades with a steadfast and forceful style that suited the young man's disposition. Overjoyed, the young man practiced with the beetle by the fading lamplight till dawn. As they parted ways, the beetle said kindly, "The world these days is full of those lacking talent and virtue and ascend through flattery. Why not tangle with them and sully yourself? Aim higher. A man should carve his own path." With a hearty laugh, the beetle left. This encounter changed the young man. He resigned from his position at the yamen and enlisted in the border armies. His superb swordsmanship elevated him to the rank of general. Leading the troop against foreign foes, he won victory after victory and became a famed commander. Taoist me. In empty mountains, falling blooms sound. A flute's soft note reveals homes around. Wearing masks that obscure false and true, they borrow form to seek cinnabar hue. Long ago, a young man ventured alone into the Web Ridge seeking vengeance. However, he was captured by the Yao Guai and endured many hardships in their lair before narrowly escaping. Upon his return to the kingdom of Zhuji, numerous weavers approached him, hoping he would lead them to the estate of Zhu on the ridge to find the legendary Dade shuttle. The young man, overwhelmed, shut his door to the visitors, but his mother couldn't understand her reluctance and pressed him to lead the weavers to the ridge to slay the Yao Guai and rescue his father. Yet, human nature is unpredictable, and the weavers, each with their own agenda, failed to unite in the face of danger. They quarreled incessantly and were ultimately wiped out by a giant green spider in the estate. The young man, cowering in fear, was shocked to see the green spider transform into the green-clad maiden he had encountered in the caves. Disillusioned with humanity, he tearfully begged the fairy to let him stay on the ridge and cultivate. The green-clad maiden scolded him harshly and expelled him from the estate. The young man wandered to an abandoned village on the ridge. The insect guai, having heard of his plight, took pity upon him. A dragonfly guai introduced him to her master, the 100-eyed Taoist at the Temple of Yellow Flowers. At the temple, all Taoists wear stone masks. The Taoist master told the young man that to achieve Tao, one must sever all worldly ties and don a stone mask to cut off his moral connection. The young man hesitated and wandered around the temple. Unexpectedly, an elderly woman in red arrived with a group of beautiful maidens, including the green-clad maiden and the girl in yellow. Later, the temple hosted a banquet for the maidens. The young man, spying from the side, saw the table laden with dishes. Human oil stir-fries, fresh human meat cooked and roasted, tofu blocks made from human brains, ew, and meat buns filled with human flesh, ew. The stench was nauseating, and he could only watch as the Yao Guais feasted on humans. The Taoist master, noticing his shock, remarked indifferently, "It is in a Yao Guai's nature to eat humans. Mortal lives are short. Even if we consume them, it only shortens their lifespan by a few decades, a mere blink of an eye." That night, the young man felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Under the moonlight, he played a tune from his homeland, feeling utterly lost. He realized that if he didn't become a Yao Guai, he might be eaten by his fellow disciples. Reflecting deeply, he questioned how he had ended up in such a predicament. After a long night of tears, he resolved to become a disciple and pursue the Tao. Since he couldn't change his fate, he decided to go with it. Determined, he asked his master for the quickest path to become a Yao Guai. The master told him, "In the Purple Cloud Mountain, there's a rare insect called the Aurum Worm. Consuming its egg will allow you to ascend and become a Yao Guai." Okay, we're almost there. The 5 elemental carts. 5 carts align with elements 5. From their fusion, fiery life does thrive. Beast heads roar as they swiftly race. Fire wheels east and west, the path they trace. At the Flaming Mountain, Red Boy was about to celebrate his 100th birthday. He was in high spirits and asked the keeper, "My birthday's coming soon. Can I go out and play for a while?" The keeper replied, "As your father instructed when he ordered me to watch over you, I must ensure you focus on your practice. You cannot go out at will." Red Boy argued, "I have already mastered the Samhati fire. Can't I take a break for a few days?" As he spoke, he punched his nose, releasing a burst of flames. The keeper shook his head. "You were taught the Samhati fire so that you could use it to refine your inner core. Spitting flame carelessly such as that disrupts your chi and is nothing more than a trivial trick." He continued, "The liver corresponds to wood, which generates fire. The heart corresponds to fire, which generates earth. The spleen corresponds to earth, which generates metal. The lung corresponds to metal, which generates water. The water corresponds to the kidney, which generates wood. The 5 elements generate each other in a continuous cycle. With the Samhati fire, you could use it to refine the energy of your 5 organs." Growing impatient, Red Boy sighed, "Enough! I understand. I'll go back to my practice." On his birthday, the Bull King hosted a grand banquet in the mountains, inviting many friends to celebrate. Red Boy ordered some minions to bring out 5 small carts. The minions arranged the carts according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Red Boy approached them, recited an incantation, and spat fire from his mouth while thick smoke erupted from his nose. Flame burst forth from his eyes, and fire surged from the 5 carts. After several bursts, a red flame blazed into the sky. The keeper was displeased, feeling that Red Boy was too playful and overly interested in trivial tricks. He feared that the boy might waste his potential in the days to come. However, the Bull King was very pleased. To him, although the Red Boy was not engaged in deep practice, he already understood how to employ his skills to create useful tools, which showed great ingenuity. He immediately ordered the creation of 5 large war carts for his son. From then on, the 5 elemental carts became Red Boy's companions in his practice. Within 100 years, these carts, imbued with the Samhati fire, gained sentience and became formidable Gwai on Flame Mountain. The Father of Stone. In high mountains a deity grand, envy not his bliss that flows like sand. Within his grasp a skeleton light, a romance lost to distant lands. One day, a tattered cloth girl stumbled into the valley of Yellow Wind Ridge. Covered in wounds, she sought refuge in a cave belonging to a rockwai after noticing some living goods inside. When the Father of Stone discovered her presence, his initial intention was to expel her. However, upon witnessing her pitiable condition, he relented and granted her permission to rest for a while. To his surprise, the girl ingeniously utilized the wild fruit and wild game found in the cave to prepare a delectable meal. The tantalizing aroma tempted the Father of Stones, leading him to reconsider his decision and allow her to stay and continue cooking. From that point forward, the stone deity would regularly procure ingredients, while the girl skillfully transformed them into delicious dishes. Thus, the Gwai and the girl coexisted harmoniously for a span of 2 years. During a routine day of washing clothes by the river, the girl unexpectedly encountered a woodcutter from her village. Overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing a familiar face, she couldn't contain her tears upon returning to the cave. Through her sobs, she revealed the harrowing tale that she had fled from her abusive parents, who had planned to force her into marriage with a foolish suitor in exchange for a dowry. The girl now lived in constant fear of being captured and forcefully taken back to her oppressive home. As expected, the following day at noon, a group of villagers arrived at the valley. The girl's parents, afraid of the Yaogwai, desperately pleaded at the entrance of the cave. Despite their pleas, the determined girl refused to comply with their demands. Frustrated and enraged, her parents resorted to cursing her. However, their vitriol subsided momentarily when the Father of Stones emerged from the cave and bellowed a commanding shout, causing the villagers to retreat in fear. Yet, as soon as the stone deity returned inside, the villagers resumed their insults, persistently tormenting the girl. The Father of Stones decided to guard the entrance, but the girl's parents threatened to bring a Taoist to subdue the Stone Gwai if their daughter was not returned. Fearing that her presence would bring further trouble to the Stone Gwai, the girl made the difficult decision to quietly leave the cave during the night. Tragically, she fell off a cliff and lost her life. The following day, the Stone Gwai discovered her lifeless body, already cold and devoid of any sign of life. Upon hearing about Lady Rakshasi of the Flaming Mountain and her reputed power and compassionate nature, the stone deity made a difficult journey, carrying the girl's lifeless body to seek help. However, Lady Rakshasi, with her deep understanding of life and death, examined the girl's body and came to a somber conclusion. She expressed that attempting to revive her would be futile. Even if she were forcibly brought back to life, she would be nothing more than a soulless husk, devoid of the essence that made her who she was. Unwilling to give up, the stone deity waited on the mountain path of Flaming Mountain every day with the girl's body, hoping to gain Rakshasi's sympathy. Even as the girl's flesh turned to bone, he did not abandon his hope. Oh, that's sad. Quick as fire, fast as wind. Fiery spirit, life he stakes, madness flaunts the wind he makes, nostrils flare with smoky breath, mouth exclaims with flames of death. Smoke ascends, the wind does chase, fire spreads with wind's embrace. Loyalty worth 1,000 gold, together strong their bonds unfold. In bygone days, there were two ruffians wandering the city, always spending their nights beneath the same section of the city wall, thus forming a close bond. With no attachment or concern, they acted recklessly and without restraint. One time, during their robbery of a wealthy young master, they accidentally killed him, leading to their joint sentencing to death by beheading, their execution scheduled in the autumn. While in prison, one ruffian said to the other, "We've had a carefree life, and if we must die, so be it. It's a pity we won't be able to enjoy ourselves together anymore." The other ruffian replied, "If you wish to continue our fun together, it's not impossible. I am a descendant of the Falling Head clan, and possess some tricks." He then whispered a set of skills into his companion's ear. Come autumn, the two were beheaded in the public square. As the executioner sprayed wine and slung his blade, their heads fell to the ground, but suddenly flew into the air, much to the astonishment of the cheers of onlookers. Afterwards, the two heads flew into the mountains and became Yaoguai, one named Quick as Fire, the other Fast as Wind. Cloudy mist and misty cloud. Let the strange be strange, the odd be odd. Follow the boy master, let mountain fall in chaos. Flaunt either strength nor take in pride. When disputes come near, cast them aside. Give me a minute here. My dogs are starting to pace, and I'm going to take them out really quick before we keep reading. Plus, I need to get some more water, and it will give my throat a chance to rest. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, I'm back. I've had at least a couple of moments to kind of refresh myself a little bit. So, let's keep going. Excuse me. Now, where was I? Once upon a time, there were 3 Yaoguais who shared a single body. They aspired to earn the title of mountain deity, and thus, with their bribe paid, they targeted a blind mountain deity of Mount Huo to take his place. Although the mountain god was blind, his hearing was exceptionally sharp. He was highly skilled in the art of smoke and fire, able to release smoke to conceal his movements. Whenever the 3 Yaogwai came to provoke him, he would immediately vanish into hiding. One day, the 3 Yaogwai combined their powers to emit a sweeping flash of lightning, forcing the mountain deity out of hiding. The mountain deity cried out, waving his incense stick wildly. The 3 Yaogwai, being clumsy, couldn't dodge and got hit. Seeing their clothes catch fire, the 3 Yaogwai forgot about the mountain deity and started blaming each other. As they quarreled, a burst of laughter echoed from the cliff. A young boy with red skin and white hair sat there, watching them as if enjoying a show. Embarrassed and angry, the 3 Yaogwai and the mountain deity temporarily set their differences aside and attacked the young boy. The boy, finding it amusing, wielded a sharp spear and sparred with them. Unexpectedly, the mountain deity's smoke perfectly concealed the clumsy body of the 3 Yaogwai, while the Yaogwai's lightning provided opportunities for the mountain deity to attack. Together, they managed to fight the young boy for several rounds. It wasn't until the boy used his samhati fire that they fell to the ground, begging for mercy. The red boy told them, "From now on, these 600 miles of mountain are mine, and you will follow me and become my captains." From then on, the 3 Yaogwai were given the name Cloudy Mist, and the blind mountain deity was named Misty Cloud. They continued to serve the Red Boy as a team, but their deep-seated animosity remained unresolved, leading to frequent quarrels that persist to this day. No wonder they were picking a fight with each other. That explains a lot, actually. Top takes bottom, bottom takes top. A beauty weds a beast so vile, with horns and fangs, a facade's sweet guile. In love's embrace they form a pair, rolling in the haze, many lives they ensnare. This story was told by Minister Shu. Years ago, Shu, dissatisfied with his wife's strict adherence to propriety and her lack of warmth in the chamber, took a fiery and beautiful concubine. This concubine had a terrible tempter, often bossing Shu around and showing no respect for the lady of the house. If anyone tried to talk her into adhering to manners and propriety, she would laugh and curse them until they left in disgrace. Yet Shu found this amusing and indulged her in every way, spoiling her with affection. One day, Shu was returning to the capital to report on his duties. Fearing that their carriage might be attacked by bandits, he hired a large boat to transport his family, servants, and belongings back to the capital. That night, the sound of fighting suddenly erupted on the boat. It turned out that a Yaogwai had snuck on board and under the cover of darkness. Soon, a terrifying figure with horns and jagged teeth appeared. He wore a tattered cloth around his waist, held a pot-shaped shield in his left hand, and wielded an iron whip in his right, glaring menacingly at everyone. Shu and his wife trembled in fear, but the concubine stood tall and unafraid, loudly scolding the Yaogwai for his rudeness. The Yaogwai was taken aback for a moment, then sighed and said, "Even in human form you are so arrogant. Truly you are one of us, a Yaksha." The concubine burst into laughter and said, "Nonsense! I intend to play for a while longer, but now you've ruined everything. Fine, let's kill them all and leave together." With that, she transformed into a creature identical to the Yaogwai. Shu finally realized that he had brought a Yaogwai into his home. Just as the 2 Yaogwai were about to kill Shu and his family, a female voice rang out, "Even though your kingdom has fallen and you were forced to seek shelter in the east, you should not behave so rudely. Why not follow me into the mountains for your practice?" Just when the 2 Yaogwai were ready to resist, a woman descended onto the bow of the boat, holding a precious fan. With a powerful wave of the fan, she immobilized them in the wind. After this terrifying experience, Shu never dared to take another concubine. The Flint Chieftain. Divine fire crafts a wondrous device. In the depths of the flame pool, it hides from eyes. Fire arises with swift, fierce might. In the clash, its grandeur shines bright. When it comes to
who spoiled Red Boy the most in the Flaming Mountains, it has to be the Keeper. However, Red Boy didn't always appreciate it, much like his parents, the Bull King and Lady Rakshasi, who took the Keeper's efforts for granted. After all, he was not one of the family, and regardless of how much effort he put into others, he was always an outsider. One day, Red Boy demanded to have a Flint Vanguard, modeled after the Stone Vanguard of Yellow Wind Ridge. The Bull King and Lady Rakshasi did not favor the plan, but the Keeper immediately agreed. Fearing that just a Stone Vanguard wouldn't be enough to entertain Red Boy, he went ahead and created more Rockwai. Among them was a giant Rockwai with arms and legs strong enough to support its massive body. The giant Rockwai was more formidable than any other, usually lying dormant in a river of fire. It would only emerge when summoned by its master or when a powerful enemy intruded. Red Boy didn't like these Rockwai that the Keeper had created without his permission and mostly visited only the Flint Vanguard. Since Red Boy lived with Lady Rakshasi in the Emerald Hall, the Keeper stationed these Rockwai in Furnace Valley. Later, when Red Boy besieged Flame Mountain, these Rockwai from the River of Fire proved to be quite helpful, inevitably leading to some speculation over the Keeper himself. Flint Vanguard. Odd rocks with fiery streaks, from a fiery river they rise, forged in blazing inferno under the scorching sky. With loyalty they shape river and move mountains high. Unmoved by world's chaos, they stand firm and nigh. Buddhivasta Guanyin was said to visit New Mountain Sumeru to discuss important Buddhist matters with Buddhivasta Lingji. As Red Boy was always eager to see Guanyin, he accompanied her on the journey. Upon arriving at New Mount Sumeru, they learned that Buddhivasta Lingji was still away on the trip to Yellow Wind Ridge. Thus, Guanyin turned towards Yellow Wind Ridge. Given the urgency of the matter, she instructed Red Boy to wait for her by the river valley. As Red Boy wandered alone by the river, he noticed a massive Rockwai standing majestically by the water's edge like a giant guard hound. The Rockwai diligently moved stones and piled dirt into foothills. Intrigued, Red Boy approached to get a closer look, and after careful contemplation, committed the sight to memory. Several years later, due to the Bull King's return to the Flame Mountain, Guanyin suddenly summoned Red Boy and instructed him to fulfill his duties to his family, allowing him to return to his homeland. As time passed, travelers passing by the base of the Flame Mountain saw a large flint Rockwai, as big as a horse, standing prominently by the fiery river. It tirelessly moved stone and dirt, its diligent demeanor resembling that of a giant guard hound, leaving people in awe and wonder. Mother of Flamelings. Oop. Here we go. Mother of Flamelings. Spring both rivers, trees root in the ground. No, springs birth rivers, trees root in the ground. Gold's elusive source is seldom found. No, gold's elusive source, excuse me. Wealth like clouds can vanish in a day, yet honor stands like mountains, will always stay. There was once a medicine gatherer named Cheng Ming who gained fame for selling flame ore. One day, a burly man dressed as an immortalist visited Cheng Ming's herb shop. The immortalist produced a palm-sized piece of cinnabar in the color of gold. Intrigued, Cheng Ming inquired, "What is this?" The immortalist replied, "This is a gold flame ore, a treasure from inside the mother of flamelings. I've heard of your fame as a medicine gatherer, and I can offer a partnership." Cheng Ming asked, "What is the mother of flamelings?" And the immortalist answered, "It is 10 times larger than a typical flameling, and could fetch a fortune in gold. The catch is the need for a substantial amount of flame ore as bait." Initially, Cheng Ming declined because it would cost him his precious flame ore, but the immortalist returned with a load of ore and beseeched him, "I have an urgent need for gold flame ore. Find the mother of flamelings with this bait I have given you. If you catch it, you shall receive the gold I promised." Cheng Ming accepted such a lucrative offer in an instant, and the two set off on the following day. During the journey, the immortalist realized Cheng Ming lacked any power and used mere street tricks to deceive the Flame Guai. However, as a true man who did not fuss over minor quibbles, he accepted Cheng Ming's methods, and together they located the Flameling's lair. There, the immortalist lured out the enormous mother of flamelings, using copious amounts of flame ore. Confronted by the mother, they were bombarded with fireballs and overwhelmed. Cheng Ming had no power to resist and was nearly burned to death. Yet faced with no escape, in a desperate act to save Cheng Ming from the woe he had laid upon him, the immortalist mounted his sword and flew directly at the mother, slew her at the price of his own life. The mother of flamelings lay dead. All of the flamelings fell lifeless. Chang Ming harvested the flame ore from the mother, and the gold flame ore from the mother, and the regular flame ore from the flamelings, alongside the bait brought by the immortalist. He returned with a fortune and wrote books like Mountain Chronicle and Observations of Fire, boasting of his solo conquest of the mother of flamelings. If you wonder why Chang Ming turned to writing instead of continuing his life-gathering flame ore, a line in his book hints at the answer. With the mother's demise, her children scattered, and no flameling will appear here for 500 years. Ba Long Long. Radiant hues of crimson bright, majestic with its towering might, seeking a place of cool repose, releasing fire, a neat trick shows. Hear me what... Me boy. Here we must speak once more of the frog-seeking Taoist. Being carried back to the Temple of Yellow Flowers, the Taoist was treated for his injuries. Without asking him a word, everyone assumed he had come to join him as a disciple, so they took extra care of him. While at the temple, the Taoist observed the other practicing. Through self-studying, he managed to learn a few techniques, such as Meteor Smash and Stallion Spring. The Hundred-Eyed Taoist master, hearing the Taoist's tale of his travels, recognized his quick wit and boldness and decided to take him as a disciple. Overwhelmed by the honor, the Taoist immediately knelt and acknowledged his master. That night, however, he quietly packed his belongings and left the temple, resuming his quest to find the world's rarest frog. The next day, when the master was informed of his departure, he laughed and said, "He has small ambitions and is unrestrained by convictions. One of a kind indeed." The Taoist continued his journey and arrived at the Flame Mountains. At the foot of the cooling slope, he encountered a large fiery red frog. They were about to engage in battle when a purple-skinned lion dog emerged from a cave behind the slope. This purple-skinned beast was extremely aggressive. Seeing the two of them lingering near its cave, it charged straight at them. The Taoist was initially intimidated by its presence, but the larger frog kicked the beast away, saving his life. Angered by the frog's interference, the purple-skinned beast turned to attack it. The frog opened its mouth and with a gulp, spewed a stream of fire, forcing the beast to retreat back several steps. Seizing the chance, the Taoist used all the techniques he had recently learned, Meteor Smash, Stallion Spring, against the beast. Seeing them join forces, the beast fled back into its cave. The Taoist pursued it into the cave, only to find the interior remarkably cool, a stark contrast to the scorching heat of Flame Mountain. Before long, the frog had hopped into the cave and hid in a shady corner. The Taoist realized that although the frog could breathe fire, its nature made it fear the mountain's heat, and the cave was a cool place to seek out rest. Even this Yao Guai had a desire to live. With this surprising understanding, the Taoist felt a strange urge of compassion and abandoned any thought of killing it. He sheathed his sword and left the cave. We're on to the final area. Son of Stone, a young stone dwelling by mountainside, from deep within where wonders hide, within hidden gifts that brightly gleam, pure nature's charm within its dream. According to celestial law, mountain deities are forbidden from leaving their designated mountains without just cause. Should they be found wandering without reason, they would be dismissed and subject to interrogation. Before the Son of Stone had come of age and was unable to assume the new role of the mountain deity, the Mother of Stone was bound to remain at Yellow Wind Ridge. She had no choice but to send him alone to search for his father. Fearing for her son's safety on his journey, the Mother of Stone transferred a considerable portion of her stone essence to him before allowing him to depart. Unfortunately, as soon as the Son of Stone set out, he went in the opposite direction of his father. His father headed west, while he went east, eventually arriving at Mount Huoguao. At first, he diligently searched every mountain he came upon for signs of his father. Should he find none, he would proceed to the next. Yet the charm and fascination of Mount Huoguao enticed him to stay. If queried about his greatest delight, it would certainly be that the crickets known as the Fang-tailed General. Daily he would sit upon the mountains, watching the crickets' soaring leap and thudding landings, applauding with great pleasure. Gradually, he forgot entirely about his quest to find his father. Aww. Now I feel kind of bad. Kinda. Oh well. Poison Chief. Together we roam the world's far end. In shared hardship our spirits blend. With harmony our bond grows tight. Through rootless we strive within the light. From the peak of Mount Huoguao, struck by the mountain cleaver, many rocks and trees tumbled down. Among them was a cliff rock that had absorbed the essence of the universe for countless years. The axe's blow liberated it from its burdens, granting it the potential to turn into something sentient. Mountain cleaver, that must be Erlong's axe. Along this rock fell a crooked tree, severed in half with broken roots and branches, appearing on the brink of death. The tree implored the cliff rocks. We once occupied the same place. Now I am nearing death. Please help me. The rock, perplexed, responded, I am but a mere rock. How could I offer you aid? The tree explained, You possess spirit potential. If you would allow me to anchor my roots in your body for a few days, I might yet survive. The rock, mindful of its reputation, reluctantly consented. The tree entwined its ancient roots around the rock and secured itself firmly. When the rock expressed discomfort, the tree replied, I am heavy and must bind tightly to prevent my fall. Months passed, and the tree's vines and roots had deeply embedded themselves into various parts of the rock. The rock, enduring great pain, attempted to dislodge the tree with all of its strength, but it felt as though it was being torn apart. The roots had merged with the rock, making separation impossible. Consumed by anger, the rock cursed the tree daily, and both harbored mutual resentment. Eventually, the crooked tree, now infused with the rock's spiritual essence, began to emit toxin and preyed upon living creatures. This newfound power brought strange harmony between them. Alas, how unexpected it is to witness a relationship once fraught with conflict transform into one of mutual benefit. The Waterwood Beast. Fortune or misfortune, hard to foresee. Blame heaven and earth, yet still bound to be. Better to find joy in simple ways. Ride the waves and await brighter days. Long ago there stood a camphor tree that had grown for 1,000 years, its branches lush and verdant. One day, a natural disaster uprooted it, casting it into the river. Due to its immense size and weight, the narrow river could not bear the camphor tree, leaving it stranded. A few days later, the villagers planned to drag it away for lumber. Unexpectedly, the camphor tree began to stir, transforming into a colossal four-legged wooden beast that lurked in the water. From that time on, any craftsman with ill intention who approached would be hurled into the water by the beast, striking fear into their hearts. However, when the children came to play in the river, it never frightened them. Instead, it would occasionally use its wooden branches to rescue those in danger of drowning. Over time, the villagers grew accustomed to its presence and named it the Waterwood Beast. One year, a wandering Taoist passed through the area and heard about the Waterwood Beast. He called out from the river banks, Are you not wary of being confined here? There are many of your kind elsewhere. You should consider leaving. The Waterwood Beast remained unmoved, and 2 more years passed. Then, during a season of relentless heavy rain, the water's level rose even higher. The Waterwood Beast repeatedly battered against the riverbank, causing the villagers to flee to a neighborhood village in fear. That night, the upstream riverbank gave way, flooding the downstream village. When the floodwaters finally receded, the villagers returned to find that the Waterwood Beast had vanished from the riverbed. Xiaolong of the Waves. Green claws like steel, a crimson maw. Breath turns rain and wind with awe. Leaping waves, white crests arise. In tides, life, fate lies. Ancient text that the Jiao is a divine creature of the water, capable of commanding fish to fly. When in water, it retains its divine nature. When out, it loses its divinity. In the village of Qian, there was a fisherman who, upon hearing Sun Wukong's tale of dismantling the Lingan temple, learned of a Jiao that could command the fish in the river. Inspired, the fisherman wished to acquire the Jiao's skill, hoping to make the fish leap into his nets, thus saving everyone much labor. One day while out fishing, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Soon a fierce storm erupted, unleashing torrential rain and violent waves. His fishing boat overturned by the waves, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. By a stroke of fate, as he sank to the riverbed, he encountered the Jiao deity, patrolling the river, and was saved. The fisherman pleaded earnestly for the deity to teach him some skills. Moved by his compassion, the Jiao deity taught him some practices of water beings. Several days passed without the fisherman's return, and everyone assumed that he had drowned in the storm. They prepared a simple coffin and planned to erect a cenotaph in his memory. On the day of his funeral, a downpour ensued, and a large dhow emerged from the river. It swept its long tail, bringing many fish ashore. The villagers rushed to the riverbank and saw the dhow transform into the fishermen, walking out of the river. They were both astonished and overjoyed. However, after returning home, the fisherman soon felt his spirit weary and only regained his vitality when he returned to the water. It was then that everyone realized that he could no longer live on land. Indeed, a few days later, the fisherman leapt into the waves and disappeared into the water, never to be seen again. Long Ba Ba. In fairy mountains, fate decides my stay. By nature's flow, I turn to stone each day, seeking truth with purpose, unaware of the length. With steadfast heart, I carve my path, my strength. Long ago, there was a Taoist who dedicated his life to capturing Yaoguai. During one encounter with a frog wife, he traveled far and wide seeking their traces. Along the way, he gained many opportunities and became a highly skilled Taoist. He also came to understand that all beings had their ways to survive and were no longer obsessed with capturing the Yaoguai. Instead, he grew curious about their lives. One day, as he passed by Mount Huoguao, he was captivated by the beautiful scenery and decided to release the tadpole that accompanied him on his journey back into the mountain stream. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let the little frog guy go, several bolts of lightning struck down, revealing a group of armored celestial soldiers. The Taoist thought that he had caused some trouble and was about to apologize when the celestial soldiers attacked him without a word. He quickly drew his sword to defend, but was gradually overwhelmed by their numbers. Just as he was about to be seriously injured, a large stone frog leapt from the riverbank. Unafraid of the flashing blades and even the lightning summoned by the soldiers, the stone frog helped the Taoist fend off his opponents. The Taoist approached the riverbank and realized that the little frog he had released had brought the stone frog to rescue him. He was deeply grateful, and from that day on, the Taoist no longer aspired to become an immortal. Instead, he frequently visited the frog asking them from their tadpoles to release into various beautiful mountains and rivers. People began to call him the Frog Immortal. Huh. Neat. That got a nice, interesting little resolution there. Gold Armor Rhino. With thunderous horn and armor of gold so bright, one can charge forth, the ground quaking with might. A form of strength no evil dare draw near, an unyielding heart forever hold dear. It was well known that Sun Wukong, after being tempered in Lord Lao's furnace, acquired a heart of gold, lungs of silver, head of copper, and an iron body. Yet what many might not realize that even his seemingly invulnerable body could still feel pain when injured. He was pinned beneath the mountain for 500 years, with no visit from any of his underlings, sustained only by the mountain deities and keepers who provided him with iron pellets and molten copper. He suffered injuries from the Samhati wind at the Yellow Wind Ridge, was trapped in the transforming gourd of the gold and silver horn brothers at the flat top mountain, scorched unconscious by the Samkhati fire at the withered pine stream, beheaded in the kingdom of Chechi, stung in the head by the scorpion guai in Pippa Cave, imprisoned within the golden symbol in the New West, captured in the golden light trap at the temple of the Yellow Flower, had his heart gouged out in the kingdom of Bhikkhu, and endured the tightening headband curse numerous times, each instance squeezing his head until it almost resembled a gourd. Every single thing that they just mentioned there are all different trials and tribulations that Wukong had to deal with on the journey to the West. I'm really glad they brought a lot of this up. Though bodily harm and mental torment, only he could guide the rest of the journeyers to the foot of Mount Lingshan. If the golden armored rhino was truly transformed from the great sage's golden armor, as they say, it indeed mirrored the great sage's indomitable spirit, never yielding to defeat. Even if its horn was shattered, it never lost the resolve to charge into battle, standing resolute and ready to fight anew. The cloud-treading deer. The wind uplifts the noble high, while low clouds mark the flesh to die. Halt steps in azure skies, or roam where earth's filth lies. When Sun Wukong was learning the arts at Mount Lingtai, a patriarch body not only taught him 72 transformations, but also imparted the cloud somersault technique. From then on, Wukong's body became invulnerable, and his movements agile. However, when he showed off his skill in front of the others, the patriarch foresaw that his lack of patience would lead to trouble. Immortals often say that Sun Wukong was at his most mischievous and ruthless when he was the Monkey King. Yet during that time, aside from his battles with the Celestial Court, he rarely harmed other beings. It was only after he became a disciple, following his master and gaining direction, that he developed many thunderous methods. Stealing, robbing, kidnapping, killing, arson, destroying mountains and caves, all became second nature to him. The cloud-treading deer is said to have transformed from Sun Wukong's lotus silk cloud treaders. It reflected his free spirit and agile nature, but also harbors his inherent ferocity. Once he falls behind, his true nature is revealed, and he can no longer maintain his carefree facade. The Fang-tailed General. Fiery tails upon his forehead, preying by the mountainside. The skilled one shuns the war it dreads, and unskilled roars with reckless pride. The sage stone monkey, with his inherent wisdom, learned the ways of human manners and speech during his travels across the realms, and later achieved mastery of Tao at Mount Ling Tai. Setting aside his natural endowments, let us now examine his later pursuits and enlightenment. When he left in a huff at the Yingqiu stream, the old Long King reasoned with him, and he returned to admit his mistakes. He abandoned arbitrary actions and always heeded sound advice. He forged brotherly bonds with Yaoguais, engaged in jest with the immortals, and exchanged banter with Buddhivasta. His amiable nature endeared him to all who were ever willing to offer their assistance. He had a sense of decorum and propriety. He had the ability to summon wind and rain and could seek out lungs. He could transform into Guai for scouting or borrow vessels when needed. In times of trouble, he sought the aid of higher beings, seldom relying on brute force. This fang-tailed general, with multiple eyes on its head, had a keen understanding of both himself and his enemies. He was adept at leaping and dodging, avoiding powerful foes whenever possible, and displayed a touch of the monkey's cleverness. It's no wonder that the crown on the monkey's head grasped his nimble thoughts so well. The emerald-armed mantis, with ruby eyes and jade adorned, wielding blades fierce and scorned. When justice falters to show, an iron fist will strike the blow. Tang Monk often advocated for kindness, while Sun Wukong was known for his punishment of evil. At Koi Mo Wolf's abode, when learning of the princess's suffering and her reluctance to leave due to her feelings for the Yaoguai and children born for him, Sun Wukong ordered Baiji to throw the Yaoguai children from the height, reducing them to 2 lumps of flesh. At Old Yang's house, after learning of the unfilled deeds of the old couple's son and seeing how they indulged him for the sake of incense offerings, he proceeded to behead the son despite Old Yang's pleas. Sun Wukong's nature was to show no mercy to villains and evildoers. He delighted in eradicating evil and Yaoguai, their numerous blood debts on journey to the west. Though each had its reasons, were mostly attributed to the monkey. The world knew of the other 3 pieces of armor, but they were unaware that the mantis had actually transformed into the Great Sage's gauntlets. It seemed the gauntlets inherited this Great Sage's ruthlessness, for it played tricks on Zhu Baizi with the same cunning. I like that each of the pieces that made up the Great Sage's armor, Sun Wukong's armor, actually had, like, bits and blurbs from the journey to the west. That's really cool. I appreciate that. Alright, now where did I leave off here? Black Wind King, Elder Jinshi, Stone Vanguard. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I missed this. I have to make sure that I go through the lungs, because I fought them later. The red lung. Smoke rises high from wood afire. Hit the back, let the beats reprise. As in mist, thunders conspire. After the case of the old Long King of Jing River was settled, the Long Princes found themselves facing an uncertain future. Following the journey west, rewards were given based on merit, but only the Long Princes alone awaited judgment, heightening their anxiety. Oh gosh. They sought out Yuan Shoucheng and asked him for a sign of their fortunes. The sign showed, "The long lies hid, not a time for action." which became a thorn in their hearts. Among them, the most concerned were the four Longs who governed the four rivers, and knew well the might of those above. They took the initiative to resign, hoping to save their lives by retreating. Yet the letter they submitted to the celestial courts were all returned. Time flew by, and one day Yuan Shoucheng sought out the four Longs. He relayed that the signs had shifted to "the long lies hidden, it stirs in the deep," indicating a favorable time for action. Upon hearing this, the four Longs left their underwater abode and went their separate ways to plan their next move. Red Long was quite astute. Knowing that the Black Bear Guai was greedy for treasure and had the protection of Guanyin, he bartered all his valuable possessions with the Black Bear in exchange for an ideal cave nestled in the mountains. Afterward, he went to seclusion in the cave and slept for many years. One day, he awoke and wanted to soar up to the sky and stretch his body again, but he found that he could hardly climb the clouds. He remembered an ancient saying: when a Long wishes to ascend to the sky, it must first climb the clawwood. He wielded his thunderbolt tail to carve out a set of clawwood on the mountains to help him fly, but it was still to no avail. Red Long was unwilling to accept defeat and sought help from the Black Bear. Although the Black Bear was not good at flying, he couldn't resist the chance to profit that presented itself. He sold the Boshan sensor that he had brought from Guanyin's palace to the Red Long, claiming that the sensor could create clouds and smoke. He cited a passage from ancient text to persuade the Red Long. A Long cannot traverse without clouds. Red Long believed this to be true. He embedded the sensor into his back and burned his will to forcibly create smoke from it. When one sensor was not enough, he added another. Each time the sensors emitted smoke, they greatly consumed his will, yet the help they provided was very limited. Although the Red Long could use it to fly again, the flight could never compare to that of the old days, and could only reside wearily among the clawwood. Alas, to think that the world harbors such vexing realities. A skill once mastered can fade with neglect. Such is the nature of the all-knowing. If not applied, it withers away to nothing in the end. How lamentable. Here we go. Black Long. With iron whiskers and devouring lips, twin hammers held in fierce embrace, lightning sparks, powerful force, in thunder's roar he holds his place. Long had the fisherman besides the river G spoken of a black Long, dwelling far beneath the water of the 9 depths. Upon its neck rested a pearl of wisdom said to grant great enlightenment to any who held it, a prize beyond the worth of gold. Many had braved the depths to find this fabled gem, yet few had been fortunate enough to return. With bitter tears they told of the perils below, of returning with nothing to show for their trials, and worse, of facing the wrath of the fearsome Long Prince. Armed with twin hammers that summoned forth the fury of thunder, the prince could smite those before him, leaving nothing but dust. Long ages passed, yet still there were those who sought the pearl. Among the people it was whispered that when the river G burst its banks and water rose in wrathful flood, it was surely the doing of the Long Prince, his wrath roused by the trespassers who sought his treasure. In hopes of appeasing him, they built a grand and splendid temple, where they offered worship and tribute to the Lord of the watery depths. Then came a day where a young man arrived, clad in midnight hue, with a necklace of moon-pale stones around his neck. He named himself a master thief with skills beyond compare. Though all cautioned him against earning the Long Prince's wrath, he paid no heed. With a single swift dive, he set his course for the Long Palace. To his surprise, he found the palace strangely silent and empty, with no sign of the soldier he had expected. A heavy sense of desolation hung in the air. Puzzled, he went to seek the sea treasury and saw a sturdy, tawny-skinned man sitting amid piles of chests, his brow furrowed in worry. At the sound of him approaching, the man, who turned out to be the Long Prince, stirred, dug a string of pearls from a chest, tossed them at the ground, and then said, "The pearl of wisdom you seek is not mine to give," he said in a weary voice. "Take these if you must, and go." Surprised, the young man asked, "The people on the shore spoke of your fierce temper, how you strike men with your thunder or flood entire lands at the smallest slight." The Long Prince shook his head. "The flesh of mortals holds no savor for me. Think you that I am some petty Yaoguai, to wreak havoc at my own whim? No, I would not dare call forth the smallest storm save at the bidding of the higher. Idle talk, all of it. My own sire was condemned to the bite of steel for one trifling error. We Longs, though our hearts are true as any, are treated with such injustice." The young man said, I have heard of the Long King's plight, a grievous injustice indeed. It is for his sake that you find yourself in such reduced circumstances. Seeing he was no mortal, the Long Prince said,
Precisely. I have no wish to meet my end upon the long-slaying terrace. I asked a fortune-teller, and he said if I hid well and killed some west-bound monkey, I may yet atone for my misdeed and restore my honor.
The young man pondered this. A fortune-teller, you say? It was the words of a fortune-teller that led me to this place. There might be some strange design at work in this meeting of ours. Why not go with me to where I come from? It just so happens to be on the very road that leads you west. The Long Prince was overjoyed, but the young man added, I ask no small price, however. All the treasure in your hoard, they must be mine. Since the day of the young man's arrival, fewer and fewer were those who sought to plumb the river's depths in search of the pearl. Later on, the tools on their quest were one by one set aside, and in time, the tales of the Long Prince far below and the pearl of wisdom he guarded were no longer spoken of. Captain Wise voice. Ah, here's the boss one. The voice enlightens all. For pride and wisdom you lost your debate. In ecstasy beyond measure, your true self is complete. The waves of Dharma, flooding, engulfing, overwhelming. Your mindfulness is lost in the world of evil. You question the sky, the earth, the Buddha. One wrong step, and every step thereafter repeats. Here the winners lose, and the losers win. The risen fall, and the fallen rise. You know how to save the lost in evil's heartbeat. May your body serve this land, since the teachings of the Golden Form shroud all beings in their deceit. The Cyan Long. With a sharp sword, Long's light is called. Fishing alone in the bitterness, nothing caught. The hidden Long awaits to soar into the sky. In fall into the dust, its fame will fly. The boundless bitter lake, the Buddha's ferry saves only the willing. Without the willingness, nothing can be done. Cyan Long, fishing alone on the Turtle General's back, is one such case. When Cyan Long arrived in the New West seeking refuge, he briefly encountered Yellowbrow. Disliking Yellowbrow's teachings on the path to bliss, which he deemed utter nonsense, he knew better than to offend him if he wished to stay in his domain. Thus, he claimed his intention to fish in the Bitter Lake. If he could catch a living thing, it would signify his bond with ultimate bliss, granting him the right to remain in the blessed land undisturbed. Yellowbrow knew this was merely a stalling tactic, but he found the idea amusing and agreed to it, on one condition. Once the fishing rod was cast, it could not be moved, as the fisher. If he moves, it would prove that Cyan Long had ulterior motives and was deceitful, and would be immediately captured and sent to the dungeons. Cyan Long readily agreed and kept his word. He transformed his long light sword into a hookless fishing rod, and sat on the turtle's back, and did not move again. Every day, Lesser Gwai would come to the turtle's back to check on him, expecting that he would not last long in the cold and hunger. But each time they came, they only saw the snow accumulating thicker and thicker on his body until it completely covered him. The Gwai could not understand why he would endure such hardship when a simple bow or a bit of minor contribution to Yellowbrow could earn him a comfortable life. There truly are people in this world who would rather endure 1,000 hardships than abandon their lofty aspirations. They carry a world of their own in their hearts, unmoved by their circumstances. Alright, now we go into the other ones. Yellowbrow. Indulging in desire, I am carefree. No fear, no sorrow, just pure glee. In land of bliss, at 8 precepts, I laugh with despair. Inherit nature's bloom, a tower of light. In the west, on the peak of Mount Lingshan, 2 men sat facing each other. Clouds billowed, and the air crackled with tension. The young monk looked up at the sky, then pressed his palms together and bowed to another monk with brows yellow. Our masters are all here, brother. Are you ready? The yellow-brown monk smiled and returned the bow. I have been ready for some time. The Ulambana assembly, held once every 500 years, had come to stage the debate of graduating disciples. The young monk raised his hand, signaling his brothers to ask the first question. Tell me, brother, said the yellow-brown monk, what is the meaning of life? To seek truth, replied the young monk. And what is truth? The way all things move, the primary law of the universe. The yellow-brown monk said nothing, but brought out a flower, its petals first drooping, gradually unfurled in glorious bloom. Gazing at the flower, he said, Observe it. By following its nature, it undergoes such wondrous changes. He then gently sniffed the flower and said, "Every flower that blooms releases a unique fragrance. This is the essence of life, bursting forth for its own propagation." He let go, and the flower drifted away. To feel such a moment to the fullest, that is bliss. The young monk shook his head. A moment's pleasure leads to an eternity of pain. One will be trapped in the cycle, never at peace. The yellow-brown monk said, "On my recent journey down the mountain, I saw parents who, driven by hunger, exchanged their children for food. I saw disillusioned sons of wealthy families who, consumed by lust, brought ruin to the moral order." The young monk frowned, looking at his senior brother. The yellow-brown monk then continued, "I saw learned scholars who, craving glory, suppressed their dissent. I saw great generals who, thirsting for gain, massacred entire clans." The young monk remained unshaken, and he said evenly, "Brother, do you not see? The parents who traded their child for a meal will regret it all their lives. Those disillusioned sons, living without restraint, died in an instant when their joy... with their joy. The scholars who suppressed dissent, once they fell from power, were reviled by all. The general who loved slaughter, they could never rest easy, undone by their own sins." The yellow-brown monk retorted, "Nonsense!" The young man was slightly taken aback. Nonsense? Their struggle, their joy, their determination, their pleasure. The endless cycle of sorrow and ecstasy never ceases, and never sated, said the yellow-brown monk, and this is the very source of the boundless vitality across the three realms. How then should it not be the true meaning of life? And those who set themselves up as false idols, given time, their pretensions are always unmasked. They become a joke in nursery rhymes and a laughingstock in the pages of history. Brother, why do you praise the suffering of karmic cycles as you spurn the truth of liberation and enlightenment? The yellow-brown monk continued, "Brother, without joy and sorrow, what is there to enlighten?" The young monk said, "Where lies enlightenment? It is but suffering, plain and clear." The yellow-brown monk bellowed, "In pain one finds revel, and in revel, pain! Without both, there is no redemption." The Violet Spider. Once she rode the cloud chariot to the high terrace. Now she dwells in a secluded cave by the mountain base. The breeze by the frail bridge chills her delicate frame. Spring arrives, another bridal gown newly made. Upon reaching a cluster of huts in the forest, Tang Monk decided to seek alms for food. As he approached the village, he saw several women playing with balls under a pavilion. Invited by them into their home, he was suddenly thrown to the ground, tied up with ropes, hung from a beam in a most uncomfortable manner. While climbing trees and branches, Sun Wukong turned back and saw a glimmer of light. Realizing that his master must have encountered the Yao Guais, he summoned the local keeper for details and learned that the glimmer was from the celestial bathing spring, which had been taken over by 7 spider guai. Knowing that they bathe 3 times a day, Sun Wukong transformed into an eagle, swooped down, and stole all of their clothes from the rack. Yeah, that sounds like something Wukong would do. Baiji, seeing so many women's clothes, persistently inquired and learned that the 7 guai were bathing. Overjoyed, he rushed to the spring. Without any hesitation, he stripped off his black garb and jumped into the water, transforming into a catfish guai. The spider tried to catch him, yet none of them succeeded. Recognizing one of them as an old acquaintance, Baiji mischievously swam around her legs. He floated and dived around until he was out of breath and hazed. These guai, retreating to their cave, fetched some old clothes and called upon the 7 adopted sons to guard the house while they headed to the Temple of Yowl Flowers to seek aid. Meanwhile, Baiji retracted his steps and reunited with their fellowship. Together, they defeated the insect sons and freed their master. Without delay, they hurried to the Temple of Yellow Flowers. The temple master, who had practiced alongside the 7 spider guai, learned that Tang Monk was a monk of 10 lifetimes, merits, and that his fellow spiders were humiliated. Preparing 4 cups of poison tea, intending to exact revenge on the fellowship and ultimately consume Tang Monk. However, Sun Wukong saw through the ruse. He overturned the teacups and defeated the Spider Gwai, forcing them to retreat. The Taoist master then, enraged, prompted Wukong to order Baiji to eliminate the 7 spiders in his stead. Following his command, Baiji wielded his rake and struck down each of the spiders, sparing only one. Remembering their brief affair in the water, he hesitated and with a final thrust of his rake into the ground, told her to flee for her life. The Yellow Lung. In robes concealed a long lies, trapped within the currents of life's ties. Soaring high, golden lining arises, fate's trials from which none can hide. The plan he had was simple. Since the old man could foresee destiny, he would surely sidestep misfortune. By staying with him, he believed he could elude all danger. After his brothers each fled to his distant realm, he transformed into a long pattern in Yuan Shoucheng's robe. For the next 100 years, he followed the old man across the vast land, watching him decipher omens and foretell futures. But what good did his words change? Most in their hubris fell into the same snares. Whenever this occurred, the old man would seek refuge in drink. By fortune's grace, he possessed a gourd that brewed its own wine, and thus he often drowned his sorrows in self-spun stupor. In his drunken haze, the old man would converse with the shadows. At times he would mutter wistfully, "What use is it to see through the game if you cannot play it? And if you do not enter the game, what is the use at all?" At times he would be spirited and cheerful, examining, with life and death both predetermined, why not be so bold and give it a try? Occasionally he would speak with a heavy heart. What's done shapes what's to come. How many can truly defy destiny? And sometimes he would sigh and question, if you could predict you would die and deliberately avoid it, could you really escape? The Lung often wondered if these words were meant for him, but since the old man never exposed or drove him away, he assumed the old man was just rambling in his drunkenness. As time went on, these words gnawed at his heart, leaving him torn and unable to decide whether to leave or not. The Scorpion Lord. In bounds of deity's abode, sorrow's wine I sip, golden armor, golden claws, poison's grip. Cockerels crow, blood tears, body near to break. My love wanes and waxes like the moon, yet burns eternal like the sun's embrace. The Mountain of Venom. Neighboring the West Ling Kingdom of Women, inhabited its tradition of female supremacy. The mountain was ruled by a scorpion queen, a Gwai of desire, renowned for her enchanting beauty. She practiced the Tao of concentration, excelling in bedroom arts and matters of pleasure, thus having countless partners for her practice. Among those partners was a male scorpion, adorned in golden armor and claw. With strong build earned him the queen's favor. Together, they had a brood of scorpion offspring. However, none of the offspring were female, which led to her to lose interest in passing them her skills. Consequently, the golden armored male scorpion also fell out of favor. Seeing that the queen no longer sought his company, the male scorpions, with high self-esteem, took his children and moved outside the mountains, severing ties with her. Later, when the journeyers passed through the kingdom of women, the scorpion queen, true to her nature as the Gwai of desire, kidnapped Tang Monk, which cost her her life when Sun Wukong summoned the Dawnstar, whose crow killed her instantly. Her maidens, the captives from the kingdom of women, held in her cave, dispersed, taking all the treasure with them. Seething with anger, Sun Wukong set the place ablaze, turning everything to ash. Sensing the fire, the male scorpion outside the mountain rushed to the scene, only to find his former love stripped of her clothes, her tail severed, and her body reduced to a bloody pulp, dead at the foot of the slope. After much inquiry, he learned that it was the Dawnstar of Constellation Mao that had killed her. With this knowledge, he vowed revenge. Fortunately, the Gwai of Desire had imparted some techniques to him. He hence settled in the Pippa Cave, rebuilding her force and dedicating himself to practice. However, being male, he struggled to achieve great success, leading to the decline of the Mountain of Venom's reputation. Upon learning that Webbed Hollow was the premier place for insect Gwai, he took his sons and sought refuge there. The Dusk Veil. A brief song stirs the valiant heart. Long crows pierce the night apart, leaping high then falling low, drifting like duckweed in the flow. He lay on the ground, still unsure of how he had been defeated. The previously unremarkable Taoist-robed insect Guai, whom he had previously dismissed as insignificant, now stood before him with a smirk on his face. Seeing the Guai holding a golden radiant hairpin, he suddenly understood. He wanted to ask a question, but found he could not speak. The pain was unbearable. It seemed that his throat was slit by the vile insect with the hairpin. He should be dying. He closed his eyes, not wanting his last sight to be that hideous face. Unexpectedly, someone turned him over and carefully applied a decoction to his wounds. He could breathe again, but this brought him no relief. The Guai clicked its tongue in amazement. The medicine Master gave me is truly remarkable. It has mended the severed part completely. What a pity to use it on this one. He opened his eyes and tried to ask a question, but the Guai stopped him. Don't rush. External medicine cannot heal internal injuries. Besides, I don't intend to cure you. With that, the Guai waved its hand, and two fake Taoists in green robes carried over a jade box with a brocade. The Guai took out a golden cocoon and said, We mountain Guai are unworthy of this item. It's best to test it on you. Pain-stricken, he coughed up blood, which splattered into the golden cocoon. The cocoon broke upon contact with the blood, and a worm with a human head and golden body emerged, quickly squirming into the grass and disappeared. The Guai remained unperturbed and pulled out another golden cocoon from the jade box. Master was so truly wise to have prepared 2 cocoons. He tried to struggle, but his body tightly bound by cobweb. The Guai commanded, Pour it down his throat. The fake Guai Taoist brought several buckets of water and forced his head back, pouring some foul-smelling concoction into his mouth. He felt it go down his throat, and after swallowing it, he felt as if he were floating on clouds, his mind becoming hazy. Apart from a lingering concern for his mother, he could hardly remember anything. He silently recited one last prayer, hoping that a glimmer of survival would be bestowed upon his mother. Oh, that's so sad. The 100-eyed Taoist master, tending the furnace, stoking the flame, making pills to immortality aspire, countless eyes and countless schemes, one misstep and shatter all dreams. Will this work? The violet spider lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the 100-eyed Taoist. The man handed a needle to the old woman and said softly, With what the monkey left behind in this vessel of mine, you have nothing to worry about. If both fail, come to me. I will back you up. He paused as if a new thought had struck him, and added, If I act first, you will never see that pig again. Hearing this, the old man quickly took the needle, thanked him, and left. Once the door closed, an immortal with a red scalp and crane face came in, holding a fly whisk. He emerged from behind the scenes, looking at the master imposingly. The master bowed respectfully and reported, With that pig in our hands, the Destined One alone will not cause any trouble. The crane immortal remained non-committal and sighed. Your little schemes are all under His Majesty's watchful eye. He hasn't intervened out of respect for Her Majesty. The master chuckled dryly and replied, Her Majesty's words. They've taken too much profit. This time our principle and interest may be taken back. The crane immortal flicked his fly whisk as if shooing away flies and said, Once it's done, you leave. But they still have to stay. No expression could be seen in a master's face as he bowed deeply to the immortal. The yin-yang fish. Black yin fish, white yang fish, stirring storms with sky-flipping swish, leaping, twirling, never at rest, boundless power in a bowl compressed. In the South Sea, there is a fish over 6 meters long, its dorsal fin resembling a blade, and can change color at will, whether white or black. This fish can fly into the sky, creating massive winds and waves as tall as mountains. Each time this fish appears, the villagers suffer from plague. Once, a fisherman returning from his catch encountered an elderly man who could barely walk. Despite his frailty, the old man carried a heavy, tattered bundle filled with scrolls. Exhausted and without money to pay for a boat ride, he struggled along the riverbank. The kind-hearted fisherman, seeing the old man's plight, offered him a free ride across the river, and even gave him 2 fresh fish for a meal. Grateful, the old man performed a divination on the spot and said,
In a few days, a young man wearing a bamboo hat and a white robe will pass by. Under no circumstances should you let him come to your village. On the day he arrives, do not conduct any business in the river, or you will lose your life."
After delivering these cryptic words, the old man vanished from the boat, leaving the fisherman both astonished and frightened. Yet he etched the old man's warning deep into his heart. A few days later, while fishing, he indeed saw a man on the riverbank who matched the man's description exactly. The man, claiming to be weary from his travels, asked the fisherman if he could take him to the nearby fishing village to rest. The fisherman initially wanted to refuse, but then decided to take the man to a nearby village downstream instead. After dropping the man off, the fisherman docked his boat and dared not return to the river. The moment the man pulled a black bowl from his sleeve and threw it into the river, as soon as the bowl hit the water, a massive, pitch-black fish emerged, and a storm erupted, with waves surging sky-high. The fisherman fled without looking back. Some time later, he heard that a severe plague had struck the neighboring village, killing many people. Initially feeling a sense of relief, he soon learned that refugees from the neighboring village had brought the plague to his own, and they too were not spared. Womp womp. Okay. The Bishui golden-eyed beast. With auspicious purple skin, a majestic sight, mighty and fierce like a tiger in fight. Ice and fire clash, a battle so dire. In scorching hills, a frigid land, a path of mire. The Bull King sat on the mountaintop, utterly exhausted and unable to move. He watched as the bushy beast limped away from the battlefield. Sorry, I'm checking a couple of things. Sorry about that. He watched as the bushy beast limped away from the battlefield. He thought about calling out to it, but decided against it. His longest-serving mount had been heartlessly driven away by him, without even a backward glance. His most trusted weapon had been taken by his own son and discarded who knows where. The Bull King glanced at the blood stains on his body. His old wounds had not yet healed, and now there were new ones. That brat's fire point skills had improved again. Initially, when the boy learned of his origin, he clamored for revenge every day. Fearing that his son would bring about his own demise, the Bull King had him locked up for a while and assigned the bushy beast to guard him. Unexpectedly, the red boy managed to escape, and by the time the Bull King arrived, the beast had chased and fought him for quite a while, leaving the boy pinned under its claw, barely alive. It was the beast's fault for being so ruthless, forcing him to severely injure it to save his son. What was wrong with that? Fortunately, he had held back enough to let the reckless beast keep its life. But who would have thought that the brat's injuries were faked? Now the tables were turned, and the son imprisoned the father. Retribution, it seemed, does not come from karma, but from the hearts of men. The one who wanted to save you, you drove away, and the one who wanted to kill you, you saved. A familiar voice echoed from the depths. Yes, you can save me, but I can save you, and I can save you too. But who will save us? The Bull King's head began to ache again. The Red Boy. On his red skin, talent may shine, eyes gleaming bright, a mischievous sign. Some haughty fire forged, yet heart unrefined. The gate to Mount Lingshan lies within the mind. For many years, the Red Boy had been having the same nightmare. In his childhood, he shared this nightmare with his mother. Mother, there were so many people. They were all coming to kill me. My dear, once you fall asleep again, you'll forget all about it by tomorrow. Yet the boy was excited. But I am very powerful. I defeated monks as tall as mountains, strange birds, and fire-breathing statues. I am not afraid of them all. Oh, how brave you are, my dear. He continued. I dreamt that I grew up into an adult, with long horns on my head and long spikes on my hands. I could kill a bunch of bad guys at once, but there were too many. I couldn't kill them all. Later, some strange people I had never seen before came. They hung quietly in the air, not coming down, just silently watching from above. His mother pulled him into her arms. If that day ever comes, your father and I will go to the sky with you and kill them all. Will we die? I dreamt that they killed me, and I turned into a red lotus flower. And Mother, you picked the lotus flower, and you became your child, and I became your child again. He continued to chatter. Mother, will you be willing to give birth to me again? Don't you wandering, his fate declines. The raging flames had reached the Golden Hall, and the sounds of battle outside were deafening. Though they were muffled within. The king, gravely wounded, sat amidst the wreckage, holding a recently deceased young boy in his arms. A figure stood behind the curtain, sighing. Such devastation. Don't you see? It's all because of you. The king remained silent. Whether the Yaksha royal lineage continues or ends depend entirely on your decision today. The king couldn't help but glance around the Golden Hall, still able to see traces of its former glory. They say the Yaksha are the most resolute, yet you as their king are hesitant and indecisive. The king gently stroked his son's face, the body still warm. He wished so dearly that the boy could see his vast and beautiful homeland had he ever been to. If you had been, if you have even a shred of lingering desire, why not try my method? The unattainable wish in your heart, I will take care of it for you. As a king, he was not even allowed to die in the battlefield. The king closed his eyes. Finally, he opened them and said slowly,
Since there is no salvation, I will leave me and my son at your disposal.
Splendid! It's not too late to understand it now. The figure clapped, and a white-clad Taoist emerged from behind. The Taoist approached the Yaksha king, bowed, then sat cross-legged on the ground. He extended his hand above the boy's head and began to chant. Before long, a small blood-red lotus flower emerged slowly from the boy's forehead, crystal clear and vibrant. The Taoist carefully plucked the lotus and placed it into the bowl he carried. The Yaksha king fixed his unblinking gaze intently at the lotus. The figure said, The red lotus is the essence of your son's soul. To ensure it does not dissipate before successful reincarnation, we will need your life and the water from the river of childbearing. The Yaksha king raised his arm, taking one last look at the blood-red lotus.
I will do it myself.
The giant Shigandang. On stone peaks a divine birth is found, yet its two minds keep wisdom bound. To shake the sky and earth seems light, but only with schemes known does fortune take flight. In Mount Huaguao, after the birth of the stone sage monkey, the remaining celestial stones continue to absorb the essence of sun and moon for thousands of years. Through self-cultivation, it eventually transformed into a Yaoguai as large as a mountain. This celestial stone originally possessed boundless divine power. However, not long after its transformation, someone planted a fleshy Buddha head on it. Since the emergence of these fleshy Buddha head, it had constantly absorbed the will from the celestial stone body. The celestial stone spirit grew weary and had to burrow into the ground, absorbing the pure essence of the earth to replenish itself. Over time, it drained the surrounding mountains of their will, causing flowers to wither, leaves to fall, and all beings nearby to perish. Meanwhile, the fleshy Buddha head, nourished by the celestial stone, almost became the master of the stone body. Fully energized, it began to develop the skanda of consciousness within. If it were to complete the other four skanda, who knows how atrocious the celestial stone guai would become. Alas, this celestial stone, nurtured by the universe, ended up serving as a mere vessel for the parasitic fleshy Buddha head. Perhaps this is what people refer to as fate and destiny. We're almost there. Almost there. A few of these I could potentially skip since I've read them already. I think I read this one already? Yes, I did. Turtle General, I did. Here we go. The Fox. A fox beside the mountain stands, in sorrow deep and long, with caring heart and hopeful wish for her savior to belong. With steadfast heart it seeks the path to rise and journey far, yet fate unknown her end draws near before it sees the star. According to ancient texts, a fox that lives for 100 years can transform into a human and gauge knowledge of happening 1,000 miles away. After 1,000 years, it can communicate with those above and become a fox immortal. There was once a young fox who harbored a deep aspiration to become a fox immortal from a very young age. Driven by this dream, it practiced diligently and tirelessly, never allowing itself to rest. In its quest for knowledge, the young fox frequently sought advice from its kin, asking, "How can I become a fox immortal?" Some experienced foxwife responded with cautionary wisdom, saying, "Becoming a fox immortal is no easy feat. Each year, the Lady of Mount Tai holds a rigorous examination. Only those who demonstrate exceptional skill in both art and philosophy can extend to immortality. Those who fail the examination are destined to remain as ordinary foxes, forever barred from achieving immortality." The young fox said, "But how can I excel in art and philosophy? I don't even have anything to write with." The foxwife replied, "Once you can transform, you can take the form of a beautiful woman or a handsome man, and go to a human town to study and learn. But remember this, the Lady of Mount Tai oversees all foxes, and despises those who seduce and consume humans. You must know that absorbing human essence is the quickest way for a Yaogwai to become powerful. If you wish to become a fox immortal, this path is forbidden, and you must set off on a much more perilous and arduous path." The young fox said, "I understand now, but I am not afraid of the peril in the ordeal. I will discipline myself and follow the path to true immortality." From then on, the young fox relied solely on the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. Decades passed on the mountain. As she gradually acquired the ability to transform, she often approached human villages to observe their way of life. One day, it accidentally stepped into a hunter's trap and was rescued by a young scholar who took it home. The green-capped martial artist. In tattered robes and bamboo hat worn, golden chakram through fire, a sight to adorn. 3 times in snow his zen heart tried, neither foe nor friend, just mischief implied. Gray and white, ice and snow blanketed the entire mountain range. In a deep valley there was a peculiar cave with a lush green watermelon field, thriving exceptionally well. A young monk was in the field, picking melons, patting them here and there, but none seemed to satisfy him. Next to the watermelon field stood a strange man wearing a bamboo hat. Watching the young monk pick watermelons, "My brother said that if there's a chance I can test the monkey on his behalf," he said. The young monk finally picked up a watermelon, weighing it in his hands, and smiled. "This one is good, ripe and sweet. The one you mentioned, I've already checked him for you. He's good." The strange man replied, "If I don't test him myself, I won't be at ease to tell my brother about him." The young monk exerted his strength and spit his watermelon in half. "Instead of feeling unease about him, I worry more about your brother." The man pondered for a moment and said, "The thing is guarded by my brother. There is nothing to worry about." The young monk, munching on both halves of the watermelon, said non-commentarily, "That thing tests the bearer's heart greatly. He has bore it alone for many years. Let's hope it doesn't fail at the last moment." The strange man quickly responded, "That's why. If this time that monkey succeeds, wouldn't it be best for both of you?" The young monk stopped, looking up at the strange man, who quickly bowed his head and apologized. The young monk laughed again, waving his hand, and said, "Go, go. First pass my disciple's test, then we'll talk about the rest." The third prince. In the kingdom of flowing sand, his lineage held the throne, Chu by spear in hand, a prince of might well known. The third prince, renowned in the city of Pin, originally hailed from a distant land, becoming a disciple of Buddhivasta Guoshi-Wang. Buddhivasta Guoshi-Wang was famed for his ability to subdue Yaogwai. This was precisely the skill that the third prince sought to learn, as his homeland was plagued by rampant Yaogwai. After the journeyers had bested the Yellow Wind Sage, the third prince was relieved to learn that the sage had been sent back to Mount Lingshan. This news allowed him to focus on the mountain practice undisturbed. Later, whispers of another grand ceremony in the New West caught his attention. With his master's permission, he set out with his 4 captains to investigate, suspecting Yellowbrow of foul play. However, they were met with a crushing defeat, and Yellowbrow had once again stolen his master's vessel. "Master, we have suffered a resounding defeat. This is not the first encounter we've had with him, and yet here we stand, vanquished once more." "Master, a beguiling spell has taken me. I had to wound myself to stay awake." "Master, be warned. That old Gwai now possesses an immense gilded form, which turns aside blade and spear with ease. Exercise utmost caution." "Master, the 4 captains have been bewildered by some evil spell. Now they have bowed before Yellowbrow and become his devotees." "Master, my first captain debated the Yellowbrow, and debated with Yellowbrow and was deluded. Now he sings beguiling chants in the dungeons to incite our surrender.
Master, Yellowbrow twisted off my second captain's head. Into pus and blood it turned. Yellowbrow's evil craft then transformed the blood and pus into a lotus flower, blooming at the temple gates.
Master, the third captain threw his weapon at Yellowbrow, and Yellowbrow broke his limbs and reattached them with those of the others.
Master, the fourth captain was struck by Yellowbrow's spike shaft cudgel. His body was pierced, and roots grew out of every hole.
Master, it was my command that led the 4 captains to attack Yellowbrow. I was wrong. It's all my fault. All my fault. The third prince, driven mad, having blinded himself and deafened his ears, muttered incessantly in the dungeon. Could his master truly hear his words spoken to the walls? Did he even have a master? Why did his master never come to save him? Divining fate, he plays his part, in worldly guise a cunning art. He laughs at fools who seek their fate, for luck and doom their heart dictates. The Celestial Court often favored Gwai of plant and tree in the selection of the keepers. The keeper of the New West, however, was renowned for its being a feather deity of the wind. This keeper, unlike many others, cared not for tending the soil or sowing seeds. Instead, he had a unique penchant for divination. Though he hailed from the West, chanting sutras was not his calling. His true talent lay in the ancient art of Yarrow-stalk divination, which he skillfully foretold fortunes and misfortunes. The New West was flanked by the Thorn Ridge to the east and the 7 Peril Mountains to the west, both treacherous places scarcely visited by travelers. Guarding this area, the keeper compelled every passer-by to have their fortunes told. Under the guise of interpreting the divination, he would set up intricate traps. Travelers eager to avoid misfortune would unknowingly fall into the keeper's schemes. One day, a traveler passed through, and the keeper, as usual, insisted on reading his fortune. The reading revealed a bad omen. Terrified, the traveler begged the keeper for a solution. The keeper, feigning mystery, claimed to have a secret method to turn misfortune into fortune, but it required hefty payment. Desperate and believing him, the traveler handed over all his money. The keeper then directed him to a narrow winding path, instructing him to proceed quickly. Following the keeper's advice, the traveler safely crossed the ridge of the mountain. Observing this, the keeper laughed and said, "The art of divination lies not in omens but in the heart. Where the heart leads, there lies fortune or misfortune." The tale spread, leaving everyone amazed. From then on, those who passed through felt fortunate to have their fortunes told by the keeper. Hello, Pigsy. Zhu Baiji. Born with a clumsy heart, trapped in life's advance and retreat, breaking precepts repeatedly, following nature, not the Buddha's feet, with rake and tusk, smashing fate, burrowing karma's weight, rolling in the muddy world, heedless of scorn and debate. In the highest sky above the jade pool, amidst the swirling cloud and mist, celestial maidens flittered to and fro. Today, the Queen Mother of the West was holding a lotus viewing banquet. As Admiral Tian Pang walked past the gate, he saw a tall, burly man blocked by a celestial maiden. Admiral Curtainriser, the maiden said in a polite but cold tone, "Without a handwritten invitation from Queen Mother, you cannot sit by the pool. If you don't mind, why not take a seat in the Hyde Hall and have some tea?" The burly man responded in obedience, but his gaze fixed on the main hall. To such behavior, Tian Pang subtly took his head, a faint smile playing at his lips. He presented his invitation to the other maiden at the gate and strode in, his head held high. The banquet was in full swing, with celestial officials exchanging toasts, their joyful laughter resonating through the hall, creating an atmosphere of mirth and merriment. Tian Pang, an admiral who guarded the celestial river, seldom attended such festival gatherings. However, he managed to greet everyone as if he was well acquainted with all of them, all while mindful not to overindulge in wine. The god of longevity stood beside the Queen Mother, stroking his beard and chuckled.
"Such extravagance! I wonder how would the peach banquet surpass it?"
A constellation officer standing nearby chuckled at the elder's concerns.
"Elder, such worries are in vain. With the allure of these 9,000-year peaches, even a casual arrangement of tables outside the celestial gate would draw the dignitaries from across the 3 realms, be they noble or humble, eager to partake in a taste."
A red-faced immortal sneered. It's not the peaches they'd seek, but rather to bow before the Jade Emperor and the Three Supremes, and worship the Buddha of the West. Such assemblies are scarce pretext for them to curry favor and bask in company of the divine. The Queen Mother spoke with solemn dignity. The peach banquet is no trivial matter. Our gathering today is but a prelude. A rehearsal of the rites and rituals must be executed with exactness and reverence. Upon concluding her speech, the Queen Mother signaled to the Lord of Luna with a glance. With a few clasps of his hands, a group of maidens dressed in white entered the hall. The maidens took their positions by the jade pool and began to play instruments, sing, and dance. Among them, one dancer with hair like silver and dressed like clouds stood out with her exceptional grace. Tian Peng had never seen a beautiful celestial maiden so closely, and he was fascinated. A celestial maiden in a violent gauze dress, holding an exquisite cup of wine with both her hands. "Admiral," she said, she called softly. Drenched in his fascination, Tian Peng took the cup from her hand, yet his gaze never left the white dancing sleeves. As the dance concluded, Tian Peng regained his senses. He rose up a toast to the Queen Mother, yet the queue was long. By the time he reached the end and he found himself already outside the gate. Suddenly he heard someone shouting, "Shoes! His shoes!" He looked over and saw two celestial officials supporting a drunken monkey as they hurried past. Tian Peng thought to himself, when will I ever get to be as drunk as that monkey? The Venom Taoist. Ugh. Okay, hang on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm almost there. Ugh, okay. Schemes and plots hard to outsmart, impulsive nature, a straightforward heart. He should thank his twin blade. One cuts through folly, one has the truth displayed. Gentle mountain breeze, wild flowers covered ground. Inside the stone cave behind the temple, the purple-faced Taoist master asked with a gentle smile, "How long have you been in this temple?" "I do not know. I can only remember that the thunder has struck the hall over 100 times," replied the Venom Taoist, standing cautiously beside the master. "Then it has been over 100 years, the master said, walking towards the bare stone wall, able to touch it. "Master," the Taoist called out, "I have been here for a long time, yet you have not taught me any skills. Could you perhaps teach me some moves today?" "You wish to learn my skills?" "Since the day I called you master, yes." "Your foundation is solid, and the energy channels harmonized. You have already achieved high. I am afraid learning my skills won't help you much." The Taoist tensed at the master's words, fully on guard. Yet out of his expectation the master uttered, "Skills I can offer no more, but some unique method of practice I can offer, yet they are beyond the mind feeble, and demand strong willpower to succeed. If you are not undeterred by hardship, I can let you try." Indulged, the Taoist asked, "What kind of unique method?" The Taoist shook his head and said, "Without your willingness to learn, I cannot tell you that." The Taoist pondered deeply, unable to make a decision. The master gently persuaded, "It is a path trodden by many of my disciples. If you come here, attempt nothing, and achieve nothing. Would it not be a journey in vain?" Hearing this, the Taoist remembered his brother's instructions and inquired, "What can this method achieve?" "If you refine your body, elevate your divine skills, and the path to ascension shall be an ease." "Is it truly so profound?" "If you find it not helping, you can stop at any time," the master said confidently. Moved by those words, the Taoist agreed immediately. "I am ready to follow your instruction, master." "Come with me," the master said, glancing one more time at the stone wall before leading the Taoist away. The Crane Immortal, in crimson embroidered crown, pure and refined, ascending to meet the immortal, unconfined, revered in the vast skies, far and wide, what foolish man would dare not abide? The newly appointed Dawn Star originally served in the Hall of Incense. Now promoted, he had his first opportunity to tour the Celestial Palace. As he exited the Celestial Palace, he was met by the Crane Immortal, who first took him to the Celestial Gate to be introduced to the captains of the court on duty and the 4 heavenly kings. They then visited the 33 halls and the 72 places, paying respects to everyone along the way. The celestial beings treated him with utmost courtesy, which greatly pleased the newly appointed Constellation Officer. After the tour, the Crane Immortal was about to personally escort the Dawnstar back to the Palace of Illumination. On the way back, the Dawnstar suddenly asked, "I wonder if my predecessor was promoted or demoted. Could you enlighten me so that I may know how to conduct myself in the future?" The Crane Immortal smiled and said, "He mingled too closely with the mortal realm, perhaps making some friends among the mountains and the wilds. Now having shed his celestial binds, who can say where he revels in his newfound freedom? The Constellation Officer frowned and asked, "I heard from the Dome of Stars conducts roll call daily. How could it be that the Constellation Officer left without anyone knowing?" The Crane Immortal gently smoothed the wrinkles of the Dawnstar's robes and said smoothly, "If he hadn't left quietly, how would you be here now?" Hearing this, the Dawnstar seemed to understand and did not pursue the matter further. Hong Yi. Tearful eyes reflect tearful eyes. Broken hearts echo broken cries. The world harbors the cold and sly, yet spare this soul in serpent guise. The Jade Emperor sat on his throne in the Celestial Palace, gathering the officials. Hong Yi stood among the immortals and saw Taibei Jingxi leading an officer in, a crown of 5 peaks on his head, a landscape engraved tablet in his hands. He wore the light of the 7 stars on his robes, and walked to the pleasant music of 8 jade rings dangling from his waist. Taibei Jingxi then announced, "Your Majesty, I have brought the son of the Buddhivasta Palinpo from the Purple Cloud Mountain, as commanded." The Jade Emperor responded, "Let the celestial official come forward. I appoint you as Dawnstar, ranking among the 28 constellations, and granting you residence in the Palace of Illumination. Remember to be diligent in your duties and conduct your patrols on time." The newly appointed Dawnstar thanked the Emperor for his grace. The Jade Emperor then ordered the Crane Immortal and the Supreme Celestial Inspector to escort him to his post, also bestowing upon him 2 bottles of Imperial wine and 10 golden flowers. The Immortals congratulated the Dawnstar, while Hong Yi stood quietly in the periphery, observing for a moment. She was slightly older than him, and having grown up together due to the deep connection and frequent interactions between their families, she had always seen him as a younger brother. Now, witnessing his moment of glory, she believed his future held limitless potential. After waiting a while longer, she watched him greet and bid farewell to others in front of the hall, his spirits high, yet he never glanced her way. With a quiet sigh, she turned and slowly walked out of the hall. Keeper of the Flaming Mountain. The furnace crumbles, bricks fall, a day of disgrace. Lament did he, the beauty he could not embrace. All his talents wasted on the golden sun. Looking back, he's become the foolish one. The galaxy was clear, and the sky was spotless. That night, a young Taoist boy sat by the furnace, fanning the flame. Feeling drowsy, he was about to sneak in a nap when suddenly he heard a soft laugh. Looking up, he saw his master standing at the door with a girl, watching him doze off. He quickly straightened his clothes and stood up to apologize. Contrary to his usual stern demeanor, the master did not scold him. Instead, he called the boy over and briefly introduced the newcomer, instructing them to guard the furnace together from now on. Finally, he said, "She is your senior. You may call her Rakshasi." At first, the young Taoist boy was delighted to have a companion, but upon hearing that the newcomer was a senior, he felt displeased. As soon as the master left, he decided to make things difficult for her. Handing her the fan, he said, "The furnace is now your responsibility. It's only right that the older one does the work, isn't it, my senior?" The girl did not argue and simply smiled. "Indeed, my junior. You may go rest." The next day, when the master ascended the altar, the girl approached. The young Taoist boy thought she was going to complain, but instead she said, "Master, as a new disciple, it is only right that I fan the fire. However, the fan my junior gave me is a bit small and not very handy." The master glanced at the young Taoist boy and smiled. If that's the case, I'll make a new one for you. You may as well wield it as a nice vessel. The young Taoist boy had not expected his usually strict master to be so kind. Gradually, he began to see her in a new light. From then on, they practiced together. He discovered that the girl was adept in both Buddhist and Taoist teachings. No matter what scripture the master taught, she would always engage in discussion, where he often struggled to keep up, both in speech and thought. Later, when the furnace was kicked over, he was severely punished by the master, while other disciples looked on coldly. It was only the senior who volunteered to descend to the mortal realm to help him. In the mortal realm, he learned that his senior had her own cave dwelling and a group of loyal followers. The master had even granted her the title of Earthly Immortal as compensation. Sometime later, the master arranged for her to marry a Yaogwai king in the mortal realm. Though he felt a bit melancholic, he understood that he was ultimately unworthy of her. No matter how many dirty tasks he has done for the master, in the master's eyes, he would never be a match for her. Ma Tin Ba. In life, a brave heart met a noble lord, loyal and true, bound by a warrior's accord. Grateful and steadfast, he sought to repay, unyielding in courage, keeping danger at bay. Ma Tin Ba was originally Ma'er. Flaming Mountain was scorched hot all year round, with not a blade of grass growing anywhere. Anyone attempting to cross the mountain, even if they had a head of iron and a body of steel, would melt into a puddle. Despite this, some merchants, driven by the lure of profit, attempted to cross the mountain to trade horses in the west. Yet upon setting foot in the Flame Mountain, they were beset by the Gwai. None survived except one horse, which bolted and ran for 60 miles after sensing the danger. Exhausted and thirsty, it collapsed at the gate of a cottage. An old man named Shu, who lived alone in the cottage, took pity on the horse. He took it in, fed it, and cared for it. Gradually, the horse regained its strength and grew robust. The horse was intelligent, and always responded to the old man's kindness with grateful neighs. The old man, seemingly able to understand the horse, said, I was the eldest son in my family. If you wish to join me, you should be called Ma'er, as my second brother. The old man treated Ma'er with genuine affection, often going hungry himself to ensure Ma'er was well fed. Ma'er took note of this and remembered it in his heart. The Flaming Mountains were in perpetual drought, and without the plantain fan, there was no spring to sow and no autumn to harvest. Moreover, Shu was getting on in years. One day, as he was feeding Ma'er as usual, he suddenly collapsed by the stable. Seeing this, Ma'er hoisted the old man onto his back and galloped towards the plantain cave in the Emerald Mountain. He ran non-stop for over 770 miles. Yet by the time they reached the Emerald Mountain, the old man had already passed away. Heartbroken, Ma'er refused to return to the cottage and began wandering the mountains. Seeing Ma'er's gentle nature, the Yaogwai of the mountains often bullied him. Ma'er endured their taunts and jests, never getting angry or speaking back. Homeless and unbarned, he lived this way for many years, his once robust body growing thin once again. One day, he was scavenging along the mountain path for scraps discarded by the lesser Yaogwai, and saw an old bull sleeping by the roadside, with fire burning in his fur. Alarmed, Ma'er tried to wake the bull, but to no avail. With no other choice, Ma'er hoisted the old bull onto his back and ran towards the plantain cave. Along the way, somehow, the Yaogwai, seeing Ma'er carrying a burning bull, were furious. They shouted and attacked, but Ma'er ignored them, charged ahead, sustaining many injuries. It was only when the bull finally reached the plantain cave that Ma'er realized the burning bull was the Bull King, who had gotten drunk somewhere with friends and was now in a deep sleep. With a few calls from Rakshasi, the Bull King was startled awake from his drunken stupor. Seeing the battered Ma'er, the Bull King laughed heartily. You are one tough horse. From now on, join my banner, and you shall be named Ma Tin Ba. Thus, Ma'er became Ma Tin Ba. He trained and practiced martial arts under the Bull King, growing stronger and eventually becoming a great general under the Bull King's command. I'm gonna need to make myself a hot cup of tea by the end of this. Act Axe in hand, the vanguard shows might, fearing neither toil nor plight, wishing for the mountain's peace, braving dangers till the sun's last light. The pale axe stalwart. A bright afternoon in the camp of seasons.
Splendid! That's the morale I want to see.
The Bull King exclaimed, seated in the mountain camp, the main camp atop the cliff, observing the Bulgwai training below. Standing beside him, the pale axe stalwart reported,
My king, only such a powerful army is worthy of your majestic presence.
The Bull King nodded approvingly, saying,
You've done well, young captain.
Looking at the pale axe stalwart, he said kindly,
You've not been under my command for long, yet you've managed to train these mixed troops so well. It is beyond my expectation.
The pale axe stalwart replied humbly,
When I first arrived and saw how well regulated the king's domain was, I was equally surprised.
Realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly apologized.
I meant to say...
The Bull King laughed heartedly.
No worries. The well-regulated domain is all thanks to the lady of the house. Her strict rules keep these boneheads in line.
The pale axe stalwart also laughed.
Indeed, I was initially taken aback by her strict rules.
Seeing his straightforwardness, the Bull King praised,
You've done well in maintaining the troops. I promote you to be my vanguard.
The pale axe stalwart quickly knelt.
Thank you, my king. For the promotion I will serve you with utmost loyalty.
Just then, a voice called out,
Father, why have you summoned me?
The pale axe stalwart looked up to see the red-skinned youth approaching from behind.
I called you to observe how to muster and command troops. This is my newly appointed vanguard. Come and meet him.
The youth patted the pale axe stalwart on the shoulder and smiled.
Very good. If my father trusts you, you must be capable. When I become king, you shall be my general.
The Bull King clapped his hands and laughed.
Such ambition. The future of this domain will depend on you.
The youth pondered this for a moment and said,
Father, why not trust that item to me as well?
The Bull King's face darkened and he did not respond.
Father, you must trust me with the domain, the youth continued. So why not with a mere object? Ever since you obtained it, you've grown more haggard. Mother is very worried.
The Bull King waved his hand dismissively.
Do not mention this again.
The youth, though puzzled, did not wish to define his father and left reluctantly. Ping Ping. Born to a fate of trial and woe, who pities the ebb and flow of those? Better to live in nature's embrace, freely to wander, freely to repose. After delivering her homework to her mother, Ping Ping went to the height of Ember. Her brother had asked her to meet him there, saying he had something important to discuss. When she arrived, she saw Red Boy standing with his hands on his hips, directing quick as fire and fast as wind to burn the Bulgwai to flee as a way of training them. Amused by the scene, he laughed loudly and boisterously. Brother, Ping Ping called softly. Ever since Red Boy returned from Guan Yin's tutelage, she felt he had changed. Every time she spoke to him, a subtle fear tugged at her heart. Upon seeing her arrival, Red Boy waved to halt the training and turned to her.
Ping Ping, let's engage in a game, he proposed. You will run, and I will chase you. Let's see if I can catch you before an incense stick burns out.
In the past, Ping Ping would transform into a little fox, leaping through rocks and crevices, always having the upper hand. Yet this time, Red Boy shattered her hiding rocks with a single spear thrust, scorching her standing deadwood with a breath of fire, and flew over the cliff she jumped across as a red cloud. In less than half that time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Red Boy effortlessly caught her and sighed.
Mother's teachings are still too gentle.
Seeing his sister's gloomy face, Red Boy took her to rest by the cliff in Furnace Valley. To cheer her up, he twirled his fire point for her entertainment. Seeing his little sister clapping and cheering, Red Boy asked,
How do you think of my skills compared to Father's?
Ping Ping couldn't answer. She had never dared to make such a comparison. Sorry about that. Ping Ping couldn't answer. She had never dared to make such a comparison. She took out the fire dates her mother had awarded her and shared them with Red Boy, changing the subject to talk about anecdotes in the mountains. Seeing this, Red Boy didn't press any further and responded perfunctorily. Ping Ping cautiously said, Brother, you and I have always been the closest. If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. It's not easy for our family to be reunited. I just want to live peacefully in these mountains, away from worldly strife.
Gazing at the burning clouds, Red Boy said, Sister, you should see more of the outside world. There's so many things this living world, no, there's no such thing as living away from worldly strife. It's just self-deception for losers. Ping Ping wanted to ask him, who he was competing with and why he had to compete, but before she could ask, she felt a blow to the back of her neck and fainted. Rakshasi. From dawn to dusk, toil's bitter strain. Night and day, home's burden remains. Destiny shows no mercy. Merciful she becomes. Why is her household light the hardest to sustain? Mount Lingshan, Vulture Peak, before the Thunderclap Temple. Rakshasi clasped her intertwined hands tightly, steadying her trembling body, striving to appear calm and serene. She had traveled to many places on this journey, domains of the Yaoguai King she befriended in the mortal realm, abodes of the gods she met in the celestial realm, the immortal islands on the sea, and even the underworld. She visited them all. She also went to the Tushita Palace to seek advice from her master, yet the latter had only offered her a heartfelt persuasion. I order you to raise a child, but I did not ask you to be a true mother. Let the boy stir his trouble. As long as you and your husband stay out of it, you will be safe. Her master's words left her in despair. She knew that no protection the Flaming Mountain received. This was their destiny ordained. But she knew her son all too well. Reckless and wild, vengeful and unforgiving. After all the suffering he endured over the years, unless he could vent his anger, the only way to resolve the siege of Flame Mountain would be to break his spine. Thus she came here, for revenge. How to exact? She had no idea. Her mind was blank. Lady Rakshasi, the master summons you inside. Ananda stood at the temple door, his voice as gentle as ever. She straightened her back, gripping the plantain fan tightly in her hand, hoarsely replied, Thank you, Venerable. As she walked into the hall flanked by the 8 great Vajra and 500 Arhats, she seemed to hear faint laughter, but all she saw in her peripheral vision were solemn and dignified figures. Reaching the base of the lotus throne, she knelt with her head held high, clutching the fan tightly. Rakshasi, what brings you here to seek an audience with me? She remained silent, gripping the fan with all her might, ready to unleash its divine wind at any moment. The hall was deathly quiet. All eyes were on her. She could feel the Vajra glaring with angry eyes, the Arhats staring with their wrathful gaze, and all the defined figures transforming into fierce visages. She lowered her head. I greet you on behalf of my master. A booming laughter echoed, deafening. Within that laughter she heard the cries of an infant, the innocent giggles of a child, the roars of an adolescent, and a cycle of blooming and withering flowers, the growth of grass and the flight of orioles over millennia. She heard the embers extinguishing in the flaming mountains. The Bull King. Renowned as the mighty king, his life was far from plain. His spirit spanned the 3 realms. His fame touched 4 domains. Among the Gwai, a hero grand, wild and untamed. The sudden arrival of Dharma left his homeland forever changed. With Shadow as his companion, true enlightenment within him lay. In days of yore, the Bull King converted to Buddhism, and within a century completed his practice and returned to the Flaming Mountains. Overjoyed, Rakshasi and Ping Ping loudly celebrated his return and hosted a grand banquet in his honor. During the banquet, the keeper of the Flaming Mountain asked, My king, why did you return so hastily? The Bull King replied, An old friend, with whom I had some misunderstandings in the past, helped me achieve great merit. The Bodhisattva then pleaded with the Buddha on my behalf, granting me the grace to return. From now on, I will stay in the mountain and go nowhere else. From that day on, the bull's temperament changed drastically. His former wild and unrestrained nature was no longer seen. He declined all invitation, ceased all travel, and instead stayed in the Flaming Mountains.
helping Rakshasi with household affairs and training the bull soldiers, living a very peaceful life. Several decades later, Red Boy received instructions from the Buddhivasta and returned to Flaming Mountain to serve his parents. The family of four enjoyed a period of peace. However, Rakshasi gradually noticed something unusual about the Bull King. He became increasingly thin, his face showed signs of aging, and he ate less, as if weighed down by heavy worry. More strangely, the Bull King sometimes transformed into his original form, retreating to the mountain peaks, retching. The furry celestial maiden serving Rakshasi said, "The king might be suffering from a rare bovine illness." The fox maiden serving Ping Ping said, "The king, aware of his past sins, might have learned an ascetic practice in Mount Lingshan and is now undergoing it." The keeper of Flaming Mountains said, "The king's mind is trapped in the past, intertwines with his old friend, unable to break free. Those past events have become an invisible shackle, and that from which he can never escape." The Supreme Celestial Inspector. The mighty Inspector, the Emperor's guard so grand, ride flaming wheels at the celestial gate to stand, upholding justice, silent and stern, with one steel whip the souls burn. In the Celestial Court, it was a well-known fact among the gods and the Buddha that Taiyi Thunderclap Supreme, also known as the Supreme Inspector, was the Jade Emperor's most loyal enforcer. If his gaze was fixed upon someone, it spelled certain doom. Admiral Tian Peng, who was cast down to become a pig, served as a prime example. Once a prominent rising star, he vanished without a trace after the Supreme Inspector reported him. Initially, the Supreme Inspector did not have his current peculiar appearance. Though not as handsome as Tian Peng, he was at least presentable. Later, the Jade Emperor, in appreciation for the Inspector's impartial enforcement of his decree, transformed the Inspector's head into the shape of his right hand, symbolizing that when the Inspector was present, it is as if the Jade Emperor himself was there. When deities encountered the Inspector, they respectfully greeted him and quickly distanced themselves. They dared not engage in high-spirited discussion in his presence, fearing that any mistake might be caught and reported. Though the Inspector had no close companions, he did have some interactions with an old god of a very high rank in the Celestial Court, aside from the Jade Emperor. Some immortals said that since the Inspector willingly took on such a significant role, he deserved to endure this solitude. Every advantage came with a disadvantage. Others argued that the Inspector accepted his unappealing position precisely because he preferred not to socialize, finding himself perfectly at ease and content in this role. Opinions were divided and no consensus was reached. As for what the Inspector truly thought, no one really knew. The Mandrill Chief. A heart carrying with dreams unclear, she left the mountains, ventured far and near. Seeking the five skanda, found naught. True wisdom lies in letting go, she taught. The Tripitaka scriptures depict the mandrill as possessing extraordinary abilities, capable of grasping the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortunes, and manipulating the universe with its power. In Mount Huoguao, a day unlike any other unfolds. Ugh, my voice is starting to get sore. I'm glad I'm almost done. The Mandrill Chief was leaping through the mountains when she suddenly saw the celestial stone in the mountaintop explode, producing a stone egg. As the wind blew over it, the stone egg transformed into a stone monkey. The Mandrill Chief approached to observe. And the stone monkey began to mimic, learning to crawl and walk. Subsequently, the stone monkey bowed to the four directions, and its eye emitted two beams of golden light that shot up to the celestial palace. Delighted, the Mandrill Chief brought the stone monkey into the forest to meet the other monkeys. This extraordinary monkey soon proved its worth, and after a series of contests, became king of the monkeys, earning the title Handsome Monkey King. In the next 100 years... The Monkey King led the monkeys in carefree joy. One day, he began to worry about life and death. The Mandrill Chief advised the monkey to go and seek out the Tao. After the Monkey King returned, he rewarded the Mandrill Chief by appointing her as a general. Later, the Monkey King was titled the Great Sage, became a celestial official, caused havoc in the celestial palace, was subdued and imprisoned under a mountain, became a monk, achieved enlightenment, and finally became a Buddha. After several rises and falls, he ultimately returned to the mountain and transformed back to stone. One day, an immortal appeared in the dream of the Mandrill chief, telling her that all 5 skanda are empty and can transcend all suffering. The immortal explained that if she could visit all the sacred places and temples in the world, gather the essence of the 5 skanda, and make the 5 skandas pill, she might be able to awaken the stone and restore its divine spirit. Thus, she traveled across the 3 realms and 4 lands, searching for ingredients to make the pill, until she encountered a monkey that looked exactly like the Monkey King. Ah. I can skip these 4. I know for a fact I read them earlier. The Old Monkey. Countless souls pursue the immortal quest, seeking the Tao, but truth is not addressed. The fairy itself will never be assured. Ask not when fruit will ripen, in the void they fade evermore. Some say he is Buddhivasta Goan Yin. Some say he is Patriarch Bodhi. Some say he is Sun Wukong himself. Others say he's just an unnamed old monkey in the mountains. With the same posture, he always starts with the same line. Sometimes the mountaintop is empty and silent. Sometimes the summit is bursting with monkey cries. Whenever a destined one sets out on their journey, he gifts them with a handmade willow staff. As he breaks off the willow branch to send them off, he feels a twinge of reluctance in his heart. The immortals of the Celestial Court say he's gambling. The Buddha on Mount Lingshan say that gambling inevitably leads to loss. He says he neither gambles nor loses. He is just waiting for the stories of the Destined One will tell upon their return, and he has never heard 2 identical stories. Maitreya. The board is earth, the piece is sky. Colors of yin and yang comply. In subtle moves, revolutions blend. Laughing, praise the game that will never end. Maitreya has been in the Great Pagoda for an unknown length of time. When the sacred divinity arrived, the mural was still unfinished. I knew you would come, Maitreya said with a smile. The sacred divinity cupped his hand in salute. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Venerable One. You must have seen this day back in Mount Huoguao. Therefore, I beseech you, please, relieve me of my inner turmoil. Since your turmoil stemmed from Sun Wukong, he should be the one to answer them. He is dead, the sacred divinity said, his voice faltering as if unwilling to utter the word. I have already opened the path for you. No one will disturb you there. Take your time to ponder, Maitreya said, stepping aside. Instantly, wind and snow swirled in from the opposite wall, casting a chill throughout the pagoda. The sacred divinity stepped forward as instructed. Stopping at the edge of the void, he turned and said, by stepping into this painted Mount Mie today, the Celestial Court will no longer be able to find me, Oh, wait. I see. The sacred divinity stepped forward as instructed, stopping at the edge of the void, and turned back and said, by stepping into this painted Mount Mie today, the Celestial Court will not be able to find me. Venerable One, would Mount Lingshan know of your deeds? Maitreya laughed. Have we met before? The Lingshan I knew is much uglier than you. Hearing this, the sacred divinity said no more and strode into the wind and snow. And last but not least, Lingshan, the sacred divinity. In skies high his talents shine, like plum blooms pure and bright. His form defies the winter snow, a sacred being of light. With lofty heart he carries no kin to the emperor above, his noble spirit dim and stars, unlocking the great pagoda. They are just monkeys. None of them have anything worthwhile. A celestial soldier used his spear to flip over a corpse, complaining to his fellow. Before them lay the aftermath of the Battle of Mount Huoguao. Jagged rocks, ancient trees charred by lightning, and bodies strewn across the landscape. The good stuff is all in Water Curtain Cave. We only get to clean up the battlefield, replied the fellow. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Yeah, I'm glad I'm almost done after this. True, we must do the dirty work, finishing off those who aren't quite dead yet. With that, the celestial soldier thrust his spear into a corpse and pulled it out again. They methodically checked each body until they reached a large boulder. The celestial soldier knocked on the stone. Watching this, his fellow said, "It's just a rock. What do you expect to find out?" The celestial soldier replied, "Don't you know? This is Sun Wukong." The fellow looked puzzled. "Nonsense! How could this be Sun Wukong?" "He died earlier, and his roots severed and given to the Yaoguai kings. Born from stone, and now with his senses gone, he naturally turned back into stone after death." "Bollocks!" said his fellow. "You don't believe me?" the celestial soldier boasted. "I was at the very front of the formation and saw it clearly. When they dismembered his body, even the sacred divinity took a piece." The fellow, curious, asked, "I don't remember you being at the front. Is that true? If even the sacred divinity took a piece. I saw all those Yaoguai kings from the lower realms today. I thought only Yaoguai would take things from other Yaoguai." "He's not just any Yaoguai. He was once granted Buddhahood," corrected the celestial soldier. "Why would the sacred divinity take that? Isn't it considered bad luck?" "Who knows? Sun Wukong was powerful. Maybe consuming it would be highly beneficial." Then both laughed heartily. "Hey, look who it is," said the fellow, noticing something white beside the stone. They picked it up and found it was a branch of plum blossom, as white as jade and pure as snow, blooming fragrantly. The celestial soldier wondered, how could there be plum blossoms on Mount Huoguao? The fellow said, "This looks somewhat like..." Before he could finish, a spearhead pierced through his chest, emitting a golden light that even dispersed the soul within the armor. The celestial soldier looked over his fallen fellow's shoulder, shocked. Before he could react, the golden light flashed again. White clouds drifted apart, leaving the mountain peak in tranquility once more. Let's knock that final thing out of the journal, and with that, we are at last finished. That took 4 hours to read everything from that book that I didn't read yet at the time. Now, with that being said, we're going to go back to the main menu, and just like I promised, now we're going to check out at least part of New Game Plus. But since we're going to do this, and to give my throat a well-deserved break, we are going to change the language to English this time. And we will play the tutorial back, New Game Plus, from the beginning. Do you want to step into the new cycle and embark on the journey to the West again? Yes. Six senses secured. I got an achievement.
Nice.
Portraits perfected. Oh no. Master of Magic. Three achievements all in one swing there. Oh, great. That means I got some more entries in the book. Oh boy. Once we finish this, then I'll have to go through that again. It's interesting seeing the four Heavenly Kings again after I beat the snot out of them along with Erlong Shen just previously.
My master. Safe. The scriptures sound. All I ever wanted was a life in my mountain, free from you and your so-called merits. Those high above don't trust me. I understand that. And they send you and those knuckleheads to threaten me. To obey and serve once more. I understand that too. But what I don't understand is... you bastards killing my kind!
The lip sync is making me irritated. That bothers me so much. That damn hound. I got a bone to pick with this thing.
Stay back! Stupid dog! Mark this. He's not just any monkey. He's a monkey of merit. A monkey was made Buddha once. None other than me can challenge him to a duel. Look, monkey. I don't make a habit of fighting someone I've bested before. Here's my offer. If you lose, I'll take you to the Celestial Court. They will stay and level your mountain. But if I lose, I shall certainly take revenge, and they will level your mountain nonetheless. How tragic would that be, huh? You are one of the court. We don't need to resort to violence. How about you bend the knees, admit the wrongs, and we can put this behind us.
All these years, except for that pig, you're the one who talks the tallest tales. Good, I am entertained. Speaking of entertainment, wouldn't it be fun if I pluck your extra eye out for my snack and allow you to keep the other two? Because I'd hate to let you miss how I'll slaughter each mongrel of the court. Those below, those above, and that black mutt of yours. Come at me, all of you.
All right.
They gave you many chances. Such ingratitude.
Time to take on Airline again. This time with much better knowledge of the game's mechanics, considering I fought him once prior.
Victorious fighting Buddha. Have you any idea how many would give their everything for immortality?
Immortality? For that word, all realms and beings have ruined themselves.
celestial court welcomed you, foul monkey, yet you remain untamed. None shall save you now.
Dear brother, your edge needs honing. Good. I was in need of a back scratcher.
Your escape is a crime. Your defiance only celestial might. Meet me! Foul monkey! Taste my axe!
Rat! You call that a duel? The glare up here is dazzling. Fight me in the woods if you have the guts.
And so ends the last tale of Sun Wukong. A hero who treasured his freedom above all else. Buddhahood he attained, yes, but cumbersome he found the celestial rules, for he yearned to come back and to revel in the simple joys with us. Little did he know, his choice to forgo the life above only fueled their mistrust. This stone has stood for countless days on the mountain. Since my youth, they've said that his remains lie within it. Unbegotten, undying, such is the nature of a stone monkey. Though his body was broken, his spirit endures. Into 6 relics he turned, and separately they escaped, choosing to stay hidden. Those are the 6 senses of the great sage. Yet no one has ever seen them, not in centuries. I'm old now. Venture through all the lands I cannot. Yet among you, there might be one who is destined. One that shall recover all his scattered relics. And upon the return of the relics to Mount Tuaguo, he may yet rise again.
That was actually another reason, partly why I wanted to go through this game again in English, because I know my Chinese pronunciations are okay at best, completely wrong at worst. I don't know how far we're going to go. Probably not very, considering I've been going now for about 5 hours. Most of that was reading. I want to at least do some of this.
Nowhere better than a home. We cheat death and ever grow. Huh? Here, you see what bliss my fate shows.
Luck's around the corner. Seems like you just fell from a fruit tree here.
Perfect timing. This peach knew I needed a snack. You sneaky rascal! Dare fool me? I'll make sure you regret it!
Prepare to get bopped on the noggin.
No matter how many times you come around, you're still as mischievous as ever, eh?
Okay, so... Oh, here it is. The freed mind. Be he sage or Buddha, the dawn has yet to be brought, just like the mantra. Though memory is an obsession, a new journey to the west can be embarked upon. Elegance and simplicity. Moderately increased light attack damage. Unified minds. When the Destined One performs certain powerful attacks, the duplicates will follow suit. Unbegotten. Undying. For a short chance after activating the life-saving strand, escape death and significantly increase bonus damage. Elegance and simplicity. It's more general purpose use, which is kind of what I want. What's this? A life-saving spell. In moments of mortal peril, the spell will automatically activate. It transforms a single strand of hair from the Destined One head into a duplicate, which then takes his place in facing death. Simultaneously, it creates a new body for the Destined One. The Destined One will return with full health, but the gourd will not be replenished. When danger is imminent, ready this spell to be prepared for any eventuality. Instantly recovers 2 gourd uses. Instantly recovers a moderate amount of mana. Life-saving strand is used. There is a moderate chance that the usage will not be expended. Interesting. But it's a strand spell, so it takes the place of the same thing that I use my shadow clones for. Interesting, but not something I think I'm going to go for. Okay, now, What are the last two character dossiers? Alright, let's finish this. Because if I don't, I'm not going to be completely satisfied. Okay. The Great Sage's Broken Shell. 3 Yangs converge, life springs forth anew. The celestial stone holds sun and moon's hue. From an egg, a monkey's path is laid. A future arises from his form made. Within, no form to recognize. Without, a shape before everyone's eyes. Talented ones emerge through ages. How few achieve the Tao among kings and sages. The table was a mess, and after 3 rounds of drinks, 2 sitting across from each other were completely hammered. Baiji, my brother, I'm done being the victorious fighting Buddha. Whoever wants the darn title can have it. Wukong said, his face red and blood boiling. It was unclear whether he was truly drunk or just pretending. Baiji, straightforward as always, replied,
Brother, enlightenment we've attained. Being free, we can drink to our heart's content. Shouldn't we be happy?
Wukong sneered, Yes, attaining Buddhahood for the removal of my headband was indeed a good deal.
Exactly. With the headband gone, you don't have to fear the master chanting anymore. Doesn't call for 2 more toasts.
Baiji said, still trying to persuade Wukong to drink more despite his own muddled state. Baiji, you enjoy drinking, but if someone wanted to have you served as their side dish for drinking, would you still be this happy?
Who wants to eat me? My 9-turd rank won't allow it,
Baiji said, slamming the table. Well, that wouldn't be much more difficult than you'd think. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, and his face disdainful. If they wanted to eat you, they wouldn't even leave any bones left.
They? Who are you talking about?
Let me ask you, on our journey, how many Yaogwai did we encounter, and how many did we kill?
Too many. I lost count, remember? Whenever you got bored or lazy, you'd send me to clear out those caves and lairs.
Not counting the lesser ones, how many of the powerful ones did we kill?
I don't remember. Probably all of them?
Setting aside the tree guy from the wood immortal hut and those 7 spiders, we killed less than half of the ones we found.
7 spiders? Oh, I remember now.
The other half we didn't kill. Do you know why?
Why?
Because we mustn't kill them.
That was before. Now we're celestial beings ourselves. If it pleases us, we can go kill them now.
But Wukong sighed. Baiji, why don't we resign from our positions and retire? I'll go back to my mountain, and you can return to your village. Baiji was stunned, not understanding why Wukong suddenly changed the topic.
I'm not going back. If you want to leave, go ahead. Now, I don't have to lift a finger, and there's an endless supply of tributes and all kinds of delicacies. If I go back, I'll have to work the fields. I can't bear the toil.
These tributes would go to those who need them more. If we eat them, these people will have less to eat.
What happened to you? Weren't you all struggles just for this? Weren't all our struggles just for this? Don't tell me you wish to go begging for alms with our master like before.
Forget it. Let's just drink. Baiji couldn't remember when Wukong left the table. Before he blacked out from drinking, the last thing he remembered his brother saying was, Immortality? It's not for me. And last but not least, Yuan Shoucheng. Half a life in vain, half a life in haste. One dawn of clarity, one dawn erased. Prophecies lag behind the schemes of man. No augury can stay in an obsessed hand. Waves upon waves, the world's perils lie. Dust upon dust, uncountable debts beneath the sky. Gatherings and partings like morning dew. Grudges and love like lightning, passing through. 1,000 years of rise and fall, nothing new. A century's success and failure, history askew. Harvesting deeds by destiny's decree. Fate rises and fall as sunsets flee. Harsh words spoken, ears they defy. Careless talk, hearts they pry. Crude strokes mar the eye's delight. Intent to sketch, wounds for sight. Yaogwai and Buddha, all in me. Fiends and gods, alike we see. My tears flow like spring, don't ask why. Laughing to the sky, in folly's cry. I love poetry. Man, it did let me keep a lot of what I had. Kept all my levels, kept my equipment, kept all the stuff that I earned, all the things that I unlocked in the journal. It's pretty dang nice. We are definitely not going to push that far. But I think at least picking a fight with a couple of bosses would be fitting. You know what? I think I know what I'll do. Where the journey began is where the journey will end. I will stop once I kill the Wandering Wight, the spirit that I have kept with me from the beginning of the game since I got it. It's truly the best spirit that I ever could have acquired in this game. And would you look at that? I even kept all the progress in all the maps. They're all revealed now. But I do not have the Ruiji scroll. Not that I need it right now, to be fair, but... Wait a minute. Are the Yao Guai's words in English too? Hang on a minute.
Oh, what you waiting for? Pluck your hair and make an offer. Hey, wait! I, the keeper of Blackwind Mountain, have long been waiting for your arrival. Ah, his spitting image, I'd say. Up ahead is Guan Yin Temple. Once it was bustling with worshippers, before it was ruined by that fire. Then the temple was rebuilt. What good is it to rebuild a temple if the goodwill of men has been burnt to ashes? You've forgotten this place, but they haven't forgotten you. Oh, it's a tough one. Good luck to you.
Yeah, the Yao Guai are talking in English. I actually figured they would keep their dialogue in Chinese. Granted, I can't hear it super well because it's kind of quiet, but...
Your face looks familiar.
Monkey. I probably don't need to collect any of the items, now that I think about it. Getting the stuff in the chest is one thing, but... Ooh, the crows can drop mine cores. I did not know that. Oh, good, and it actually kept the effect of my gourd to absorb souls. That's good. I wasn't sure if it would keep that.
Drop your weapon, and maybe I can spare your life. You cheeky monkey! How dare you interrupt my chanting!
It's so interesting, actually, being able to hear what these guys are saying now. When most of the time when they were speaking in Chinese, I did not understand a word.
Your face looks familiar.
Now here's something I want to see. Does resting at the meditation spots in New Game Plus give me another experience point? If it does, that's pretty awesome. If it doesn't, it's not a big deal. Well, we're gonna find out. Let's see. It does! Hell yeah! That's nice! So I can re-get those guaranteed experience points in New Game Plus all over again. It's pretty nice. Oh, that's nice. I can upgrade my armor now without needing to go to the without needing to go to the blacksmith for it. And I can craft my weapons and my armor from here. Adept Spine Shooting Fubon Staff. Upon successful hit with a charged heavy attack, each focus point cost slightly increases health recovery. Attacking enemies nearby with spine shooting from the staff. I need one more sky-piercing horn in order to make this. What the adept finds easy, the inept feel busy. It is not as powerful as Rijingu, but it does give me more crit, which is pretty nice. Stormflash Longstaff. Draws thunder while charging and inflicts thunder damage with every staff attack while in the shock state. Gather the materials in the furnace and refine till red as scorching sun. What its brilliant and beauty, on long thou shalt ride, immortal and unstoppable.
Hey, wait! You don't think you can just parade in, do you? It's not that simple. Let me transform you into a golden cicada, so you may follow the fires ahead and scout this mountain unnoticed. Fly! It might be humble, but my shrine is very versatile. You'll get it soon. In the depths of Black Wind Mountain, there are secrets galore. The cicada form may help you explore. But beware, this form does not last
if there's
forever.
anything left inside.
Should you find yourself lost, just follow my voice.
Leave them be.
Off you go.
One misstep, Lord Lingshu might make a meal out of us. You might not know, but a shapeshifter is on his way here. The Master told of it.
Realistically, I don't need the cicada form. The Wandering White should be just around the corner. Yep, there he is. Time for the rematch, bucko. You gave me nothing but grief when I originally played this game. Now, I'm gonna take great pleasure in smacking the crap out of you.
That felt good.
So what happens if I collect a soul that I've already grabbed? Converted spirits into will. Ooh, okay. So I just get extra money if I do that. That's not bad, actually.
How dare you interrupt my meditation?
Hello, sir.
Another monkey, I see. Why don't you lay down your weapon and join me in Buddha's mercy? What say you?
Master spoke of you. Destiny. You just had to make some noise, did you? Now everyone knows you're here. When a chime so grand echoes in the forest, Yao Guais will surely be alarmed.
I think I'm gonna turn the voice settings up a little bit now. Now that I'm actually playing in English, I don't necessarily mind keeping the voices a little higher up, as opposed to everything else.
Who are you to trouble this grand mountain? When you're down, they'll... Drop your treasures. I'll let you pass.
I know I said I was going to stop at the Wandering Bite, but I don't know. That doesn't seem like enough. So we'll push a little further ahead and we'll take on the first Yao Guai King. The wolf. After that, I'll stop. Because stopping here in the temple seems like a really good, like, slow down point. Here we are, Guanyin Temple.
Shh, keep quiet. You don't want to set off that beast. In the backyard is Black Wind Guai's ally, calls itself Ling Shutsu. Considering your strength, I suggest you get away while you can, little monkey.
Voices are still a little too low.
Once you pass that gate, there's no turning back.
Alright. Let's take on the wolf. They should be easy. There we go.
Now that it's dead, you might as well take a good look around. A great pill the Black Wind Guai gifted the wolf. Finding it would be a deserving reward for that fight.
Let's answer another question here. There's only so many of these. That's what I thought. You can only find one of them in total. And any extra ones that you find get converted. Okay. Honestly, that's perfectly fine. And with that, I think we can safely say we're done. I've read every single book of the Codex over every single session I've done. Some early on, some later. We did at least dipped our toes into New Game Plus just to kind of see what awaits us here and what we got out of it. We got the chance to at least check out the English voice acting, which isn't awful. I was expecting it to be much worse. Okay. Re-rest back at the shrine. And we'll call it good. I need to brew myself a cup of tea after all that talking. You never realize how much, that, does until you sit there and talk for hours and hours on end and do voices while you're at it. Hui. That being said, thank you all very much for joining me on this journey. This was really fun, and I'm really glad we got to do this together. You all take care, have a wonderful rest of your night, and this time, for sure, the next time we meet will be the beginning of Wukong, Fallen Feathers. I'm very excited to get into this. You all take care, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your night. I hope for those of you that do watch this recording back, you did enjoy story time. And thankfully, this is a bonus episode, so if you didn't want to deal with this, you can always just skip it. Take care, everyone. Have a good night, and see you all next time. Bye-bye.